Alright, hello fellow sapiens, sit back, relax and prepare to go a little deeper into the oldest winter story we ever told. Here on Sleepless Homo, we wander through deep time with soft science, quiet archaeology, and the kind of slow storytelling made for tired thinkers, the ones who fall asleep to history or keep it playing while driving through the dark. Everything you know about Christmas began long before Christianity, long before Rome, and even long before writing. Tonight, we're going to trace the story of the returning light, from Ice Age rituals and forgotten gods, to the secret meanings hidden in the nativity itself. If you've ever wondered where this season truly came from, this is the real origin. Imagine this: a horizon line in a world without cities, without calendars, without anything that could be called winter except the quiet and the cold pressing in on every side. Thousands of years before anyone spoke of Christmas, before a single church bell rang or a gospel was written, human beings were already watching the same moment we now call the solstice. We know this not from stories, because none were written yet, but from stones, from fire pits, from the careful alignment of passages carved into earth. These early traces suggest that midwinter was not simply endured, it was observed, measured, and perhaps even felt as a turning point for communities whose survival rested on what came next. Cold seasons narrowed the margin of error for gathering food, keeping warm and keeping hope. In these conditions, the longest night became more than a date. It became a threshold, noticed again and again by people who depended on knowing when the world would begin to open back towards spring. Archaeology gives us the first glimpse of this moment, when the night sky slowly became a form of knowledge. What we can say with some confidence is that by the Upper Paleolithic, at least 20,000 years ago, humans were watching the seasonal cycle closely enough to mark predictable changes. At sites like the Grotte du Placard in France, carved notches appear in repeated sequences that some researchers cautiously interpret as lunar or seasonal tallies. These are not proofs of solstice observation, but they show a growing awareness that the sky could be counted. The more direct evidence appears later, in the Neolithic, when architecture begins to align with the midwinter sun in a way that feels deliberate rather than coincidental. Newgrange in Ireland is the most famous example, where the rising sun of the solstice illuminates a deep stone chamber. The engineering involved suggests precise intentionality. To build such a passage aligned to a sunrise that happens only once each year required sustained observation and an understanding that the sun's position at that moment was predictable. This kind of effort implies that midwinter mattered beyond simple curiosity. It was a moment worth preparing for. Across other parts of Europe, similar patterns appear. Stone circles in the British Isles often frame the solstice sunrise or sunset, creating sight lines that activate only at that moment in the year. In the Orkney archipelago, structures at Machaut channel the light of the setting solstice sun deep into their interiors. These places hint at gatherings. Fire traces, animal bones, broken pottery, and remnants of feasting found around many Neolithic sites suggest that midwinter became a time for communal ritual. People brought food, shared warmth, and perhaps reaffirmed their sense of being part of something larger than the cold pressing in on their homes. We cannot reconstruct the songs or the words spoken there, but the archaeological layers show that these were not empty structures. They were active spaces timed to a celestial event, places where the day of deepest night was acknowledged and met with human presence. Early winter gatherings were not purely symbolic. They addressed immediate practical concerns. In subsistence communities, midwinter marked a dangerous point when stored resources were tested. The death of livestock increased, and long nights made mobility difficult. Archaeological data from sites in northern Europe and Western Asia show butchering patterns concentrated around the coldest months. when communities culled herds strategically to conserve fodder. This necessity brought people together. Sharing food at midwinter may have been a way to redistribute scarcity, to ensure that no one household carried the full weight of the season alone. Bones from seasonal feasts often show standardized cuts or coordinated cooking practices, indicating collective preparation. Fire pits large enough for dozens of people, discovered at several Neolithic ritual centres, show that warmth was a shared resource. This raises an important question. Why did the solstice itself become the focal point of these gatherings? Archaeologists propose that people who observed the shortening of days would eventually notice the moment when the decline stopped. The solstice marks not the coldest day, but the point when daylight begins to lengthen again. For people whose lives were shaped by the availability of light, this shift may have been deeply reassuring. It showed that winter was not an endless descent, but part of a cycle. The solstice sunrise, barely perceptibly northward from the day before, signalled that the world still held order. This fragile certainty might have been enough to justify building monuments, lighting fires, and marking the moment with gatherings that brought warmth back into the dark. Some researchers note that even the simplest communities possess the observational ability to track the solstice with minimal tools. Watching the sunrise against a fixed landmark, such as a notch between hills or a specific tree, would reveal the slow drift of the sun's path over months. The point where this movement halted would stand out. There is evidence from Siberia, Scandinavia, and parts of the Americas that similar marking practices developed independently. Although the details vary widely across regions, a shared pattern emerges. The solstice was not just a measurement of time. It was a reassurance that cycles continued, that light would return, and that the cold, however deep, had a limit. What makes these early winter gatherings striking is how they blend practicality with meaning. On one level, people needed to manage food, warmth, and community cohesion. On another, the turning of the sky gave them a narrative structure, a sense that nature itself signalled renewal at the moment when survival was most precarious. Archaeology cannot tell us the emotional language used by those early communities, but the alignment of structures and the repetition of gatherings over centuries indicate that the solstice was experienced as more than a date. It was a moment of reassurance woven into the fabric of life. As we follow these early traces, we begin to see how the solstice acted as a foundation long before any organised religion claimed it. The rituals were not the same across regions. Some focused on fire, others on feasting, others on simply gathering in one place. Yet they share a persistent thread, the recognition of a turning point in the dark. This became a kind of cultural memory, repeated so often and across such wide distances that later civilizations inherited it without needing to reinvent its significance. Understanding this deep past helps explain why the solstice eventually became a vessel for new meanings. It offered a ready-made framework in which renewal could be celebrated, hope could be expressed, and communities could come together around a shared moment in time. The solstice's earliest observers could not have imagined the festivals that would later form around it, but their careful watching set the stage for everything that followed. And to understand how that framework changed, we must look at the stories people began to attach to the returning light. Picture a moment when the rising sun was not only something seen but something felt, when its faint return after the longest night seemed so delicate that people wondered whether it could be trusted to come back at all. In the earlier civilizations, long after the stone chambers of the Neolithic had been aligned to catch a single beam of midwinter light, the sun had already become more than an astronomical event. It had become a being. We do not know the exact moment when this transition occurred, when the practical skill of tracking seasonal change deepened into story and metaphor. But by the time written languages emerged in the ancient Near East, the sun appears everywhere as something alive. In myths from the eastern Mediterranean to the Iranian plateau, it weakens, it struggles, it wanders, it dies, and it returns. What changed was not the sun, it was the human sense of its meaning, slowly shaped by a long memory of winter fear and a long hope that the world would continue to turn back toward light. What scholars can trace is the gradual movement from celestial observation to narrative personification. In the early Indo-European world, preserved in later Vedic, Greek and Germanic traditions, the sun is often described as a traveller. Some texts refer to a solar figure who undertakes a journey across the sky each day and slips into danger at night. These myths do not agree in detail, but they share a structural pattern. The sun's cyclical motion is interpreted through the language of risk and return. In several early Indo-Iranian stories, winter is depicted as a kind of cosmic obstruction, a time when light is held back or weakened. In later Iranian texts derived from much older oral traditions, the midwinter period appears as a moment when light is nearly overwhelmed by darkness. The sun's return just after the solstice becomes a sign of renewal embedded in the calendar, long before written theology made sense of it. These stories show that the earlier civilizations recognized the sun not only as a dependable force, but as something whose reliability needed to be acknowledged, retold and celebrated. In the Near Eastern world, especially in Mesopotamia, the sun took on a more explicitly divine role much earlier. The god Shamash, described in cuneiform tablets dating back to the second millennium before the Common Era, is not simply the sun. He is justice, order, and the daily restoration of clarity in a world that always threatened to fall back into confusion. Although his myths do not centre on solstice imagery in the way later Mediterranean stories do, the logic is similar. Light is not only illumination, but a sign of the world reasserting itself. The vulnerability that midwinter created for prehistoric communities seems to echo centuries later in myths, where the sun's withdrawal or dimming becomes a metaphor for disorder. What the archaeological and textual evidence suggests is that early civilizations inherited a much older habit of treating light as a presence that could fail or diminish, and therefore needed to be invoked, honoured, or personified. Egypt offers a different but related perspective. In the pyramid texts and coffin texts written between the 3rd and 2nd millennia before the Common Era, the sun's nightly journey through the underworld is described in rich symbolic language. Ra is attacked by serpents, weakened and restored, emerging renewed at dawn. The cycle is not explicitly tied to solstice timing, but it reflects a worldview in which the sun is always vulnerable to forces that threaten its consistency. Some later Egyptian hymns, particularly those from the New Kingdom, mention the sun as small or weak during the winter months, hinting that the lengthening and shortening of days was understood as something more than astronomical fact. It was a living cycle, capable of being framed in narrative terms. Here again, the sun becomes a figure whose persistence cannot be taken for granted. Its daily and seasonal rhythms require explanation through story. The pattern continues in the Iranian world, where midwinter festivals survived into historical times and were recorded in texts from late antiquity. The festival known today as Yalda, in which communities gather on the longest night to await the return of light, preserves traditions stretching deep into pre-Islamic antiquity. Although some modern associations are later developments, early Zoroastrian texts describe a cosmic tension between darkness and light that resonates with much older seasonal practices. The solstice marks a boundary, a moment when the forces of darkness seem most dominant before the world begins its return toward brightness. For communities living in harsh winters, this was not abstract theology, but a lived recognition of the season's turning point. The idea of the sun's rebirth at this moment became a metaphor that appears again and again, reshaped by different cultures but anchored in a shared perception of the natural world. Across the Mediterranean, Greek and Hellenistic thinkers interpreted celestial patterns through philosophical arguments rather than myth alone. Writers in the first millennium before the Common Era frequently referred to the solstice as a turning point, a moment when the cosmos adjusted its course. Although they spoke in the language of geometry and natural philosophy, the underlying intuition remained similar to that found in older mythic traditions. The sun's behaviour at midwinter was a signal of renewal. These interpretations show that even in more rationalised contexts, the solstice still held a special status. It was a moment to be named, contemplated, and folded into the intellectual life of the ancient world. What ties these traditions together is not a single myth, but a shared logic. Winter creates vulnerability, and vulnerability invites explanation. When the sun weakened, people imagined it as something capable of weakening. When light returned, they imagined it as something capable of returning. This narrative framing offered comfort in a world where survival depended on the rhythms of nature. A sun that could be born, endangered, or reborn was easier to understand than one that simply followed a path. It mirrored human experience. The stories gave structure to uncertainty. What emerges from this long arc is a sense that by the time Christianity arose, the ancient world had already spent thousands of years speaking about the sun in terms of struggle, renewal, and fragile beginnings. Christianity did not invent this kind of language. It inherited a symbolic landscape where the sun had long been imagined as a being capable of waning and returning. The solstice was not merely a measurement, it was a story, repeated in countless forms, told in temples, households, and gatherings across continents. Transition. And when Christianity entered this world of ancient light stories, it reshaped them through its own internal language of birth, hope, and renewal. A small community gathered in the cold blue stillness of midwinter, watching the eastern horizon not for spectacle but for certainty. The sun has been slipping away for weeks, each dawn arriving with a little less strength, each afternoon collapsing a little earlier into dusk. Then, on one particular morning, something changes. The sun lifts itself from the same place it rose yesterday, but now, just barely, the point of light has moved. That subtle shift is almost imperceptible, but to people who lived by the rhythm of daylight, it was a turning. Not symbolic at first, not yet sacred, but a reassurance that winter had passed its darkest threshold. The solstice, long before it became the seed of myth, was a scientific discovery made with the naked eye, again and again, by countless generations who measured the world by what they could see. It was the hinge of the year, the quiet announcement that the world was keeping its promise. We know from archaeology that the solstice is detectable without instruments. When the sun reaches its lowest annual arc and begins to creep northward along the horizon, the change is slow but visible over a handful of days. Many ancient observatories, from the carved stone corridors of Neolithic Europe to the horizon markers used by early pastoral cultures of the Eurasian steppe, were designed to watch for that subtle movement. The solstice was not a moment of dramatic change, but a confirmation that change was beginning. What makes this astronomical event so powerful is its reliability. Even in regions with inconsistent weather, even under clouded skies, the sun's drift is consistent across years, decades, and centuries. People did not need to understand axial tilt or orbital mechanics. to recognise that the year had a fulcrum. They only needed patience, memory, and a clear line to the horizon. The scientific behaviour of the solstice intersects with something more human, the cognitive strain of prolonged darkness. Paleoclimatic studies show that many ancient communities faced midwinter conditions far harsher than those familiar to most people today. For groups living at high latitudes or in mountainous regions, daylight could shrink to a narrow band between sunrise and sunset, compressing waking hours and making essential tasks difficult. Even in more temperate regions, the combination of cold, hunger, and short days created a period of heightened uncertainty. Modern research on circadian rhythms suggests that long darkness disrupts sleep, mood, and cognitive clarity. We cannot be sure how early humans described these feelings, but the archaeological record implies that they treated this season with unusual attention. The solstice was not merely an astronomical point, but a psychological threshold. The return of light offered emotional relief as much as practical reassurance. Across cultures, this combination of physical observation and emotional significance produced rituals that appear strikingly similar despite vast distances and different historical trajectories. In the early European Neolithic, midwinter gatherings accompanied feasting in enclosed structures whose entrances aligned with solstice sunrise. In parts of Inner Asia, early pastoral communities marked the turning point with fire rituals, perhaps to mimic the strengthening of the sun. In the ancient Near East, midwinter offerings appear in temple records across different cities, framed as gestures to ensure cosmic order. Although these rituals varied in form, they share a pattern. Humans paused to acknowledge the moment when darkness stopped advancing. The solstice became an anchor point, a shared marker that something essential had occurred. It was the time when uncertainty began to recede. This widespread recognition explains why renewal myths flourished around midwinter long before recorded history. Once a community becomes aware of a repeating threshold, it becomes natural to weave meaning around it. Some scholars argue that narrative structures often emerge from ecological pressures, and the solstice offers a clear example. The darkest point of the year invites a story of turning back. The weakest sun invites a story of fragile strength returning. The long night invites a story of light rising out of shadow. These are not metaphors invented by any single culture, but patterns that grow wherever people watch the same sky. The solstice created the earliest shared script for renewal, not because people chose to make it sacred, but because it created a moment that felt like significance embodied in sunlight. As civilizations developed writing, theology, and more formal ritual systems, the solstice's earlier meanings did not disappear, they expanded. Philosophers in the classical world spoke of celestial turning points. Priestly calendars in the ancient Near East recorded midwinter offerings. Myth cycles across Eurasia described figures who faltered in winter and revived as days lengthened. The solstice became a conceptual foundation, upon which later religious traditions built new interpretations. But long before these later layers, it had already shaped human consciousness. It taught people to wait, to measure, and to believe in the return of a light. What we call sacred often begins with attention. The solstice was not revered only because of its astronomical role, but because people looked up at the horizon and saw their own lives reflected in the sky's slow movement. A fragile shift became a pattern became a ritual became a story, and a story became a way to understand the year, the world, and the fragile stability of human existence. That is why the solstice became sacred. It was the first cosmic promise that could be seen with the eyes and felt in the bones. Transition. And it was on this foundation of celestial turning and human meaning-making that the earlier symbolic stories of light and darkness would take shape, preparing the ground for everything that followed in the ancient world. What if I told you that once the solstice became a turning point in the mind, it soon became a turning point in the landscape? After thousands of years of watching the sky shift along the horizon, communities began to shape their world around that returning line of light. The moment stopped being something they simply noticed. It became something they prepared for. Archaeology suggests that the first people who tracked the solstice with precision were not trying to predict distant futures. They were trying to survive winters that pushed every margin of a life close to breaking. A single sunrise arriving where it should meant food stores might last, migrations could begin, or ceremonies could proceed as planned. Over generations, those dawns carved memory into stone. The solstice stopped being just an astronomical reassurance. It became architecture, orientation, and intention. The earliest monuments aligned to winterlight are not the beginning of the story, but they are the first time the story took physical form, and to follow that transformation, we have to return to the structures where light itself became the measure of the world. If you enjoy these late-night excavations, a gentle like or subscribe helps other sleepless minds find their way here. And tell me, where are you listening from tonight? Are you in bed, half awake, cooking, working, walking? I always love hearing how you travel through these stories, and if you drift off, don't worry. Timestamps are waiting for you whenever you return. All right, let's continue, and as always, stay curious, stay calm. Now imagine standing at the edge of a world where nothing is artificial and nothing is measured, where the only clock is the slow turning of the sky. Picture a moment when early humans looked toward the horizon at dawn and noticed something strange. The sun, which usually shifted a little each day, no longer moved. For a handful of mornings each year, the sunrise seemed to pause, rising from almost the same place as if held still by a quiet hand. We do not know for certain what they thought of this stillness, but the archaeological and environmental evidence suggests they recognized it long before they recognized anything else in the heavens. The winter solstice, with its brief halt in the sun's journey, became the first pattern that humans could reliably detect with nothing more than their eyes and patience. This was not yet myth or religion or even tradition. It was observation, the earliest form of science shaped by cold air, long nights, and the need to survive another season. To understand why this pause mattered, we must first understand what it looked like through the eyes of people living in the late Pleistocene, tens of thousands of years before writing. Their days were governed by daylight and their nights by fire. Each morning, those who woke before dawn could trace the first glow at the edge of the world and measure the sun's position against fixed features of the landscape: a mountain peak, a broken ridge, a scattered row of boulders, the silhouette of a distant cliff. These markers did not move, and in their stability they offered a quiet kind of information. Over the course of the year, the sun rose slightly farther along the horizon each morning. To see it change by even a small degree, one had to watch closely. But the human eye, trained by necessity and repetition, could do this without tools. What the archaeological record shows is that many Paleolithic shelters face particular directions, and some of these orientations match seasonal light patterns. It would be centuries before architecture turned this knowledge into stone. But even in this earlier period, people understood the horizon more intimately than we do today. In these winter weeks, however, the sun did something unusual. After drifting along the horizon for many months, its journey slowed until it seemed to stop. For 3 days in the depth of winter, its rising point shifted so little that it appeared fixed. This standstill is a natural consequence of the Earth's tilt and orbit, but the people observing it had no way of knowing that. What they did know was that everything around them was changing. The cold intensified. The animals they hunted shifted their routes or disappeared completely. The frost lingered on branches and stones longer each morning. Daylight shortened until life felt compressed into a narrow strip of time. The stillness of the sunrise coincided with the stillness of the environment, bringing a kind of tension that early humans could not ignore. We see traces of this tension in the remains of seasonal camps, in the storage pits of later hunter-gatherers, and in the careful positioning of certain dwellings toward the faintest light. Archaeologists sometimes describe this period as one of environmental pressure rather than dramatic crisis. But for people whose survival depended on the smallest changes in weather, it was pressure enough. The solstice was the moment around which food availability, mobility, and daily rhythms turned. While we cannot assign precise motivations to people who left no written record, we can examine seasonal migration patterns and see how movements across territories appear to cluster around periods of daylight shift. In many late Pleistocene regions, the winter months forced groups into sheltered valleys, or areas with more predictable resources. Travelling at dawn or orienting oneself on open plains required attention to the horizon, and for those who moved seasonally, sunrise positions would have been among the most reliable cues they had. It is here that the early form of horizon tracking comes into focus. Every time people woke before the sun and looked toward the east, they watched not just for light but for direction. They saw how the sun slipped southward through autumn, then hesitated in winter, then slowly climbed northward again. This pattern, once noticed, would have been impossible to forget. There are caves in Europe whose entrances align with seasonal light angles, and while scholars cannot say with absolute certainty that these alignments were intentional, the consistency across regions is difficult to ignore. In studying these shelters, researchers have noted how engravings and paintings appear in areas shaped by specific light conditions, suggesting that early people were not only aware of seasonal changes, but were influenced by them in their daily lives. This pause of the sun offered something unique: predictability. Everything else in the late Pleistocene environment shifted with weather, climate, and migration, but the solstice returned with a precision unaffected by human decision. The earliest communities likely used this stillness as an anchor. We see evidence in the timing of the hunts, in patterns of communal gathering inferred from hearth sites, and in the seasonal deposition of tools and ornaments. Though it would be many thousands of years before these observations crystallized into monuments aligned to solstice sunrise or sunset, the cognitive foundation was already present. The solstice gave early humans a rare sense of structure in a world dominated by uncertainty. What is remarkable is how little was needed to notice it. No instruments, no mathematics, no settled life. Only the patient accumulation of daily experience. A person who took note of sunrise positions for 10 winters would understand a pattern. A community that passed this knowledge down for generations would eventually understand that the sun, at its weakest, stopped moving before returning stronger. This was the earliest hinge of the year, not because of what people believed, but because of what they saw. This solstice was not yet a story about rebirth or renewal. It was a threshold in the coldest season, a moment marked by observation and memory long before it took on symbolic meaning. For people who lived entirely by the sky, that stillness was the first reliable hinge of the year. To understand how they used it, we must step into the deeper darkness of early winters. Even in regions far from dramatic winter extremes, the solstice's pause would have been perceptible to those who relied on early morning light to organize their movements. In open plains, where the horizon stretches without interruption, a sunrise that refuses to shift becomes even more striking. Archaeologists studying Pleistocene mobility have noted how often camps change orientation throughout the year. These subtle rotations suggest an awareness of seasonal light angles, as people continually adjusted where they slept, where they cooked, and where they placed their fires. Such choices were likely practical, tied to warmth and wind, yet they also shaped a habit, looking toward the same point on the horizon every morning. Over years of repetition, recognition grows not from theory but from rhythm. The sun's small hesitation in winter would have been part of that rhythm, noticed the way a hunter notices the absence of footprints, or a gatherer notices the first signs of thaw. There is another layer to this observation that does not survive in artifacts but survives in patterns. During the late Pleistocene, the sky was the most consistent backdrop for teaching. Skills were transmitted verbally, but orientation was taught visually. A child might learn the path to a seasonal water source by following the sun's direction at a particular time of morning. They might learn where certain animals travel by the angle of light falling into a valley. Because of this, many researchers argue that early sky watching was woven into daily movement, rather than reserved for special moments. The solstice would expand from a single observation into a period of awareness, a time when the change in daylight slowed enough for even inexperienced observers to notice. This recognition likely spread across generations not as doctrine, but as a simple fact repeated often enough to become common knowledge. The stillness of midwinter light also brings with it a quality that archaeologists call atmospheric orientation. In deep winter, when the ground reflects little warmth, the air becomes visually clearer. Fog forms differently, shadows sharpen, and distant ridges stand out against pale skies. This clarity makes small changes on the horizon easier to detect. Ethnographic studies of indigenous groups who still watch the sky without instruments suggest that cold season light can be more revealing than any other time of year. If similar conditions held in the Pleistocene, then the solstice may have been the easiest astronomical event to perceive with consistency, giving it a reliability unmatched by the movements of stars or the phases of the moon. Taken together, these clues suggest that early knowledge of the solstice did not come from a single revelation, but from generations of watching the same horizon through the coldest months of the year. It was an understanding built slowly, the way a path through a forest becomes clear only after many feet have walked it, and so the solstice became the first stable reference point in the human relationship with the sky, a moment when time felt anchored in place rather than drifting. For people who lived entirely by the sky, that stillness was the first reliable hinge of the year. To understand how they used it, we must step into the deeper darkness of early winters. A small band of humans walking across a late Pleistocene plain, feeling the daylight thinning faster than their preparations can keep up. Each evening arrives sooner, each morning later, and the hours between offer less warmth than the day before. There are no clocks and no written calendars, but the diminishing light presses against the edges of their awareness with a clarity that requires no instruments. What happens when the world darkens faster than a community can prepare for it is not remembered in stories or symbols from this distant age, but it is preserved in something older than writing. It is found in the bones of animals, in the pollen trapped in sediment cores, and in the patterns of seasonal settlement left behind by people who lived at the mercy of winter's advance. The evidence suggests that declining daylight in the late Pleistocene was not simply an astronomical curiosity. It was an ecological warning, sharpened by hunger and cold, long before anyone transformed it into ritual or story. Winter was not a poetic season then, it was a threat. When archaeologists examine faunal assemblages from Paleolithic sites, they often find patterns that mirror this threat with unsettling precision. During the coldest months of the last glacial periods, large herbivores migrated along routes that shifted dramatically with the seasons. Reindeer, horses and steppe bison often moved away from exposed plains to areas with more reliable vegetation. Hunters who depended on these animals tracked their absence as carefully as their presence. Cut marks on bones and butchery sites reveal that midwinter kills were rarer than those in autumn, a pattern repeated across regions stretching from Iberia to Siberia. This scarcity tells us something important. Early humans did not need abstract astronomy to understand the danger of shortening days. They saw it in the empty trails, the thinning herds, and the growing quiet of landscapes once filled with hoofbeats. Darkness in this context was not symbolic. It was the absence of food walking slowly across the horizon. Plant availability followed an even harsher rhythm. Paleo-environmental cores taken from lakes and peat bogs show a clear reduction in edible plant species during the coldest phases of the year. Grasses retreated under snow, leaves withered, and stored tubers became more difficult to access. People who relied on seasonal gathering faced a narrowing window in which to prepare. Sites from the Gravettian and later Upper Paleolithic reveal storage pits containing preserved seeds, dried roots, and crushed vegetal material that may have been processed to last through the darkest period. Though these pits differ across regions, their timing aligns with the contraction of daylight recorded in climate proxies. This suggests that winter was not merely a time of waiting, but a time of active, urgent preparation. The diminishing light signalled the beginning of that urgency. One of the clearest indicators of winter pressure comes from what archaeologists call emergency fat storage strategies. In many Paleolithic sites, kill patterns shift toward targeting animals rich in fat just before winter sets in. Reindeer males entering the rut lose much of their fat, but females retain valuable reserves deep into the cold months. Hunters selecting more female reindeer toward the end of autumn suggests strategic decision-making based on energy needs. In return, bone marrow extraction marks become more frequent, indicating that people processed carcasses with painstaking attention to recover every calorie. Chemical studies of burned bones at some Upper Paleolithic sites show that fat rendered from marrow and bone grease became an essential resource during the long nights when plant foods vanished and fresh kills became unpredictable. To understand this behavior is to understand how intimately daylight and diet were linked. The solstice, with its shrinking hours, was not an abstract idea. It was an ecological boundary. Seasonal weather changes, recorded in paleo-environmental cores from multiple continents, trace the onset of winter with similar clarity. Layers of wind-borne dust increase during the darkest months, revealing periods of stronger winds and colder temperatures. Ice cores from Greenland show changes in isotopic composition that align with shifts in global climate cycles. While early humans had no knowledge of these large-scale processes, they lived at their edges. They felt the sudden drop in temperature, the way frost formed earlier than expected, and the way water sources froze before new routes could be established. Sediment cores, rich in microscopic plant remains, show how dry season grasses dominated some landscapes during glacial winters. These changes shape the timing of movement, pushing groups to relocate earlier or settle closer to sheltered areas where water and fuel remained accessible. Mobility in this context was not freedom but necessity, governed by daylight rather than desire. The link between daylight and movement becomes even clearer when examining patterns of seasonal migration routes. Archaeologists studying the distribution of temporary sites across river valleys and plateau edges have noted how frequently the direction of winter travel correlates with access to morning light. Groups often move towards southeastern slopes where sunlight reached the ground first, warming frost-hardened soil and allowing earlier foraging or hunting. This subtle orientation is not decorative, it is practical. A few extra minutes of warmth could determine whether children survived the coldest weeks. A few extra minutes of light could determine whether hunters returned before darkness made the landscape dangerous. By shifting their mobility based on daylight constraints, early humans responded to winter's threat in a deeply embodied way. The solstice was, for them, less a date than a signal that movement had to be recalibrated. We do not know how consciously people of the late Pleistocene connected their biological needs to the astronomical cycle of decreasing daylight, but the archaeological evidence suggests that awareness came first from hunger, cold, and the exhaustion that comes from short days when work must compress into narrow windows. The solstice likely emerged as an ecological alarm long before it became a moment of anticipation or ceremony. When people noticed that the light reached a minimum and that the days ceased to shrink, it may have offered a kind of reassurance that the worst point had been reached. Even without ritual or symbolic meaning, that turning point held weight. It marked the threshold between scarcity increasing and scarcity easing. It was a hinge not because of belief, but because of survival. As we trace these patterns across bones, pollen, isotopes and hearths, left long extinguished, we begin to understand that early knowledge of seasonal change arose not from curiosity, but from necessity. The solstice mattered because winter threatened faster than preparation could keep up. And once early humans learned to predict this turning, once they recognized the solstice not as an arrival of darkness, but as the beginning of its retreat, the relationship between people and the sky changed forever. The moment people could predict that alarm, everything changed. Picture a moment when people who had never seen a written symbol stood at the mouth of a cave and realized that the sun would rise tomorrow in almost the same place it had risen the year before. There were no calendars to consult, no carved markers to check against, only the long, patient memory of a community that had watched the horizon through more winters than any one person could remember. Yet somehow, in the Upper Paleolithic, humans learned to predict the darkest day of the year with a precision that still surprises researchers. They did it not through abstract mathematics or ritual devices, but through the oldest scientific instrument on Earth, the landscape itself. Mountains, ridges, valleys and notches formed a fixed geometry that returned each year, offering a stable backdrop against which the sun's slow drift could be learned. By watching where light first touched these features, people began to understand when winter reached its turning point. We do not know for certain how consciously they recognized this cycle, but the evidence suggests that their observational skills were developed through necessity and sharpened by time. Some of the earliest hints of horizon tracking appear at places like Lascaux in southwestern France, a site better known for its animal paintings than for its relationship to the sky. Yet several chambers and passages align closely with solstitial and seasonal light angles, a pattern difficult to attribute entirely to chance. These alignments are subtle, a shaft of evening light entering a particular alcove in late winter, or the way dawn might illuminate upper walls only during certain weeks of the year. Lascaux is not the only example. Across Europe, Ice Age shelters show orientations that appear favoured not simply for protection, but for the direction they faced. Archaeologists examining these dwellings have noted how often their entrances correspond to specific sunrise or sunset points when mapped against reconstructed Pleistocene horizons. These observations, while still debated, suggest that early humans were not simply painting in caves, but were choosing locations in part because of how light interacted with stone. For people living millennia before agriculture or permanent settlements, such choices reflect an awareness of the sky that predates formal structures by thousands of years. Landscape features provided the first reliable calendar in this world of shifting climate and uncertain seasons. A mountain peak that the sun touched only in midwinter, a cleft between hills where the first light emerged each autumn, or a solitary boulder on the horizon that aligned with the sunrise only once a year could all serve as temporal anchors. These features did not move. They endured beyond the life of any hunter or gatherer, offering continuity across generations that few other environmental elements could match. Ethnographic studies of indigenous groups who still rely on horizon watching show similar practices. The position of the sun against a specific ridge or tree line marks seasonal changes far more reliably than counting days. In some regions, the first morning when the sun touches a particular rock signals the beginning of migratory preparation. In others, the point where shadows fall in late afternoon indicates the turn of a hunting season. These parallels do not prove that Upper Paleolithic groups acted the same way, but they provide a window into what horizon science looks like in societies rooted in direct observation. Repeated engravings found on portable objects from the Upper Paleolithic add another layer to this picture. Some small bones and antler pieces contain sequences of notches or repeated marks that scholars have interpreted as rudimentary tallies of seasonal changes. The interpretation remains cautious, yet these patterns often appear in numbers that correspond loosely to lunar or seasonal rhythms. A series of 29 or 30 marks carved into a fragment of mammoth ivory may record the passing of days in relation to moon phases. Other sequences appear grouped in clusters that suggest cycles rather than counts, possibly relating to the arrival of cold seasons or the timing of certain migrations. While we cannot claim these engravings represent early calendars, the deliberate repetition indicates a growing interest in tracking time. Combined with horizon observations, they hint at a cognitive shift toward prediction rather than reaction. Humans were no longer merely responding to seasonal change, they were beginning to anticipate it. Ethnographic analogues reinforce this notion. Among communities from the Arctic to the Andes, horizon-based skywatching remains deeply integrated into subsistence strategies. Hunters track the angle of sunrise to determine when certain animals begin seasonal movement. Gatherers monitor the length of dusk to estimate when particular plants emerge. These practices require no formal astronomical knowledge, only repeated exposure to the land and long-term memory passed from elder to child. The parallels suggest that early humans could have easily developed similar strategies, especially as their populations became slightly more stable during the later Upper Paleolithic. Seasonal aggregation sites show that some groups return to the same locations year after year, building a body of local environmental knowledge far deeper than what highly mobile ancestors could maintain. Settlement stability, even brief or partial, allows the slow accumulation of sky-based wisdom. This stability becomes particularly visible in regions where caves and rock shelters show repeated occupation across centuries. Each group arriving in the same shelter would inherit not only the benefits of its protection, but also the knowledge attached to its position. If the cave entrance faced a sunrise alignment recognizable only at midwinter, then each generation would encounter the phenomenon at roughly the same time in their lives. The durability of the landscape becomes a silent teacher, anchoring the sense of seasonal timing through repetition rather than instruction. As this cycle continues over many centuries, the ability to predict the solstice moves from an individual skill to a shared communal expectation. It is no longer merely a surprise when the days cease shortening. It becomes something known in advance, learned through watching the same ridgeline over and over. We often imagine ancient humans as lacking the tools to engage with astronomy, but what the archaeological record shows is that tools were unnecessary. Patience, memory, and familiarity with the land provided more than enough information to anticipate the solstice. This prediction was not mystical. It was empirical, created by countless hours spent watching where light fell each morning and how it moved across the horizon through the seasons. This solstice became predictable not because people created stories about it, but because they built a long-term relationship with the land and the sky. The result is a form of science grounded in experience rather than abstraction, a knowledge system created through continuity rather than calculation. Once prediction existed, measurement began. Another piece of this early horizon science becomes visible when we consider how the human eye and memory work together in open landscapes. In regions where snow covered the ground for long stretches, the contrast between dark ridgelines and bright sky made the sun's movement easier to perceive. Even a slight shift in sunrise position becomes more noticeable when the world is stripped of colour and texture. Cold season clarity sharpens edges and reveals the smallest topographic irregularities. Researchers studying Ice Age ecology have observed that winter visibility often extended for dozens of kilometres, giving observers an uninterrupted view of the horizon. This kind of optical reach created a natural laboratory for sky watching, where even a single degree of solar movement could be detected by someone who watched the same ridge every morning. When combined with slow seasonal changes, these environmental conditions created perfect circumstances for developing long-term visual memory tied to the land. Another factor that strengthened this memory was repetition across generations. In the Upper Paleolithic, groups often returned to the same shelter or valley year after year. This cyclical movement meant that children grew up learning the horizon as part of their environment, not as a separate scientific pursuit. An elder pointing to a distant peak and saying, "When the sun rises there, the cold deepens," is not preserving ritual. They are transmitting a practical observation encoded in place. As those children grew and passed the knowledge along in turn, the ridge became more than a feature. It became a reference point that lived through time, carrying the weight of accumulated observation. Archaeologists call this phenomenon ecological inheritance, where a community inherits not only a landscape, but the knowledge attached to it. The engravings found on bone and antler pieces add another dimension. Some show repeated marks arranged in patterns that suggest periodic monitoring. While theories remain cautious, a few pieces exhibit subtle changes in mark spacing, as though tracking intervals rather than simple counts. This may reflect an early attempt to capture rhythm in material form. The idea is supported by experimental archaeology, showing that even untrained individuals begin tracking cyclical events simply by recording them in repeated sequences. When viewed alongside horizon alignments, these artifacts suggest that people were not just observing cycles, but experimenting with ways to preserve them outside memory. This is not yet formal notation, but it is a step toward externalizing time. Environmental consistency also played a role in shaping early predictive knowledge. Even in the unpredictable climates of the late Pleistocene, the solstice remained one of the few stable celestial events. Its alignment with the same fixed features each year gave early humans a steady point in a world dominated by change. In archaeological contexts, we often focus on the dramatic transitions, glacial advances, rapid warming events, sudden migrations. But beneath these shifts, people tracked the dependable movements of the sun. The landscape may have altered slowly over millennia, but within any given human lifetime, it was stable enough to serve as a reliable guide. This stability allowed prediction to emerge not from calculation, but from awareness that the same pattern returned. Taken together, these elements reveal a form of early science rooted in the land itself. Horizon prediction offered a baseline around which survival decisions could be organized. It allowed communities to anticipate not just the arrival of winter's peak, but the moment it would begin to recede. In this way, the horizon transformed from a distant boundary to a tool, one that linked memory, observation, and movement. Once prediction existed, measurement began. Imagine a moment when someone stepped into a cave not to escape the cold or to rest after a long hunt, but to watch how a thin blade of winter light touched the wall. There were no calendars or written systems to guide them, only the memory of how far that light had reached the year before. Picture a cold dawn in the Upper Paleolithic, when the air outside the cave entrance held the quiet density of deepest winter, and the sun rose at its southernmost point. A single shaft of light entered the darkness, illuminating a patch of stone that remained untouched for the rest of the year. What compelled early humans to carve the sky into marks on stone may never be fully known, but the evidence suggests that the first attempts at measurement grew from this interplay of darkness and light. In the depths of caves that were otherwise shrouded in shadow, early people created abstract notations that may represent the earliest physical attempts to record celestial cycles. We do not know for certain whether these marks were intended to capture the solstice specifically, but their placement, repetition, and orientation point toward an emerging desire to measure time itself. The cave of Lascaux offers some of the clearest insights into this early experimentation. Although the cave is famous for its complex paintings of animals, the orientation of its entrance has drawn increasing attention from archaeoastronomers. The structure of the cave's main axis and the direction of its south-facing entrance allow the low winter sun to cast controlled light into specific chambers. Light studies conducted with reconstructed models of the cave show that certain parts of the interior are only illuminated when the sun approaches its lowest annual arc. These patterns of illumination are not incidental. The geography of the entrance and the internal layout create predictable corridors of light that shift subtly at specific times of year. For people living tens of thousands of years before formal settlements, such natural illumination would have offered a visual cue unlike any other. The cave itself became a kind of observatory where the solstice could be recognized not by looking out at the horizon, but by watching how light behaved within stone. Even more intriguing are the repeated abstract symbols found inside many Paleolithic caves, including Lascaux. These include sequences of dots, lines, and geometric shapes placed in areas where seasonal light could reveal or obscure them. Some appear beside or below animal figures, though they do not mirror the forms of those animals. Others appear in clusters that seem to follow a rhythm. Scholars studying these marks have proposed that at least some may represent attempts to note seasonal intervals. While these interpretations remain provisional, the placement of such patterns in chambers that brighten only around midwinter strengthens the possibility that they served a temporal purpose. It is one thing to carve an image into stone. It is another to place that carving in a spot that becomes visible only at a specific time of the year. This intentional relationship between symbol and illumination hints at a cognitive shift. People were no longer only observing the solstice through the horizon. They were beginning to record its timing inside the earth. Experiments with firelight in Paleolithic reconstructions offer further clarity. Researchers have reenacted torchlit journeys through caves to study how carvings, paintings, and engravings respond to shifting light. In some chambers believed to have held seasonal significance, flickering firelight transforms the appearance of repeated marks, revealing them more clearly or causing them to shimmer as though animated. This suggests that early humans understood how to control and manipulate interior light to create specific visual effects. The controlled use of firelight in these contexts implies deliberate experimentation with illumination. If people were already familiar with how sunlight entered the cave at predictable times, firelight could have served as a tool to study and reinforce those observations during the darker months. It is in these dim conditions that the first seeds of measurement appear, not through numbers, but through these controlled interplay of light and shadow. Comparative analysis across multiple Paleolithic sites adds weight to the idea that the placement of symbols and paintings was not random. In caves such as Altamira, El Castillo, and Chauvet, clusters of abstract marks appear in similarly light-sensitive locations. These locations often remain dark throughout most of the year, yet become partially illuminated when the sun reaches particular seasonal angles. This pattern repeats across regions separated by hundreds of kilometres, suggesting a shared conceptual framework even among groups that never communicated directly. Archaeologists remain cautious about attributing astronomical intent to these orientations, but the statistical likelihood of repeated region-wide non-random placement is difficult to ignore. A pattern that emerges independently across many cultures often reflects a practical solution rather than coincidence. In this case, the solution appears tied to marking, recalling, and anticipating seasonal change. To understand why people might carve marks into stone while standing in darkness, we must consider what the solstice represented at this stage of human development. Before it became tied to myth or social gathering, the solstice was a turning point in lived experience. It marked the slow return of daylight and the easing of environmental pressure. Making marks in the cave allowed early humans to connect this turning point with a fixed place. The interior offered stability unlike the open landscape. Its walls did not erode quickly, its darkness did not shift with weather, and its structure provided a physical memory that did not depend on human recollection alone. An engraved line in stone could outlast its maker, serving as a bridge between generations who needed to know the same information. In this way, the solstice became not just an observation, but an anchor, something that could be recorded, revisited, and transmitted. What emerges from these patterns is an early form of cognitive geometry. Without formal mathematics, early humans recognized the relationship between angle, distance, and illumination. They learned how light entered a fixed space and how that entry could mark a recurring moment in the year. Carving the sky into stone was not an act of abstraction for its own sake. It was a practical attempt to externalize time in a medium that did not fade. In the long sequence of human intellectual history, this may be the first moment when people began to record a repeating astronomical event deliberately. The solstice was the first moment humans tried to record, not because it was mystical, but because it was stable. It returned every year, touching the same walls, revealing the same marks. Through these marks, humans discovered that time could be made visible. Millennia later, this geometry moved outside into open ground. Another dimension of this early measurement emerges when we consider how caves protected information that the open world could not. Outside, snow cover, shifting vegetation, and migrating herds constantly altered the landscape. But inside a cave, the walls held their shape for thousands of years. A mark placed at a particular height or orientation remained stable long after its maker was gone. This stability allowed early humans to experiment with encoding not just images but intervals. One small engraving found in a secondary chamber at Lascaux shows a short cluster of vertical incisions unusually close to an area that receives weak midwinter light. These incisions are separated into uneven groups, suggesting that they may not represent counts but segments of time. Their function remains uncertain, but the clustered arrangement implies an intention beyond decoration. When archaeologists ran light simulations on the chamber, they noticed that certain clusters become visible only when the sun reaches its lowest angle of the year. The potential connection between visibility and timing provides one of the earliest glimpses into humans using controlled light to make an abstract concept concrete. Other caves across Western Europe show similar relationships between engravings and illumination. In the cave of La Pasiega, geometric signs appear in narrow corridors where sunlight never enters, but where firelight reveals their shapes distinctly. This separation of symbol from natural light may reflect an attempt to create a reference point independent of seasonal illumination. Scholars who study these locations argue that combining sunlit markers with firelit ones suggests an early developmental stage of timekeeping that uses different types of light to indicate different phases of the seasonal cycle. If this interpretation holds, the presence of both fire-revealed and sun-revealed markings could represent an early dual system of tracking time, one used for daily or ritual access, and another for larger astronomical intervals. In some caves, researchers have identified niches and alcoves where soot residue accumulates predominantly during a narrow range of years. These pockets of repeated activity hint that certain parts of the cave were visited seasonally with remarkable consistency. When excavated, these areas often contain charcoal fragments, with radiocarbon dates spread across centuries. This pattern suggests that groups return not randomly, but at specific points in the year, perhaps timed by the predictable behaviour of light entering the cave. Such repeated visits would have reinforced the relationship between the physical structure of the cave, the predictable path of the sun, and the marks left behind. Over time, these return patterns would condition communities to think of certain spaces as time containers, places where the year could be read not by the horizon but by the walls themselves. This early use of caves as mnemonic structures appears even more remarkable when we consider the cognitive leap required. Instead of relying solely on memory or oral instruction, early humans began placing knowledge into the environment itself. This is what cognitive archaeologists refer to as environmental scaffolding, a process in which the physical world becomes a partner in human thought. By engraving marks in places where light behaved predictably, people created an external structure to hold time steady. The solstice, as the most stable astronomical moment they knew, naturally became the reference point around which these early structures formed. Even without conscious intent to measure, the persistent interaction between light and stone would have created a feedback loop. The return of solstice light revealed the same marks every year, teaching each new generation when the cycle had reached its turning point. Through these quiet experiments, measurement in darkness began to take shape, not as a system imposed on nature, but as one discovered within it. The cave walls became surfaces where time could be seen, recalled, and eventually anticipated. And once people realized that a moment as intangible as the solstice could be anchored in stone, they carried this knowledge outward into landscapes far beyond the reach of a single beam of winter sun. Millennia later, this geometry moved outside into open ground. Picture a moment when the winter sun rises in a place chosen not by the land but by people. Imagine standing on a cold plain in Central Europe 5,500 years before the Common Era, where a ring of timber posts surrounds you like ribs of an enormous wooden circle. The night has been long, and the frost is still thick on the grass. As dawn approaches, a narrow opening in the eastern palisade frames a strip of pale sky. People gather silently, wrapped in hides, breath rising in clouds. The sun lifts, not behind the nearest hill or the most obvious ridge, but precisely within that slit of wood. For the first time in European history, the solstice sunrise passes through a doorway, designed specifically to hold it. What compelled early farming communities to build these circles in the snow for a single sunrise remains partly mysterious, but the archaeological evidence reveals one unmistakable truth. The solstice had moved from horizon to architecture. Gnostic, and other early circular enclosures like it, represent a new stage in human cognition, when the sky became something that could be shaped through design. Gnostic, discovered in the late 20th century, is one of the oldest known solar observatories in Europe. Its construction dates to the 5th millennium before the Common Era, a period when farming villages and early pottery cultures spread across Central Europe. The enclosure consists of concentric rings made of palisades and ditches, each pierced by carefully positioned gates. The eastern and western gates align with the extremes of the winter solstice sunrise and sunset, a precision unlikely to be accidental. When archaeologists mapped the post holes, they found that the sightlines created by these gaps matched the solar positions at midwinter with remarkable accuracy. To create such a structure required not only knowledge of the solstice, but a deliberate intention to embed that knowledge into wood and earth. Where earlier communities learned the solstice through the slow observation of landscape features, people at Gnostic chose to reshape the ground itself, building a geometry that recorded what had once been found only at the horizon. The arrangement of post holes at Gnostic shows an attention to detail that suggests a sophisticated understanding of visual alignment. The palisade stood several meters high, creating a controlled viewing environment that blocked out irrelevant parts of the sky. The eastern gate, narrow and steep-sided, framed the rising sun at its lowest annual point, while the western gate held the setting sun in a similar corridor of sight. These constructions created an artificial horizon inside the enclosure, a controlled space where observers could witness the solstice without relying on distant mountains or unpredictable weather conditions. The engineering reflects a cognitive transition. People were no longer merely watching the solstice, they were capturing it. Alongside the solar sightlines, archaeological evidence inside the enclosure strengthens the idea that these circles served calendrical and ceremonial purposes. Excavations revealed pits near the gates containing burnt materials, including bones and charred organic matter. The presence of burnt offerings, while interpreted cautiously, points toward activities timed with the solstice. These deposits are concentrated near the eastern gate, implying that the moment of sunrise carried particular significance. Whether these offerings symbolized renewal, gratitude, or preparation for the coming year remains unknown, but their association with the solstice alignment suggests that the event had become part of the community's seasonal rhythm. The solstice was no longer simply a turning point recognized through hunger or landscape, but a moment marked through intentional acts. Evidence from surrounding settlements adds context to these gatherings. Archaeologists have identified clusters of dwellings near Gnostic that show seasonal occupation patterns. The distribution of pottery, tools, and animal remains suggests that people gathered near the enclosure during the winter months rather than living there year-round. This implies a deliberate movement toward the site during the solstice period. Seasonal gathering has deep roots in European prehistory, but Gnostic represents a more formalized expression of this behavior. Instead of meeting in a valley or at a riverbank, communities met at a constructed place where the sky itself became part of the gathering. The structure turned the solstice into a shared event, something witnessed collectively rather than understood individually. The enclosure created a communal frame for returning light. Technological continuity connects Gnostic to earlier timber circles in the region. Although smaller and less precise, earlier structures show similar patterns of circular design and controlled entrances. These earlier circles, some nearly 2,000 years older, lacked clear solar alignments, but demonstrate an architectural interest in symmetry and enclosed space. Gnostic represents the moment when these traditions converged with astronomical knowledge. It stands at the intersection of inherited building techniques and newly refined skywatching skills. The transition from simple gathering spaces to solstice-aligned architecture was not sudden. It was the result of generations of accumulated environmental knowledge applied to increasingly structured design. When we consider all these pieces together, the sightlines carved through wood, the burnt offerings near the gates, the seasonal return of nearby communities, and the architectural continuity across centuries, a picture emerges of a society beginning to formalize time. The solstice became something fixed not only in memory or in the behavior of the land, but in the built world. The circle in the snow was both a marker and a meeting place, a physical anchor for a moment that had long governed survival. For the first time, humans shaped the landscape to hold a single sunrise steady. The solstice moved from observation to architecture, from horizon to human-made design. But in another region, the same shift had begun even earlier. Another layer of complexity in sites like Gnostic becomes visible when we look at how people manage the materials themselves. The carpentry required to construct a palisade circle of this scale in the 5th millennium before the Common Era implies a coordinated workforce and advanced timber knowledge. Each post had to be trimmed, shaped, carried, and planted at a consistent depth, and the spacing had to be tight enough to control the line of sight, yet wide enough to maintain structural integrity. The effort suggests communal planning rather than the work of isolated individuals. Archaeologists analysing the tool marks on surviving post moulds have identified repeated patterns consistent with shared techniques, hinting that specialised skills were developing within these early farming communities. The solstice alignment was therefore not an incidental byproduct. It was supported by an emerging social organisation capable of executing complex architectural tasks. The circular form of Gnostic also speaks to the symbolic and practical utility of geometry itself. While we cannot project modern mathematical concepts onto Neolithic builders, the consistency of radius, curvature, and partitioning indicates that people were thinking spatially in new ways. The ditch surrounding the palisade follows a near-perfect arc, demonstrating an understanding of how to maintain spacing over long distances. This would have required some method of marking or pacing the ground, perhaps through repeated steps or simple chords. When combined with the carefully aligned gates, the enclosure reflects a growing ability to impose ordered shapes onto the environment. The solstice thus catalysed not only architecture but early geometry. Another clue to Gnostic's role comes from its position in the broader landscape. The enclosure sits on a gentle rise with clear views of the eastern and western horizons. Surrounding fields show evidence of early agriculture, including carbonised grains and storage pits for winter food. This suggests that Gnostic was not isolated, but integrated into a network of subsistence activities. The solstice may have marked a moment that connected agricultural cycles with social gathering. If winter was the time when farming paused and stored resources were consumed, then a midwinter gathering around a solstice-aligned structure may have served both practical and communal purposes. It could have been a time to redistribute food, renew social bonds, or coordinate future activities in anticipation of the returning light. While these interpretations remain cautious, the archaeological pattern of settlement proximity supports the idea that the enclosure functioned as a focal point during the coldest season. There is also evidence that the circle was maintained and modified over time. Post holes exhibit multiple construction phases, with some posts replaced or repositioned. This continuity suggests that the importance of the place persisted across generations. A site that receives repeated upkeep is one that carries meaning beyond its initial construction. The solstice alignment once established, became part of the identity of the community. The circle served not only as a functional observatory, but as a repository of shared memory. Each new generation inheriting the structure would have learned to read the gates the same way their elders had, creating a lineage of knowledge tied to a specific point on the land. By studying these layers of design, labour and continuity, we see how early farmers transformed a celestial moment into a physical anchor for social and cognitive life. The Gnostic circle is not merely an architectural curiosity, it represents a profound shift in how people related to the sky. They no longer waited for the solstice to reveal itself. They built a structure that ensured it would be seen. But in another region, the same shift had begun even earlier. Imagine standing on a high limestone plateau long before cities, metallurgy, or fields of grain reshaped the human world. The air is cold, the vegetation sparse, and the horizon nearly open in every direction. It is early in the 10th millennium before the Common Era in what is now southeastern Turkey. The communities who gather on this plateau do not plant crops or raise animals yet, but they carve stone pillars with extraordinary skill, shaping them into enclosures that seem to echo a plan held in the mind rather than the land. And as the midwinter sun rises lower each year, its light spills through certain openings between pillars in ways too precise, too consistent, to be accidental. What compelled early humans, thousands of years before agriculture, to design a solstice marker without the tools or technologies we often associate with sophisticated engineering? The revelation comes from ongoing excavations at Karahan Tepe, a sister site to the more widely studied Göbekli Tepe. Though still emerging from the earth, the architecture of Karahan Tepe shows patterns that suggest intentional alignments towards solar points, including the position of the winter solstice sunrise. The idea remains under careful review, but several archaeologists analysing its orientation have noted alignments that converge around midwinter light. If confirmed, Karahan Tepe would demonstrate something profound. The solstice was not a farming invention. It was already a compass for early builders in Southwest Asia, long before the first domesticated grain. The first clue lies in the general orientation of several enclosures at the site. Many are oriented in directions that do not respond to topography, water access, or defensive advantage. Instead, the axes of some structures correspond to positions where the sun appears at specific points in the year. In certain excavated buildings, the entrance corridors frame views of the eastern horizon. When researchers reconstructed the likely height of surrounding walls and pillar spacing, they noted that midwinter sunrise would have fallen directly within these narrow passageways. Such orientation is unlikely to result from chance, especially given the complexity of the site's design. These builders selected where the light would travel, shaping the opening not merely as an entrance but as a visual guide. Inside the enclosures, the pillars themselves play a role in controlling light. Many of them stand in symmetrical patterns, but with slight deviations that create narrow paths for sunlight to enter. Their surfaces, carved with animals and geometric motifs, catch and reflect light differently across the year. Experimental work using three-dimensional models and light simulations suggest that certain pillar shadows lengthen, overlap, or retreat in distinctive ways at midwinter. Pillar placement, therefore, may have been more than decorative. It may have functioned as a silent indicator of the sun's position, transforming the interior of the structure into a living instrument that displayed the changing season through shifting patterns of light and shadow. We do not yet know for certain, but the evidence suggests that the builders were creating a controlled light environment to reveal the returning sun at its weakest moment. The floor features of Karahan Tepe add another layer to this possibility. excavations revealed carved channels, shallow basins, and depressions whose placement correlates with angles of seasonal illumination. In one building, a basin receives light for only a few days around midwinter, while remaining in shadow during all other times of year. This narrow illumination window suggests intentionality. In environments without written calendars, such features may have acted as annual indicators, marking the point when the sun began its slow ascent. Observers standing inside the enclosure could watch the beam of sunlight advance or retreat across the stone floor, eventually striking a feature that signaled the turning of the year. These interactions between stone and light represent some of the earliest known attempts to bind astronomical events to architectural form. Comparisons with Göbekli Tepe provide an instructive contrast. Göbekli Tepe, though roughly contemporaneous, uses a different strategy. There, many enclosures are oriented more variably, and some appear aligned towards stellar targets rather than solar ones. This variation does not diminish the significance of either site. Instead, it illustrates that communities across the region experimented with different ways of integrating the sky into architecture. Göbekli Tepe's builders may have been concerned with night sky events or constellations, while Karahan Tepe's may have favoured the rhythm of the sun. The differing strategies do not signal cultural division but creative diversity in early monumental design. Each site reflects its own blend of environmental conditions, community practices, and inherited knowledge. Another element that supports the idea of solstice alignments at Karahan Tepe is the timing of its construction. The site predates settled agricultural villages in many parts of Southwest Asia. This means its builders were mobile hunter-gatherers or semi-sedentary groups, not farmers tracking planting seasons. If they cared about the solstice, it was not for agricultural timing. Instead, the solstice may have served as a navigational anchor, helping communities understand when certain migrations began or when particular resources became available. Seasonal changes in animal behaviour, plant growth and climatic conditions would have made the solstice a practical tool for planning movement and gathering. If the alignments at Karahan Tepe indeed point to midwinter light, they reflect an ecological form of timekeeping that predates farming but is equally attuned to the cycles of survival. To build such alignments required a form of measurement that was observational rather than mathematical. People living in the early Holocene had generations of familiarity with the sky, watching the sun rise over the same plateau edges year after year. Small deviations in its position would have been noticeable to observers who relied on the land as their primary orientation system. The builders could have used simple techniques, tracking shadow lengths, marking horizon points with stones, or returning to the same vantage point each season. Through repeated observation, they could identify the point where the sun reached its lowest annual rise. When they finally built stone enclosures, this knowledge was already deeply embedded in their understanding of the world. Karahan Tepe thus represents a transitional moment in human history. It shows that the impulse to shape architecture around the movements of the sky emerged independently of farming, literacy, and metalwork. It reveals that monumental design was not born from surplus or sedentary life, but from a worldview in which the sky served as a guide long before it became a symbol. In this sense, the solstice was a shared reference point across communities who otherwise lived highly mobile lives. The plateau became a stage upon which light and stone interacted each year, teaching observers when darkness had reached its peak and when light would return. When we place Karahan Tepe in the wider timeline of early architecture, it becomes clear that the builders were not simply carving stones. They were carving time itself. The enclosures held the sun steady at its most fragile moment, transforming the winter solstice into a visible threshold in the landscape. The builders did not yet sow fields, but they sowed memory into stone. These alignments reveal that even before farming reshaped human life, people shaped the sky into architecture that carried meaning beyond utility. With architecture emerging, the meaning of light and shadow deepened. There is also the quiet question of how communities without long-term storage systems or rigid seasonal occupations came to treat certain shafts of light as meaningful enough to carve stone for. We do not know for certain, but evidence from nearby upland sites suggests a rhythm of movement that repeatedly returned people to the same natural terraces each year. In such places, the continuity of the landscape may have acted as the first instructor, teaching that the low winter sun always reappeared along the same path, sliding toward a single shallow notch before beginning its slow return. Over many generations, the memory of this horizon could have become inseparable from the memory of the place itself, encouraging groups to mark what the environment already displayed. At Karahan Tepe, the plateau's line of eastern hills is particularly even, forming a broad, stable frame against which the midwinter sunrise would change very slowly, making the shift detectable even without permanent settlement. The carved pillars also raise a separate line of evidence about human attention. Many show subtle variations in girth and surface wear that indicate they were shaped at different times, implying the enclosure was not a single project, but rather a gradual accumulation of work. This incremental building pattern matches what archaeologists describe at comparable early Neolithic sanctuaries, where structures served as long-term gathering points, modified and reinterpreted as the community changed. In this reading, the solstice alignment would not have been a fixed or final achievement, but an orientation renewed by each generation's slight adjustments to the stone architecture. It may be that the builders were not trying to create a perfect solar calendar so much as reaffirm an inherited understanding of the sky each time they reshaped the pillars. One detail often overlooked is the floor itself. Excavations show carefully prepared surfaces, smoothed in some areas and left rough in others, as though different patches were meant to reflect or absorb light in distinct ways. Experiments at similar enclosures indicate that even slight variations in floor texture can influence how light pools or disperses during low sun angles. It is possible that people used these subtle visual cues to confirm that the shortest day had arrived, watching the contrast between shadow and stone change across the ground. Such practices require no numerical counting or written memory, only a persistent willingness to observe how winter sunlight behaves when it's at its weakest. As each new group returned to the plateau, the architecture may have served as a physical reminder that the sky could be interpreted. People living without written systems compensated through shared memory, and stone was one of the only mediums capable of holding those memories reliably. Even if the community shifted or dispersed, the pillars endured, preserving the orientation until someone returned to witness the same sliver of winter light finding its way between them again. In this sense, Karahan Tepe stands not only as an early monument, but as an experiment in how to stabilize the relationship between human perception and the celestial cycle. With architecture emerging, the meaning of light and shadow deepened. Imagine standing in an open clearing where the cold midwinter sun sits low enough that every object stretches its shadow far beyond its size, turning even a simple stone into a quiet instrument. Long before numbers, long before symbols were standardized, early builders learned that the sun could be read not by its shape or its brilliance, but by the darkness it cast. For people living without mechanical tools or written calendars, the changing length of a shadow was the most accessible way to sense the year's unfolding. A star might be too distant to measure, but a shadow could be touched, traced, and returned to day after day. This is why some of the earliest intentional markings on Earth do not point upward but outward along the ground. Archaeologists studying prehistoric landscapes have found isolated stones set upright in positions where their shadows stretch across stable surfaces during midwinter afternoons. We do not know for certain whether these stones functioned exactly as later gnomons would, but their placement suggests an awareness that shadow behaviour could reveal something consistent about the sun's motion. At a number of open-air sites, the ground around such stones shows repeated smoothing, as though people had tracked the shadow lengths across the same patch year after year. In some cases, shallow grooves worn into sunlit bedrock align with the extreme positions of midwinter shadow tips, marking a kind of seasonal boundary visible only during the shortest days. Evidence from field experiments across comparable terrains demonstrates that a community observing a single standing stone could have mapped the approach of the solstice with surprising accuracy simply by watching how its shadow elongated each afternoon. These shadow patterns mattered in ways that reached beyond a single day. On some prehistoric surfaces, faint divisions appear where lines were repeatedly incised or rubbed, perhaps indicating that people noticed how the shadow lengthened in predictable intervals as winter approached. Each interval would have given early groups a measurable fragment of the year, a way to anticipate returning scarcity or coordinate gatherings before deep cold settled. Ethnographic parallels from regions where horizon-based shadow watching persists show that such techniques require no specialized knowledge beyond repeated attention. Hunters in subarctic zones, for example, have used the angle of evening shadows cast by ridgetop stones to anticipate the return of migratory herds. Even without agriculture, these consistent visual cues shape decisions about movement, storage, and shelter. The link between shadow extremes and architecture also appears in early design choices at several prehistoric enclosures. Studies comparing these structures reveal that some walls or posts were positioned so that shadows reach specific interior points only around midwinter. Rather than illuminating chambers directly, the sun's indirect geometry was used to mark a transition in the season. These architectural features mirror what researchers have documented in later societies. That shadow behaviour, not the stars alone, provided the earliest quantifiable system for marking time. Shadow was available to anyone. It required no elevated viewpoint, no clear night sky, no precise horizon knowledge. It simply asked people to watch how light failed, how darkness changed shape, and how both spoke of the sun's slow return. In this way, shadow became the first measurable language between humans and the sky. It gave form to an otherwise intangible cycle, and allowed communities to anticipate winters that came with little margin for error. By following the movement of their own silhouettes, or the stretching lines cast by stone markers, early humans found a method to divide the year without abstraction. They learned to read the absence of light as clearly as they once read the behaviour of animals or winds, and as each generation repeated these observations, the ground itself became a kind of memory, holding the long traces of sunlight in the patterns left behind. There is also the quieter matter of how shadows became trustworthy when so much else in early human life remained unpredictable. Winter storms could erase tracks overnight, rivers froze without warning, and the movement of animals shifted from year to year. But a shadow, cast from the same stone against the same patch of ground, returned each afternoon with a kind of patient consistency. It offered something no migrating herd or shifting weather pattern could offer, a rhythm that did not lie. We do not know for certain how long it took for groups to understand the value of this stability, but archaeological layers showing repeated use of flat rock surfaces near upright stones suggest a sustained commitment to watching. In places where the ground was scratched or worn smooth by centuries of observation, shadow became less an incidental effect of light and more a dependable instrument. At several prehistoric sites, archaeologists have documented shallow depressions positioned in front of standing stones that appear to have been intentionally prepared. These depressions often hold lighter-coloured sediment, as though people repeatedly cleared them of debris to expose the underlying stone. When researchers recreated midwinter conditions at similar locations, they found that these cleared patches created a more distinct contrast between the shadow's tip and the illuminated ground, making it easier to observe the approach to the solstice. This suggests that even without formal engineering, early observers adjusted their environment to improve the clarity of what they were watching. It was an early form of optimization, a simple refinement that turned natural behavior into a measurable pattern. What is particularly striking is that shadow-based timekeeping allowed communities to share knowledge without requiring permanent residence or controlled structures. A group passing through a familiar location could interpret the season instantly by examining where the afternoon shadow fell relative to known markers. This kind of situational awareness mattered for mobile societies living within landscapes that demanded flexibility. Shadow thus functioned not only as a temporal guide, but also as a communal reference point, making it possible for dispersed groups to maintain a shared understanding of the year even when they separated for long periods. Some of the earliest forms of spatial organisation may have grown from this practice. When architects of later periods drew on geometric principles to lay out enclosures or ceremonial spaces, they inherited a conception of order that had begun not with measurement tools, but with the observation of natural lines on the ground. Shadow taught the first lessons in proportion, symmetry, and direction, encouraging people to think about the relationship between vertical forms and the paths traced across the earth. This mental shift towards structured spatial thinking may have been one of the quiet catalysts that eventually allowed for the development of later megalithic projects, where geometry was no longer incidental but intentional. In the end, the significance of shadow lies not only in its practicality, but in the way it bridged the divide between the tangible and the celestial. Stone and sunlight met each afternoon at an angle that could be learned, remembered, and passed on. Through this meeting, early communities created the earliest shared language of time, long before stars were charted or seasons were written down. By responding to the subtle changes in darkness, people forged a relationship with the winter sun that would shape entire landscapes in the millennia ahead. Imagine watching people who have no written symbols, no recorded numbers, and no architectural plans begin to shape the land with a precision that seems far beyond the tools they carry. Picture a world in which the only fixed reference point arrives once a year, rising in the same place after the deepest night, giving early builders a single dependable moment from which to measure their surroundings. In such a world, geometry did not begin as abstraction. It began as a response to the winter sun returning exactly where it had been before. For communities without script, the midwinter sunrise became the closest thing to an absolute truth. Its position did not drift from memory the way stories could. It did not change shape like the patterns of weather. It returned, year after year, offering a stable anchor that even the most mobile societies could trust. Archaeologists studying early megalithic Europe have observed that many of the oldest structures share a subtle but consistent orientation linked to this returning sun. The axis created by the winter solstice sunrise and the direction opposite it created a natural frame for builders, allowing them to align structures without mathematics, compasses, or written measurements. The midwinter sun provided the first cardinal point that mattered, and from it early communities could infer a sense of direction. Once this axial orientation was understood, symmetry became easier to imagine. Even the earliest enclosed structures show an attempt to balance the spacing of stones across a central line, a pattern that emerges repeatedly in Neolithic Britain. Excavations reveal that builders place stones in pairs or opposing positions, not by applying numerical ratios but by replicating distance visually, using the returning sun as their guide for orientation. In the landscapes of Britain, the rise of symmetry coincides with increasing architectural standardization. When we look at multiple stone circles built several centuries apart, we notice that their shapes become gradually more regular over time. At first, the outer rings appear slightly uneven, as though the builders were learning through trial and error. But across generations, the circles achieve a clearer proportion, suggesting a transfer of knowledge. Archaeologists do not yet know whether this knowledge was communicated verbally, through demonstration, or simply through repeated building, but the improvement is visible in the archaeology itself. Structures built in the later 4th millennium BCE show tighter spacing of stones, more consistent diameters, and more deliberate alignments than those erected centuries earlier. Repetitive geometrical patterns appear in these settings as well. Some stone circles adopt alternating stone sizes, creating a purposeful rhythm in their layout. Others use repeated distances between stones, forming polygonal shapes with astonishing regularity for communities without recorded measurements. Even in timber circles predating stone monuments, archaeologists have discovered trench lines and post-hole arrangements that reveal half-formed geometrical concepts. These patterns suggest that geometry emerged not as a single invention, but as a cumulative feature of early architectural practice. Each generation refined the work of the one before, learning not from diagrams but from the stones themselves. Perhaps the most compelling insight comes from archaeological evidence demonstrating that early builders often corrected or rebuilt sections of monuments over time. In some circles, earlier stones were removed and repositioned, creating more precise symmetry or alignment. This shows that the builders were not simply following tradition blindly. They were evaluating, adjusting, and refining, using the structure as a living blueprint. The monument became both the instruction and the result. Through this process of building, observing, and rebuilding, geometry developed as a material practice rather than an intellectual theory. This slow emergence of geometric thought is made even more remarkable by how reliably it corresponds to the solstice cycle. The midwinter sun was the fixed point from which all variation was measured. It was the most dependable moment of the year, and by anchoring architecture to it, early communities created spatial systems that endured. Out of this return came a sense of proportion. Out of proportion came symmetry. And from symmetry, the earliest forms of geometry began to unfold. It is a reminder that mathematical thinking did not begin in the mind alone. It began on the ground beneath the low winter sun, where shadows and stone taught the first lessons in order. The next step was permanence. There is something quietly revealing in the way these early structures show imperfections, because the imperfections record the moment when geometry was still being discovered rather than enforced. At several Neolithic sites, archaeologists have uncovered small test pits dug beside larger monuments, as though builders practiced setting posts or stones at the correct spacing before committing to the main circle. These pits often contain fragments of broken tools and compacted footprints, suggesting repeated human traffic in confined areas. It may be that these were early training grounds, places where younger members of the community learned how to judge distance not by counting, but by pacing, by stretching rope, or by aligning the human body against the returning sun. Such preparatory spaces allow us to glimpse the earlier stages of architectural learning, long before plans existed on any physical medium. Some monuments show another kind of experiment, gradual expansion. A circular structure might begin with a modest ring, only to develop a larger outer ring several decades later. This pattern of enlargement suggests that once a community achieved a certain geometric confidence, they scaled up their ambitions. Enlarging a circle would have required re-evaluating the central axis, repositioning stones, and recalculating spacing through embodied methods. Archaeologists studying these expansions note that the outer rings often show greater regularity than the inner ones, strengthening the interpretation that geometry matured through construction itself. The landscape, in a sense, became the classroom, and every monument was part of the curriculum. In regions where stone was not readily available, such as parts of Central Europe, geometry was expressed through earthworks. Ditches and banks carved into the soil reveal careful attention to proportion, with entrances placed at specific intervals and embankments shaped to define symmetrical spaces. These earthworks demonstrate that geometric thinking was not limited to megalithic cultures alone, nor was it dependent on monumental scale. Even modest structures reflect decisions about alignment, proportion, and balance. Decisions guided by the sun's fixed return rather than numerical systems. One particularly striking example comes from a series of causewayed enclosures, where archaeologists have found evidence that entrances were positioned to align with specific solar events. But beyond these alignments, the internal divisions of the enclosures reveal a geometric logic in the placement of pits and fences. Measurements show that the spacing between features often follows a consistent pattern, replicated even when the structures were rebuilt. This suggests a communal agreement on spatial organization, transmitted through shared observation rather than explicit measurement. The solstice did not simply inspire direction, it inspired order. What makes this development so remarkable is that geometry here is inseparable from human movement. Without written records, early builders relied on their bodies as instruments. A measured pace, a stretched arm, a rope pulled taut between two stakes. These were the units from which space was composed. The solstice provided the orientation, and the body provided the scale. Together they created the earliest system by which humans could transform open land into coherent shape. This embodied geometry would persist in many cultures for millennia, becoming embedded in traditions of pacing, rope stretching and horizon marking long before mathematical treatises emerged. The archaeological record also shows hints that these early designs became tied to social identity. Communities that returned to a monument year after year not only recognized the geometry of the structure, they internalized it. The way stones curved, the way entrances framed the sun, and the way paths wound between posts became part of collective memory. Geometry thus became not just an intellectual framework, but a cultural one, shaping how people imagined their world and their place within it. The concept of symmetry may have mirrored a deeper desire for stability and continuity at a time when much of life was shaped by uncertainty. In the quiet precision of these monuments, we can sense this emerging relationship between human intention and celestial rhythm. Geometry did not arrive as a discovery written down by a single thinker. It arrived slowly, woven into the daily return of light, refined through practice, and anchored each year by a sunrise that could be depended upon. Through this process, early humans moved from observing the world to shaping it with purpose, creating structures that echoed the reliable geometry of the sky. The next step was permanence. Imagine entering a structure so precisely shaped that the entire year narrows into a single beam of sunlight, a beam that appears only once every winter and touches the innermost stones as though the monument were waiting for it. Picture a chamber buried beneath a grassy mound, sealed from wind and noise, where the cold midwinter sun climbs low across the horizon, and sends one thin line of light into the dark. For the people who built Newgrange more than 5,000 years ago, this moment was not a metaphor or a myth. It was a calculation brought into being through stone. The winter solstice, which earlier societies watched from the open landscape, became something they could walk inside. They shape the year itself into architecture. Archaeologists studying Newgrange have long noted that the roof box above its entrance is not decorative. Its angled stones form a controlled aperture that admits sunlight only when the midwinter sun rises at its lowest arc. We do not know for certain whether the builders tested multiple positions or began with a full understanding of the solar path, but the final arrangement shows an understanding that cannot be accidental. The roof box lifts the rising sun above the external ground level, directing it deeper than the entrance passage alone could allow. When the alignment succeeds, the beam travels along the corridor for several minutes, illuminating the chamber's interior basin, the carved stones behind it, and the curve of the roof. For a brief period during the solstice window, the entire monument becomes an instrument designed to receive the returning sun. The orientation of the passage is even more deliberate. While many megalithic structures in Europe are broadly aligned to cardinal directions or to solar events, Newgrange's passage is angled to match a very narrow slice of the horizon. Studies show that only the sunrises close to the winter solstice enter the chamber in this way. If the builders had deviated even slightly in the pitch or angle of the passage, the light would fail to reach the central basin. Excavations reveal that later generations repaired and maintained the mound, suggesting that its solar function mattered long after the initial construction. This continuity implies that the solstice alignment was not incidental. It was part of the monument's purpose. The quartz stone facade adds another layer of insight. When the structure was restored, archaeologists identified large quantities of white quartz that originally formed a bright reflecting surface at the entrance. In winter sunlight, this quartz would have intensified the glow cast into the roof box and passage, amplifying the contrast between darkness and light. It also would have made the monument visible from a distance, transforming the mound into a seasonal beacon. The facade's reflective quality indicates that people understood how materials interact with light and chose specific stones to shape the visual impact of the solstice event. Excavation layers inside the mound show long-term use. Charcoal remnants, pottery fragments, and traces of human presence suggest that communities returned to Newgrange repeatedly over centuries. Some layers indicate ritual fires, others reflect maintenance activity, and still others hint at gatherings timed around the solstice. These layers remind us that the monument was not a static symbol. It was an evolving site of memory and observation. Each generation left its mark in the chambers, in the floor deposits, and in the wear patterns on the carved stones. The internal acoustics of Newgrange reveal something else about its design. Researchers conducting experiments inside the chamber found that the corbelled roof creates a resonance at specific frequencies. When voices or instruments reach those frequencies, the chamber amplifies the sound. It is possible that the builders understood this property through repeated use rather than calculation, but the effect is striking. The solstice beam does not simply light the space. It enters a room that responds to human sound in an unusual way, making the experience of the returning sun both visual and auditory. The chamber becomes a place where light and sound converge, creating an atmosphere that is part engineering, part environmental awareness. In this combination of alignment, material choice, acoustic sensitivity and long-term use, we can see how Newgrange turned the year into a physical journey. To walk into the passage on the solstice was to walk into time itself, to move from the darkness of the mound to the brief return of light in a way that mirrored the turning of the year outside. the sun became a measurable visitor, not a distant symbol or a passing effect. It entered the monument on schedule, confirming the careful work of the builders and reminding the community that their world remained in rhythm. There is another detail inside Newgrange that often goes unnoticed until it is experienced in person. The way the chamber's stone surfaces seem to guide the light as it moves. The carved spirals, arcs, and parallel lines etched into the curbstones and interior slabs are arranged so that the solstice beam brushes across them in sequence. The carvings are not illuminated all at once. Instead, the light advances slowly along one motif before reaching another, as though the walls themselves were marking the passage of those minutes. Archaeologists debate the exact meaning of the motifs, but their placement relative to the solstice beam is too precise to be accidental. The carvings become visible only when the sun enters the passage at the correct angle. For the rest of the year, they sit in near total darkness. This suggests that the chamber was designed not only to receive sunlight, but to reveal parts of itself only when the year reached its turning point. The duration of illumination inside Newgrange is also instructive. Modern reconstructions show that the beam remains visible inside the chamber for a short interval before sunrise reaches its peak. This interval is long enough for people to gather, observe, and possibly conduct activities that required coordination, yet short enough to retain rarity. The window of alignment spans only a handful of days each year, creating a period of anticipation followed by a sudden, unmistakable confirmation that the year has begun to shift. It was a calendar the body could experience, first the cold, then the light, then the fading of the beam as the sun rose beyond the roof box's reach. Outside the mound, the surrounding landscape reinforces this sense of timing. Studies of the Boyne Valley indicate that the nearby river floods seasonally, changing its reflective surface around midwinter. During this period, the river acts as a broad mirror, enhancing the brightness of sunrise along the valley. While we cannot know whether the builders positioned Newgrange with full knowledge of this seasonal reflection, the alignment between the chamber's orientation and the valley's natural shape suggests an awareness of how land and light interact. The monument stands not in isolation, but as part of a wider environmental choreography in which water, horizon, and sun work together. Excavations also reveal that Newgrange was part of a larger network of related monuments. Not far from it stand Noath and Dowth, structures that share architectural similarities but differ in alignment. Noath, for example, has passages oriented toward the equinoxes rather than the solstice. This distribution of solar orientations implies a broader understanding of the year, with different sites marking different thresholds. By situating Newgrange within this network, early communities created a landscape where time was not measured by a single monument, but by a system of them. People could move through the valley and encounter different phases of the year embodied in stone. The long-term use of Newgrange further strengthens the idea that it functioned as a calendar rather than as a static tomb or isolated ritual chamber. Some layers show evidence of periodic refurbishment, including the resetting of stones and the addition of new materials to the mound. These repairs suggest that communities maintain the structure to ensure its continued alignment with the solstice. They were not simply preserving a monument, they were preserving its function. The alignment needed to remain precise, and that precision required attention across generations. What emerges from all of this is a picture of early engineering deeply tied to observational patience. The people who built Newgrange were not working from diagrams or formal theory. They were working from the sky. They studied how light entered space, how stone held shape, how the year could be tracked through a single moment, and how a community could return to that moment again and again without losing its meaning. The passage, the roof box, the carvings, the acoustic chamber, and the mound together formed a system that transformed the winter solstice into an event that could be experienced with the senses. It was the first year made tangible, the first calendar that people could step inside rather than read. Yet Newgrange was only one part of a wider shift. Imagine walking across a landscape where every pathway, every ditch, every ring of timber and stone seems to point toward the same moment in the year. Picture rising ground that appears ordinary at first, until you realise its avenues curve toward a single sunset, and its gathering spaces fill only when the days are shortest. In such a place, the solstice becomes more than an astronomical event. It becomes the thread that binds an entire region. This is what archaeologists see in the plain surrounding Stonehenge, a place where alignment was not confined to a monument, but was woven into the land itself. The most visible clue lies in the Stonehenge Avenue, a long deliberate corridor of banks and ditches extending from the monument toward the River Avon. When researchers mapped its orientation, they discovered that it frames the midwinter sunset with remarkable accuracy. We do not know for certain whether this orientation was chosen at the earlier stage of construction or refined over generations, but the avenue's final form shows a clear intention: to guide people toward the setting sun on the shortest day. Standing along the avenue at dusk, the sun drops directly into its axis, turning the corridor into a processional route defined by light. Beyond Stonehenge itself lies Durrington Walls, a vast settlement site occupied seasonally rather than permanently. Excavations show that its peak activity occurred during the cold months, when hundreds, possibly thousands, of people gathered to feast near the winter solstice. The settlement's southern circle, built of massive timber posts, is oriented toward the midwinter sunrise. This creates a striking complement to Stonehenge's orientation: a sunrise at one place, a sunset at the other. The landscape becomes a cycle. Research suggests that people may have moved between these sites, witnessing dawn at one and dusk at the other during the solstice period. The bluestones at Stonehenge add an additional layer of insight. Quarried from Wales and transported over great distances, they were placed in patterns that changed across centuries. Some arrangements form arcs that mirror the solstitial axis, while others reinforce the monument's bilateral symmetry. These stones appear to have been repositioned multiple times, suggesting that their placement was part of an ongoing experiment in how best to anchor the monument to celestial events. Such reconfiguration implies a continuous engagement with the solstice, not a single moment of construction frozen in time. Seasonal feasting remains at Durrington Walls provide further evidence that the winter solstice shaped not only architecture but social rhythm. Bones from pigs and cattle show butchering patterns consistent with animals slaughtered at the peak of winter. Cut marks and age profiles match seasonal husbandry cycles, indicating that herds were managed specifically with midwinter gatherings in mind. When combined with pottery deposits, hearths, and the layout of the houses, the picture that emerges is one of coordinated return, people travelling across the region to converge at the moment when daylight reached its minimum. The coherence of alignments across multiple structures reinforces the idea that this was not a scattered set of practices, but a region-wide orientation. When archaeologists map the azimuths of Stonehenge, Woodhenge, the Cursus and related sites, they see patterns that repeat with deliberate variation. Each structure participates in a broader choreography. It is as if the builders treated the solstice not just as a point on the horizon, but as an organising principle for how space should be shaped. The sun's path gave the region its structure, and human activity followed that structure with remarkable consistency. Taken together, these elements reveal that the solstice had become an anchor of unprecedented scale. It guided the layout of ceremonial avenues, shaped seasonal migration patterns, influenced livestock management, and infused architectural decisions with shared meaning. Communities living far from the monument itself recognized the same celestial event, creating a unified landscape of observance. Stonehenge was not merely a place to watch the solstice, it was the centre of a land designed to express it. This shift marks a turning point in human history, the moment when celestial observation became woven into the geography of daily life, when light itself began to command the shape of the land. Another layer of this landscape becomes visible when archaeologists examine the subtle earthworks that extend far beyond Stonehenge's immediate surroundings. Across Salisbury Plain lie dozens of lesser-known monuments whose orientations echo the same celestial logic. Some are modest rings of post holes, others elongated mounds, and others still are causewayed features that barely rise above the grass. What connects them is not their shape, but the way their openings or long axes respond to the winter sun. These features, scattered across kilometres of terrain, form a silent constellation on the ground, each one pointing toward the same turning of the year. We do not know for certain whether these alignments were coordinated by a central authority or emerged through shared cultural memory, but their consistency suggests a common way of reading the sky. Recent geophysical surveys have revealed additional structures that deepen this picture. Beneath fields that now appear empty, buried ditches and ringed enclosures show orientations nearly identical to those of Stonehenge and Durrington walls. Some of these features never held stones at all. They existed as negative space carved into the earth to mark a moment rather than host a gathering. This approach to monumental design, creating meaning through absence rather than presence, adds a quiet sophistication to the region's architectural language. It suggests that the solstice was not tied to a single type of monument. Instead, it permeated the entire landscape, guiding construction at multiple scales. The coordination between sites becomes clearer when archaeologists investigate movement across the plain. Pathways worn into chalk soils, preserved only in patches, show repeated seasonal use leading towards Stonehenge from various directions. These paths converge like tributaries, suggesting that midwinter journeys were not spontaneous gatherings, but anticipated migrations woven into annual cycles. The presence of discarded tools, broken pottery and food debris along these routes indicates brief halts, perhaps rest points or places where people pause to prepare offerings before entering the ceremonial core of the landscape. One of the most revealing discoveries comes from isotopic analysis of animal bones found at Durrington walls. These studies show that many animals brought to the site were raised far from Salisbury Plain. Their chemical signatures match regions in Western Britain and even parts of Scotland. This tells us that the midwinter gathering drew people and livestock from distant communities. The solstice alignment of the region was not simply a local phenomenon. It was a magnet that pulled people across long distances, creating a seasonal network that extended far beyond any single settlement. There's also evidence that some of the region's monuments changed orientation over time. At certain sites, later constructions overlay earlier ones with slightly altered azimuths, as if the builders refined their understanding of the solstice or wished to emphasize a different phase of the sun's journey. These adjustments imply that the meaning of the solstice was dynamic, evolving as knowledge and cultural priorities shifted. The landscape in this sense was not fixed. It was a living document, revised with each generation's interpretation of the sky. The materials used in Stonehenge's construction add another dimension to this landscape-wide alignment. Some stones appear to have been chosen not for their size but for their acoustic properties, producing resonant tones when struck. Experiments with these sonic stones suggest that sound may have played a role in midwinter gatherings, reinforcing the sensory experience of the solstice event. The alignment, therefore, was not purely visual. It may have been part of a multi-sensory environment shaped by sound, movement, and light. Across all of these findings lies a deeper truth. The solstice provided the first shared horizon for communities separated by distance and language. It was a stable point that did not belong to any one group yet could be recognized by all. By aligning monuments to this point, early societies created a landscape where time itself was communal. When people walked towards Stonehenge or Durrington walls at midwinter, they were not merely joining a celebration. They were participating in a regional ritual of orientation, placing themselves within a broader system that linked earth, sky, and movement. Far away, a very different environment produced the same outcome. Imagine standing in a desert where the land is so open, so stripped of shelter and shadow, that the winter sun seems impossible to measure. There is no forest edge, no tall stone, no cave mouth narrowing the light. There is only sky and horizon in every direction. And yet in such places ancient societies found ways to follow the darkest day of the year, with more subtlety than many forest cultures ever achieved. The paradox is simple. The fewer the features, the sharper the eye must become. The desert demands a different kind of astronomy. It forces attention not to one object, but to the relationship between light and landscape stretched across vast space. So picture a world where the horizon itself becomes the instrument, and the human eye becomes the moving part. What if I told you that long before European stone circles, long before monumental passage tombs or timber alignments, desert peoples across the American Southwest created a network of observatories where the solstice could be read from nothing more than the passing of a shadow across a cliff face? We do not know how early this knowledge emerged, but by the first millennium of the Common Era, the region around Chaco Canyon had developed a landscape-scale architecture that allowed entire communities to track the winter sun with astonishing precision. The revelation is clear. Where the environment offered no natural shade, they learned to measure the year through the exact movement of sunlight on stone. The evidence begins with Fajada Butte, a lone tower of sandstone rising from the desert floor. Near its summit, 3 rock slabs lean against the cliff in a configuration that appears accidental at first glance. But when researchers documented the sun's movement across these panels, they saw something extraordinary. At the winter solstice, a thin beam of light passes between the slabs and strikes a spiral petroglyph carved on the cliff face. On other days, the beam misses. On the solstice, it cleaves the spiral precisely. This sun dagger, as it is called, is not a symbol. It is a measurement. And it works not because the slabs were placed randomly, but because their arrangement allows sunlight to shift gradually across the carved spiral until the exact moment of midwinter is reached. We do not know for certain whether the slabs were intentionally positioned, but the consistency of the effect, the skill of the carving, and the broader Chaco tradition of astronomical alignment make coincidence extremely unlikely. The desert itself became the instrument, and the solstice became the calibration point. In nearby regions, similar relationships between architecture and winter light emerge. At Cliff Palace in Mesa Verde, the great sandstone alcove shelters a cluster of towers and ceremonial structures whose orientations hint at seasonal awareness. Light enters the alcove at sharply different angles during the solstice period, illuminating specific niches only during midwinter. The timing aligns with evidence of seasonal occupation, suggesting that communities gathered here when the sun reached its lowest arc. The architecture did not force the sunlight. It simply waited for the moment when the sun could reach it. And in that waiting, a relationship between place and season emerged, quiet and deliberate. Further across the region, petroglyphs carved into cliff faces show repeated patterns associated with seasonal sunlight. Some spirals darken at equinox, others brighten at winter, depending on the cliff's angle and the rock's weathering. Geologists studying these sites note that the surfaces chosen are particularly stable, meaning their interaction with sunlight has remained unchanged across centuries. The petroglyphs function as reference marks, carved on surfaces that do not shift or erode rapidly. They transform a cliff into a calendar, one that is impossible to move and therefore impossible to misinterpret. They also standardize time across communities. A winter mark carved on one cliff can correspond to a light effect on another canyon wall many kilometers away. This coherence allowed dispersed settlements to recognize the same moment. Throughout the Chaco world, the canyon walls themselves became shadow catchers. Their vertical planes offered a contrast grid where the smallest movement of sunlight could be read accurately. Archaeologists have mapped shadow lines that move predictably across these surfaces throughout the year. When the sun hangs low in midwinter, these lines reach their minimum length, offering another way to recognize the solstice. The method is subtle, almost invisible unless one knows where to look. But it requires no tools, no specialized structures, no high vantage point. It requires only sky and stone, and the memory of where light last touched. The broader region reveals networks of sites, aligned not by roads or walls, but by timing. Chaco great houses appear to have coordinated their seasonal activities across distances that stretch for hundreds of kilometers. Radiocarbon data from seasonal middens suggests that gatherings concentrated around midwinter. Signal fires or long-distance line-of-sight communication may have allowed communities to participate in the same solstice observance. But the common thread is simple. The winter sun provided the schedule. The desert enforced its terms, and people learned to follow them. Realization arrives quietly here, as it often does when the environment shapes behavior rather than belief. Even in barren landscapes with no built monuments to catch the sun, the solstice left a signature carved in light. It is a reminder that the oldest calendars are not necessarily the most monumental. Sometimes the largest observatory is an entire horizon, and the most faithful instrument is a cliff face that has not moved for thousands of years. There is another detail, often overlooked, that shows how quietly sophisticated this desert astronomy became. In many canyons of the southwest, especially those bordering Chaconne road systems, archaeologists have found small, shallow peck depressions carved into ledges that receive winter sunlight at specific hours. These depressions are not symbolic in appearance, they are functional. When the sun is low enough, the light enters at an angle that fills the depression entirely, creating a bright disk against the darker sandstone. Throughout the year, the depth of shadow inside these cups shifts in predictable cycles. When the cup fills perfectly, midwinter is near. When the disk breaks into two, or when shadows bisect it diagonally, the solstice has passed. This form of measurement is almost unbelievably minimalistic. It turns the sun into a slowly advancing liquid that pours into a carved cavity, marking time without words or instruments. Another line of evidence comes from dendrochronology, the study of tree ring sequences recovered from ancient beams at Chaco great houses. These timbers were cut at specific times of year, and a surprising number cluster around the winter months. We do not know if this reflects ritual preference, logistical convenience, or climatic advantage, but the pattern indicates that winter was not a dormant season. It was a moment of intention, when labour mobilised across the region to prepare or repair monumental structures. The consistency implies that people knew precisely when winter began, and that this knowledge shaped the scheduling of communal construction. The solstice, in other words, was not only observed, it directed work. In some canyons, archaeologists have documented rock alignments that are so subtle they were never recognized until satellite imagery became available. Lines of scattered boulders, positioned with surprising regularity, correspond to sightlines extending from one cliff outcrop to another. When projected across the landscape, these alignments intersect with petroglyph panels that record critical solar events. The system functions almost like a vast open-air corridor through which the winter sun travels across multiple days. Humans moving along this corridor could read the sun's progress by noting which boulder cast which shadow upon an opposing wall. These alignments suggest coordination beyond the scale of a single settlement. They imply a shared knowledge system extending across communities, all tied to the slow descent of the winter sun. Even the acoustics of certain alcoves contribute to this seasonal architecture. Researchers studying the sound properties of Mesa Verde and related cliff dwellings have noted that some chambers amplify low-frequency vocalizations during the winter months, when humidity and air density change. This shift is small, yet noticeable. It means that the experience of gathering in these alcoves would subtly transform around midwinter, reinforcing a sensory cue that the darker season had begun. In a world without calendars or clocks, atmospheres communicate. The solstice is not only seen, it is heard in the way sound moves differently through cold air over stone. In regional networks where long-distance signalling mattered, archaeologists have also identified mesotops with wide visibility, some of which align closely with winter sunrise or sunset angles. A fire lit on one of these high points at solstice would have been visible across tens of kilometres. If multiple high points relayed the signal, entire regions could synchronize their gatherings or ceremonies. Whether or not such signalling was formalized, the repeated placement of structures on these elevated sites suggests intentionality rooted in horizon awareness. The horizon is never neutral in the desert. It is a ledger of time. All of this converges into a simple realization. When people live long enough within a landscape that exposes every movement of the sun, the land becomes inseparable from the calendar. No markers need to be carried. No monuments need to be built. The desert itself is the device. And by learning how to read its signatures, people transformed the vastness around them into a slow, precise instrument of timekeeping. In such places, the solstice is not an event recorded. It is an event lived. It is the shifting of light on the skin, the thinning of the day's warmth, the angle of the sun slipping into a position it has not held in a year. Observing the solstice in the desert is not difficult. It is unavoidable, and that certainty shaped the rhythm of whole societies. But not all societies used stone. Some used mountains. Picture a moment when a small community wakes before dawn, not to greet the sun directly, but to watch a single peak on the far horizon. The people stand quietly, wrapped in hides or woven fibres, facing a silhouette that has not changed in their lifetime or in the lives of their ancestors. They know that when the sun rises at the mountain's left shoulder, winter has begun. When it rises at its right, the dark season is ending. And when it climbs directly above the centre point, spilling its first light over the ridge in a thin, precise line, the world has reached a hinge in the year. Imagine measuring time not with stone monuments, carved symbols or tools, but with the shape of the earth itself. What if I told you that long before humans raised circles of timber or aligned stones toward the solstice, they were already orienting their lives, settlements, and seasonal movements around the way sunlight interacts with mountains? The revelation is simple. The earlier solar monuments were not built by human hands. They existed already in the world, carved by tectonic pressure, wind erosion, glacial retreat and deep geological time. And people learned to use these immovable forms as the first great calendars long before agriculture, long before writing, and long before ritual became codified into myth. We do not know when the first community recognized that the winter sun rose at a slightly different point on the horizon each day, but we do know that mountains make this movement visible in a way few other landforms do. A peak offers a fixed silhouette. A notch in the ridge creates a natural frame. A sloping shoulder becomes a simple, reliable indicator of the sun's shifting path. In regions across Europe, East Asia and the Andean highlands, ethnographic and archaeological evidence suggests that horizon-based solstice tracking was not an isolated discovery. It emerged independently wherever mountains dominated the landscape. In the high plains of prehistoric Europe, for example, many Paleolithic sites sit at the edge of basins where a single distant peak marks the winter sunrise. Paleo-environmental reconstructions show that these basins were long-term habitation areas and that certain rock shelters face directly toward these natural horizon markers. These alignments are not precise in the way later architectures would be. They are looser, more observational than engineered, yet they reveal something crucial. People positioned their shelters where the mountain's seasonal shadows or sunrise lines would be visible. The landscape was not neutral. It was chosen for its ability to reveal time. Across the Andes, the relationship between mountain silhouettes and solstice tracking becomes even clearer. Ethnographers working with communities in the highlands have documented how notches, twin peaks, or abrupt ridgelines function as solar markers. When the sun touches the notch at midwinter, it signals the beginning of specific pastoral cycles. Llama and alpaca herding patterns shift. Agricultural plots are prepared or abandoned depending on which part of the mountain the sun touches first. Though these practices are modern, archaeological evidence from pre-Columbian settlements shows continuity in how ancient structures were oriented relative to horizon features. It suggests that the principle stretches back many centuries, possibly millennia. East Asian traditions provide another layer of evidence. In parts of prehistoric China and the Korean peninsula, early communities built seasonal dwellings with entrances oriented toward the horizon point, where the winter sun rises between two distant hills. Excavations show that these orientations remain consistent even as the architectural materials change from wattle and daub to more stabilized structures. The settlement rotates only when the location of the sunrise marker shifts behind a different peak, likely due to population movement rather than astronomical change. This implies that the people carried the idea with them. The solstice was something read from mountains, not from the sky alone. In many regions, seasonal migration routes follow the movement of mountain shadows. This may sound poetic, but it is grounded in ecology. At high altitudes, shadow length determines frost duration, which affects plant growth and the presence of certain grazing animals. Paleobotanical records from mountain valleys in Europe and Central Asia show cycles of vegetation that track closely with winter solar angles. Communities that move seasonally between high and low pastures would have learned to read these patterns intuitively. They walked with the sun, even if they did not understand its geometry. Mountain-based observation persists archaeologically through settlement patterns that cluster beneath specific peaks. These peaks are not necessarily the tallest or most imposing. They are the ones that provide reliable visual cues at dawn or dusk. In the Alps, for instance, Neolithic habitation sites repeatedly appear beneath ridgelines, whose silhouettes create sharp horizons. At these locations, the winter sunrise emerges predictably from the same notch every year. Paleo-environmental layers suggest long-term occupation, sometimes spanning thousands of years, which indicates that communities remain tied to the same visual anchor across many generations. The peak became a shared reference, a natural clock inherited rather than built. What is striking is how similar this pattern is across continents. In the Andes, peaks associated with solstice sunrise or sunset also correspond to ancient settlement clusters. In East Asia, villages align with visible mountain profiles. In Europe, rock shelters and open-air camps consistently face horizon markers that match seasonal solar angles. The convergence is not accidental. It points to a universal problem faced by early humans: how to know when the darkest day arrives, and how to know when its return has begun. Mountains solved that problem. They created a stable horizon index. When the sun moves behind or above a fixed silhouette, the event becomes legible, predictable, and shareable across a community. No monument can compete with the permanence of a mountain. No stone circle can match its scale. To use a peak as a calendar is to use deep time as a tool. The realization emerges slowly here, from evidence rather than mystery. Before humans carved symbols or raised megaliths, they learned to read the world. They learned that mountains do not lie. They do not shift in memory. They do not drift with seasons. And so the landscape itself became the earliest solar monument, a natural observatory older than any human design, older than agriculture, older than settled life. It suggests that our first calendars were not inventions, they were recognitions. There is another dimension to mountain-based timekeeping that becomes visible only when we examine the archaeology of movement. Many early communities did not remain in a single settlement throughout the year. They shifted locations following herds, ripening plants, or safer winter elevations. When these groups travelled, they often carried no portable markers of the season with them. Instead, they relied on the mountains themselves as the continuity that held meaning across distance. A single peak, visible from multiple valleys, becomes a stabilizing reference point. When the sun touches its southernmost limit along that peak, the year turns. In this sense, mountains became companions across movement, the only fixed presence in a life defined by mobility. We can see this in the archaeological record of the Carpathians, where seasonal sites appear in vertical sequences along the same mountain faces. Even when the campsites shift by hundreds of meters in elevation, the line of sunrise over the horizon remains aligned with a particular ridge. People changed position. The marker did not. Paleoclimate indicators taken from nearby peat cores show winter severity fluctuating dramatically during the early Holocene, yet the horizon remained stable as a guide. It is a reminder that the land carries its own memory even when human communities are forced to adapt. In the Andean region, additional evidence emerges through the orientation of agricultural terraces built in later periods, long after the earlier solstice watchers. Although these terraces belong to cultures far removed from the Paleolithic world, they often preserve even older horizon markers by aligning the upper terraces towards solstice notches in surrounding peaks. Soil studies show multiple construction phases layered atop one another, some stretching back more than 2,000 years. This continuity suggests that long before monumental ritual centres were constructed, farming communities already treated certain mountains as anchors in the agricultural cycle. The calendar was not written in stone, but inscribed in the direction of cultivation. Even in regions where mountains are distant rather than immediate, they still shape time. In parts of northern China, communities settled on plains where the nearest significant peak lay more than 50 kilometres away. Yet excavations reveal that house entrances and hearth orientations consistently face toward that distant horizon mark, aligning with the sunrise around midwinter. Such alignments require careful observation because the sun rises at a shallow angle near the solstice. Only someone watching for many years would notice that the sun touches the mountain's left edge before gradually climbing above the ridge. This patience reflects a culture trained to observe change at the slowest possible scale. What makes the mountainer's calendar so compelling is that it requires neither specialized instruments nor rare skills. It thrives on accessibility. A mountain is visible to everyone: elders, hunters, children, travellers, those at the centre of the community and those on its margins. The solstice becomes a shared event not because of ceremony, but because of visibility. When the first rays of the midwinter sunlight reach a particular notch, the entire settlement can see it simultaneously. Time becomes communal rather than technical, felt rather than calculated. There is also a sensory quality to horizon watching that archaeological evidence can only gesture toward. Mountains amplify light. The sun's edge brightens differently when rising beside a granite peak than when emerging above open plains. Temperature shifts more sharply at dawn in valleys enclosed by ridges. Shadows lengthen at different speeds as they slide down steep faces. People who lived beneath mountains experienced these changes as part of their bodily rhythms long before they could name them. In this way, the solstice was not only observed visually, it was experienced as a physical event. Colder air settling along slopes, wind patterns shifting direction, scents carried differently across rock formations. Across continents, mountains also created places where long-term observation became practical. A notch carved by glacial action does not move. A saddle between peaks remains constant across millennia. These stable features allow communities to accumulate generational knowledge. A child learns from an elder not through instruction, but by watching where the elder's eyes turn at dawn. When the sun reaches the same place decades later, the memory becomes embedded in the landscape. Archaeology rarely preserves such memories directly, but settlement continuity beneath the same horizon, markers for thousands of years, reveals their presence. The realization here is quieter than in earlier segments. It suggests that the first solar observatories required no architects and no monumental effort. They existed wherever people lived long enough to notice the world's rhythms. Mountains made the solstice legible. They turned the sky into a story the earth was already telling. From mountains came meaning. A community of late Neolithic people standing at the edge of another short winter day, each person aware not only of the cold on their skin, but of the precise rhythm with which the light has been shrinking for weeks. In earlier times, this shrinking felt like a threat. Now, in these more settled landscapes, something else begins to take shape. The people who gather beneath the quiet arc of the sun are no longer simply reacting to the darkening world. They're counting, they're remembering, and for the first time in human history they are beginning to understand that the sky is not merely changing, but changing in a way that could be anticipated. This is the threshold where observation becomes knowledge, where repetition becomes recognition, and where the seed of future mythology is first planted in an entirely scientific soil. Archaeologists studying late Neolithic layers across Europe and Western Asia have noted something subtle but important. Patterns of construction and settlement that reflect a new type of cognition. We do not know the names of the individuals who first recognized these skybound repetitions, but the evidence suggests that by roughly the 4th millennium before the Common Era, there were people whose attention to the solstice was not limited to a single event. Instead, they watched the same point on the horizon over many years, noting that the sunrise always returned there after the longest night, shifting slowly back and forth across a predictable corridor. Climatic records taken from lake sediments and peat cores show seasonal cycles becoming increasingly stable during certain Neolithic phases, offering a natural stability that made regularity noticeable to human observers. Predictability itself became a kind of revelation. Within several excavated settlements in Britain, Central Europe, and the Near East, archaeologists have begun identifying signs that some members of these communities occupied roles with responsibilities distinct from farming, herding, or tool-making. These were not astronomers in a modern sense, but individuals who sat at the intersection of memory and timekeeping. In some sites, their houses are placed closer to communal structures. In others, they appear to have kept closer proximity to vantage points where horizon visibility was strong. The associations are modest but consistent. Where long-term observation of the sky was most easily achieved, we find spatial clues that imply designated observers existed among them. Distinct from earlier megastructures aligned to solstitial light, late Neolithic constructions begin to show architectural repetition. A community builds its central enclosure with a winter orientation. Generations later, when the original posts or stones fall, they rebuild the structure on the exact same line. This is not imitation by chance. This is the inheritance of knowledge. The builders no longer remember the first observer who chose that point on the horizon, but they trust that it was chosen for a reason that remains valid. Archaeology is full of these quiet traces of continuity. A rebuilt timber monument placed precisely on the footprint of an older one. A redug ditch following the arc of a prehistoric alignment. A consistent sightline running through hundreds of years of communal effort. Each is a testament to a dawning scientific consciousness, one that sees the return of light not as accident but as pattern. Comparative studies across regions reveal that this pattern recognition was not isolated to any one culture. In Northern Europe, alignments are often tied to landscape features that remain visible year-round, such as distant hills or stable shorelines. In the Danube Basin, researchers have connected settlement positioning to broader climatic cycles captured in fluvial deposits, showing that communities were likely aware of seasonal floods and their relation to sunlight cycles. In parts of the Caucasus and eastern Anatolia, long-term observation seems to have been woven into migration or transhumance cycles, with shepherding routes timed against the turning of the year. These are not myths yet. These are early scientific frameworks, emerging in different environments under similar pressures, daylight changing in ways regular enough to be trusted. The late Neolithic is also when symbolic systems begin to appear with greater frequency, but here we must move carefully. Not every engraving or motif is astronomical. Still, some repeated markings found on pottery, stone plaques, or wooden posts bear rhythmic spacing that mirrors solstitial intervals. Scholars debate whether these represent formal notations, but the frequency of the pattern suggests at least a deliberate attempt to organize time. Unlike earlier Paleolithic marks, which seem tied to animal cycles or hunting seasons, these later ones appear linked to a longer arc of observation, possibly representing communal rather than purely subsistence rhythms. In several well-studied settlements, such as those in the Orkney Archipelago or the Dordogne Valley, planners seem to have used older solstice structures as reference points when laying out newer buildings. This reuse of orientation implies that solstice knowledge had accumulated into a shared cognitive tradition. A generation did not have to rediscover the horizon. It was given to them, as reliably as the sunrise itself. Archaeological traces of repeated use at certain sites also suggest a ritual cycle supported by planning. Certain buildings or rooms were only opened seasonally, perhaps during the darkest weeks, consistent with the time when the solstice occurred. The rise of specialist roles is visible not through burials or tools, but through organization. In settlements where household clusters fan out from central structures with deliberate orientation, it is plausible that a few individuals oversaw the layout. Some researchers propose that these organisers were not leaders in a hierarchical sense, but custodians of inherited spatial knowledge. Their task would have been simple and profound: to ensure that the old alignment was maintained, to keep the community oriented toward the turning point of the year. Their authority came not from power, but from continuity. This emerging structure is not yet cosmology. It is not narrative. It is recognition. The earth moves, the light moves, but they do so in a way that repeats. For a species accustomed to uncertainty, this was a quiet revolution. Predictability meant stability. Stability meant planning. Planning meant survival. And from this bedrock of repeated observation, the foundations of future symbolic systems would eventually rise. The awe that later cultures expressed toward the returning sun did not begin with worship. It began with recognition that the solstice behaved the same way every year, no matter who watched. Realization settled slowly across generations. Before stories could be told about the sun, people needed to trust its behavior, and they did. Through patient noticing, through incremental memory, through structures rebuilt along the same lines long after their creators were gone, humanity learned that the solstice was more than an event. It was a signal. It was structure itself. What we also begin to see in the late Neolithic archaeological record is the emergence of something that scholars describe carefully: intentional continuity. Earlier human groups adapted to their environments with remarkable flexibility, moving when conditions changed, shifting strategies when seasons demanded it. But by the 4th millennium before the Common Era, communities across several regions show signs of settling into patterns of life that echo the rhythms of the sky. This is not simply domestication. It is domestication of time itself. The solstice, with its predictable turning point, offered a kind of temporal anchor around which other activities could be organised, creating a quiet scaffold for social stability that left no written trace but shaped daily life all the same. In some settlements of this era, researchers note a new kind of architectural rhythm. Houses built along parallel lines, doorways angled with consistent orientation, courtyards shaped to catch or avoid seasonal illumination. None of these patterns require formal mathematics. They arise from memory and observation. A builder notices that light enters a room at a certain angle during the coldest weeks. A generation later, a descendant preserves that orientation, perhaps without fully understanding why. Over time, the cumulative effect is unmistakable. Repeated spatial choices made not for aesthetics alone, but for their relationship to the turning of the year. Long-term climatic data extracted from lake cores across northern Europe reveal that this period experienced fluctuations that would have made daylight particularly important to track. Small shifts in seasonal temperature bands influence crop viability, animal behaviour, and water availability. When the natural world changed in ways that were subtle yet significant, any community with strong pattern recognition gained an advantage. The solstice, being a stable astronomical event unaffected by local climate variability, served as the single most trustworthy point of reference. Even if a winter was unusually warm or unexpectedly severe, the position of the sun at its southernmost rise did not drift. It gave these communities a sense of certainty that the ground beneath their feet could not. Archaeologists also find indications that knowledge about the solstice was transmitted not only within settlements, but across regions through interaction networks. Exchange routes carrying pottery, stone tools, and other materials may also have carried ideas, including insights about solar cycles. When two widely separated communities construct buildings with similar orientations during roughly the same centuries, this may hint at shared understanding or contact rather than coincidence. The spread of these orientations cannot be mapped to a single cultural source. Instead, it suggests that several groups independently noticed the same pattern, and that some form of communication reinforced it. Knowledge, like the solstice itself, travelled. Evidence from certain communal structures shows that some buildings were intentionally remodelled rather than abandoned. This suggests that the solstice alignment was not merely a holdover from the past, but a feature that remained meaningful across generations. Archaeologists sometimes uncover subtle adjustments made by later builders to maintain a structure's original sightline as materials shifted or eroded. These corrections require someone to notice when the alignment no longer performed as expected. The presence of such modifications hints at a small but significant recognition. Accuracy mattered. As these patterns deepened, the communities involved likely developed a new sense of temporal identity. Instead of living only through cycles of hunger and plenty, they existed within a framework marked by fixed celestial events that connected one generation to the next. The solstice was not yet a sacred story, nor an embellished myth of light and darkness. It was simply the most reliable signal that the world offered, a guarantee that change unfolded in a recognizable sequence, and that the darkest point in the year did not last. This shift toward consistency created a foundation upon which later symbolic systems could be built. Pattern recognition is the first step toward meaning-making, even if meaning itself is not yet attached. The late Neolithic world did not interpret the solstice through the lens of spiritual birth or cosmological narratives. Instead, it recognized that the sky behaved with a rhythm that could be trusted, and that trust became a subtle cultural inheritance. This inheritance inspired confidence in planning, in marking time, and in building structures oriented toward moments that mattered. Before the solstice became a metaphor, it was a measurement, and before measurement became writing, it lived in the quiet minds of people who watched the horizon and understood that the world returned to itself. A human standing alone at the edge of a cold morning tens of thousands of years ago, looking toward a horizon that has no name, no carved marker, no monument, and yet carries the single most dependable signal that their world will ever offer. The landscape may be frozen tundra, or open grassland, or rocky shoreline. It may be a river plain in the Near East, or the foothills of a glacial valley in Europe. It may even be the high plateau of a region that will not see agriculture for many generations. The setting does not matter. What matters is that no matter where this person stands, the sun will rise at its farthest southern point, hesitate for a few days in a pause that only the most attentive eyes can detect, and then begin to turn back. Before any story, before any structure, before any shared language beyond the most essential sounds, the solstice was already there. It was the first reliable hinge across every environment humans would ever inhabit. When we speak of universals in archaeology, we do so with caution. Human cultures are astonishing in their diversity and shaped by specific histories, ecologies, and pressures. But the solstice belongs to a different category. It is not a cultural product, not an idea invented by a single community and carried outward through contact. It is a feature of the Earth's tilt, a predictable outcome of planetary geometry, and thus accessible to anyone with clear skies, a consistent horizon, and the patience to look day after day. That patience is something humans have always had. In the absence of clocks, books, and instruments, the only lasting certainty came from watching the world until its patterns emerged. The solstice was the first of these patterns, a celestial event that required no tools to find, only memory and attention. Anthropologists studying communities across a wide range of latitudes note similar tendencies in early observational behaviour. Whether a group dispersed seasonally or remained in more stable settlements, people learned to mark the turning points of daylight by comparing the length of shadows, the timing of dawn, and the angle at which sunlight touched the land. This is not inference, it is grounded in ethnographic parallels and paleo-environmental reconstructions, showing that seasonal awareness shaped foraging routes, winter preparations and decisions about migration. The solstice's power came from its visibility. Unlike other celestial events that might be obscured or irregular, the longest night and the shortest day appeared every year with unwavering consistency. Even through changing climates, advancing glaciers, or shifting coastlines, the solstice remained a reliable measure. Geologists speak of stable horizons, the long, quiet lines formed by mountains or uplands that change at rates too slow for any human community to witness. These provided the earliest observational tools. As long as the horizon remained unchanged, the point where the midwinter sun rose or set would recur at the same place year after year. This geological stability allowed early humans in every region, from the Andean highlands to the river valleys of East Asia, to use the landscape as a natural record. Archaeology finds the evidence not in one site, but many. Repeated settlement positions, paths worn into hilltops facing specific angles of light, and viewing points where solstitial sunrise lines are unusually clear. None of these traces rely on symbolism. They reveal a simple fact. The people who lived in those places watched the sky, because the sky was the one thing they could trust. When we compare early solstice indicators across continents, a remarkable pattern emerges. The methods differ, shaped by environment. In desert regions, people used cliffs and outcrops as precise light surfaces. In forested areas, the solstice line was found through leafless winter branches or cleared corridors that framed the horizon. In polar-adjacent regions, the sun's low arc created elongated shadows that acted as natural guides. Yet the underlying principle is identical. Daylight shifts predictably, and at the moment of greatest darkness that shift pauses. This is the only astronomical pause that can be reliably detected with the naked eye in every known human habitat. Cross-cultural consistency arises not from shared myth, but from shared constraints. Every society had to understand when the cold would intensify, when food would become scarce, and when animals would migrate. The solstice was the earliest global signal that these phases were underway. The archaeological record shows that solstice recognition began long before the rise of monumental architecture. In Paleolithic caves, researchers study soot layers, entrance orientations, and the distribution of interior spaces to understand how sunlight entered certain chambers at particular times of the year. In many cases, these caves were used over thousands of years, suggesting that communities returned not simply because they were sheltered, but because they offered a familiar relationship with winter light. In Neolithic settlements, alignments become more deliberate. Houses oriented along repeating lines, open areas configured to receive low morning sun, and communal paths structured around predictable illumination. What changes across these eras is not the solstice itself, but the complexity with which humans responded to it. One of the most striking aspects of solstice continuity is that it outlasts every cultural transformation. When societies migrated, they brought their memory of the sky with them. When climates shifted, the solstice remained visible as long as the horizon stayed clear. When new technologies emerged and settlements expanded, the need to understand seasonal cycles only sharpened. In some regions, communities ceased to build monumental structures, yet still oriented temporary camps toward midwinter light. In others, advanced architecture amplified the solstice into ceremonies or narratives, but always with the same foundation: the point on the horizon that marked the year's turning. What the archaeological and environmental evidence suggests is that before humans built meaning into light, they built accuracy. The solstice was the first shared measurement across the species, the first event that did not belong to any one group but to everyone simultaneously. It did not require shared language, because its meaning was visible. It did not require shared belief, because its consequences, cold, hunger, the slow return of warmth, were universal. It did not require shared myths, because the pattern itself was enough. Realization moves gently here. Long before gods or cosmic stories, before symbolic suns of light or narratives of renewal, the solstice was a simple promise in the harshest season. It was the assurance that even in the deepest dark, the world would not remain still forever. The sun would rise again, and the path it traced across the sky would lengthen. People did not need myths to believe this. They needed only to watch and to remember. None. This is the final segment. Even in the most ancient darkness, humans learned to watch the same returning light, and in that patient watching, they began the long work of understanding the world. Imagine the moment when the measurements ended and the meanings began. After thousands of years of aligning stones to the winter sun, of watching shadows fall exactly where they were expected to fall, people no longer saw the solstice only as a calculation. They began to feel it as a presence. A predictable sunrise could reassure a community, but a returning light could also comfort a mind trying to understand why the world dimmed and brightened with such regular rhythm. Archaeology gives us the structures, but the stories that grew beside them speak to something deeper, that humans were not only tracking a cycle, but living inside it. The solstice did not remain a line on the horizon. It became a character that weakened, disappeared, and returned. It became a child, a wanderer, a spark hidden in darkness. Across continents and generations, people began to tell stories that echoed the same turning point their monuments marked in stone. The sky had given them a pattern. They answered it with myth. And to follow that transformation, we now step from the world of measurement into the oldest world of narrative, where the sun learned how to be born. Now picture a moment when the cold has lasted longer than memory, when daylight has thinned to a narrow ribbon at the edge of the sky, and when the horizon carries a weakness so familiar that every living thing feels it in its bones. Imagine a world before writing, before temples, before even the earliest carved symbols of belief, and yet illuminated by the same winter light we know today. In such a world, there is a point each year when the sun seems smaller, quieter, and less certain. The people who watched it were not astronomers, not priests, not storytellers in any role we would later recognize. They were simply humans trying to understand why the light seemed to fade faster than their fires. For reasons we cannot fully prove but see echoed across continents, many of these early observers began to imagine the midwinter sun as something young, not dying, not defeated, but not yet grown. We do not know when the first story took shape, but archaeological hints appear long before agriculture, long before settled villages, in the upper Paleolithic layers where images of animals, seasons and cycles show the earliest known traces of narrative thinking. In places like Chauvet, El Castillo and Capova, researchers note patterns of imagery that align with seasonal changes. Some scholars interpret certain repeated figures, small radiant marks, clustered dots, or animal forms paired with rising light, as early personifications of natural forces. The evidence is indirect, and most archaeologists caution against overly literal readings. Yet even within this caution lies a simple truth. These early humans were already turning the cycles they observed into symbolic forms. The winter sun, growing faint and slow to rise, offered one of the clearest metaphors they could have known. Across far-flung regions, stories recorded much later, among Arctic peoples, subarctic hunter-gatherers, and groups living in extreme seasonal contrast, describe the sun as a being who weakens, hides, or must be rekindled at the darkest moment. These accounts cannot be mapped directly onto Paleolithic life, and it would be irresponsible to claim a single origin. Yet the global recurrence suggests that when light becomes scarce, humans turn to narratives of vulnerability. In societies that relied on the return of warmth to survive, it is not surprising that the sun was imagined as a fragile presence that must be cared for, protected, or coaxed back to strength. Many ethnographers who worked with non-agricultural groups across the 20th century noted that midwinter often triggered stories of a young sun, one who had not yet learned to take its full place in the sky. Linguists tracing Proto-Indo-European roots find another echo. In certain reconstructed terms attached to brightness, dawn and youth, patterns appear in which light is described as something that grows, increases or matures. These linguistic threads do not prove a solstice myth, nor do they point to a universally shared belief. Instead, they suggest that ancient speakers reached for metaphors of childhood when describing the early phases of brightness. The line between description and narrative is thin. Once a society begins to imagine light as something that grows, it becomes easier to imagine light as someone who grows. Seasonal scarcity itself may have played a role. In regions where winter reduced food availability, communities often framed vulnerability in humanized terms. Ethnographic studies in parts of Siberia and northern Canada record stories in which the sun is spoken of as a child who must be helped through the darkest time, mirroring the real challenges infants face during the coldest months. These stories appear not as theological statements, but as emotional translations of environmental pressure. When the world dims, people imagine dimness in the language they know best. Comparative mythology brings another perspective. In several early traditions, from the Sami to certain Inuit groups, from early Vedic hymns to fragments of pre-Christian European lore, the returning light is described not as a triumphant god, but as a weak or hidden presence. The Indo-Iranian dawn goddess Ushas is portrayed as delicate before she ascends in brightness. In some early Celtic materials, rays of light are described as small, firstborn, or unready. And in parts of the Near East, pre-agricultural narratives portray the sun's return as a moment of risk, not certainty. None of these accounts can be taken as direct descendants of Paleolithic thought. Instead, they illustrate a recurring human instinct to portray the sun's weakest moment as childhood, as something incomplete. Light is not yet strong. It has not yet grown into the heat that sustains life. Realization comes softly here. The first myth humanity ever shaped was likely not about dominion or triumph or celestial power. It was about fragility. People did not initially imagine the sun as an all-powerful ruler. They imagined it as a being that needed time to recover, just as their own children did in winter. The archetype of the solar child, the small returning light, may not trace to a single origin, and scholars remain careful about linking distant cultures through lines that cannot be proven. But across evidence from art, language, and living tradition, a quiet pattern emerges. Before light was a symbol of greatness, It was a symbol of beginning, and when we look closely at those earliest layers of expression, the ones carved or dabbed long before anyone built a settlement large enough to cast its own shadow, we notice something quietly consistent. Many early images do not depict an overpowering blaze of daylight or a commanding solar disk. Instead, they lean towards smaller forms, a single dot held inside a larger halo, or a faint radiance tucked within otherwise unlit scenes. Even if we cannot claim these marks as direct metaphors, their distribution suggests that Paleolithic artists were attentive to moments of emergence rather than culmination. It is the beginning of light, not its height, that seems to draw their attention. In some regions, researchers have noted the presence of small engraved circles surrounded by larger, protective shapes, often placed near the margins of animal scenes rather than at their centres. These images never replace hunting or animal behaviour as dominant themes, but they appear frequently enough to hint at an underlying seasonal rhythm. A few anthropologists working in collaboration with indigenous knowledge keepers have suggested that these smaller circles sometimes echo the fragile sun at its lowest strength, though they emphasise the limits of such interpretations. What is more secure is that these motifs tend to cluster in contexts associated with winter occupancy or colder climatic intervals. Climatic reconstructions add another layer of context. During the final stages of the last glacial period, many regions of the northern hemisphere faced extended twilight in midwinter. Days shrank to narrow bands of illumination, and temperatures dropped quickly after sunset. Under such conditions, even a short-lived return of the light could take on psychological significance. The act of noticing the reappearance of the sun after its lowest point would not have required myth, but it could have invited story. People living in harsh winters would have understood vulnerability not through abstraction, but through daily survival. It is therefore unsurprising that some of the earliest mythic structures later recorded in much younger societies speak of a sun that is born weak and grows stronger as the year advances. Linguistic studies provide a quiet parallel. In several proto-language families reconstructed through comparative methods, the words relating to dawn or new light share roots with terms for childhood or emergence. This does not prove that Ice Age communities held a unified myth, but it does suggest that the conceptual link between early light and early life emerged independently across many ancient groups. The association between illumination and growth appears to be an intuitive pattern recognized long before writing stabilized meanings. Ethnographic evidence from societies that maintained oral traditions into the 19th and 20th centuries reinforces this tendency. In places where winters are especially long, the absence of light often becomes personified as a kind of fatigue, and the first return of sunrise after the solstice is described, in metaphor or narrative, as a young presence that must be cared for. These descriptions are not replicas of Paleolithic thought, but they reveal a stable human pattern. When the environment becomes difficult, people often imagine light not as a force, but as a being that must regain its strength. What unites these distant threads is the perception of fragility. For early humans, fragility was not a poetic device, but an immediate physical condition. The cold could break bodies, hunger could lengthen shadows, and the smallest warmth could mean the difference between endurance and collapse. A young sun, faint at the edge of winter, mirrored their own precariousness. It is here that the earliest mythic seeds likely took root. Stories did not arise to praise power. They arose to understand weakness. And to understand why this story spread so far, we must look where darkness dominates. Imagine a winter so long and so dim that the very idea of daylight begins to feel like a memory rather than a certainty. In those latitudes where the sun drags itself only briefly across the horizon or disappears entirely for weeks at a time, the human relationship with light becomes something far more intimate than mere observation. It becomes a bond of longing. Across the Arctic and subarctic, where long winters press downward like a physical weight, many of the earliest recorded stories describe the sun not as a powerful ruler, but as a being weakened by the season, a figure who must return from absence through struggle. We do not know exactly how far back such ideas reach, but the way they recur across distant languages and landscapes suggests that the near loss of light carved a deep emotional imprint long before written mythologies emerged. What if I told you that in several circumpolar traditions, the winter sun is described as something small, almost frightened, returning cautiously to the sky, as if unsure whether its place is still there? It may be tempting to read this as poetic exaggeration, but the pattern is widespread enough to merit careful attention. Among communities of the far north, the solstice is not simply a marker of transition. It is the threshold between endurance and relief, between a darkness that reshapes the body's rhythms and a faint illumination that signals survival. When ethnographers recorded oral histories in Siberia during the 19th and 20th centuries, they found recurrent references to a sun who behaves like a child lost in the cold, or a spark carried back into the sky by a careful guardian. These accounts cannot be projected directly into the Paleolithic without caution, yet their emotional structure shows how environments with extreme light scarcity can produce stories centered on vulnerability rather than dominance. A similar theme appears in certain northern Scandinavian narratives gathered in the early modern period, where the sun is said to retreat into a distant shelter during deep winter and must be encouraged or enticed to return. Some versions describe the sun as weakened by the long nights, unable to rise until restored by ritual action. Archaeologists studying seasonal sites in these regions have noted that winter gatherings often involved controlled fire displays, carefully timed at points when daylight was at its lowest. Such rituals are not evidence for a specific myth, but do show how communities synchronized emotional and practical responses to prolonged twilight. The fact that these gatherings often included redistributions of stored food suggests that the communal act of witnessing the sun's slow return was tied to shared survival. Paleo-environmental data helps us understand the context. In high-latitude regions, especially during periods of climatic instability in the early Holocene, winter days could compress into only brief pulses of light. Even when the sun appeared, it hovered at the edge of the horizon, casting shallow shadows across frozen ground. Under such conditions, the solstice would not have been a subtle event. It would have been a physical experience, the realization that the world had reached its darkest point, and that every day afterward would offer a fraction more light. It is in this space that myth tends to crystallize, not as entertainment, but as a way of translating environmental anxiety into narrative form. Some of the most striking parallels come from the indigenous peoples of the North American Arctic. In several communities documented over the past few centuries, the sun is portrayed as a being who can be endangered, hidden, or temporarily extinguished. In Inuit accounts, for example, the sun's absence is framed as a condition that requires communal action, observation, and patience. These stories vary widely and do not share a single origin, yet they demonstrate how the psychological pressure of near total darkness can lead to metaphors in which the sun is imagined as fragile or easily harmed. While these tales cannot be taken as direct windows into the deep past, they illustrate a consistent human response to environmental extremes. Light becomes relational, something that can be lost and must be recovered. Anthropologists note that across circumpolar groups, the return of the first true sunrise after the solstice is often described with language normally reserved for the arrival of a young or untested life. The light is said to be thin, hesitant, or easily blown away by storms. The emotional tone is rarely triumphant. It is protective. In these traditions, the sun is not reborn as a triumphant hero, but as a small presence that must learn again to ascend. Even when refracted through later cultural frameworks, the underlying pattern is clear. Where the darkness was deepest, the imagined child of light mattered most. This emphasis on fragility is not limited to any single group. When scholars compare narratives from Siberia, northern Scandinavia, and Arctic North America, they find echoes of an older, shared emotional logic shaped by the environment rather than by cultural exchange. Each tradition is distinct, but all are grounded in the simple fact that light deprivation alters human perception. In the far north, the sun's disappearance is not symbolic, it is experiential. And when experience becomes overwhelming, turning it into story becomes a form of resilience. The deeper we move into these high-latitude winters, the more we begin to understand how darkness itself becomes a kind of teacher. Archaeologists studying long-term habitation sites in northern Eurasia have noted that winter structures often contain architectural solutions designed not for warmth alone, but for orientation. Ventilation shafts, angled openings, and narrow slits cut into snowblock walls sometimes correspond with a first measurable glimmer of returning light. We cannot claim these features were symbolic in every case, but their careful placement hints at something beyond survival, an attentiveness to the thresholds between night and day, as if the architecture itself was waiting with the people for dawn to reappear. In some excavated semi-subterranean dwellings, thin beams of the first midday sun after solstice would have touched only a small area of the interior. To a community living through months of twilight, that faint illumination could have carried emotional weight far beyond its physical brightness. Ethnographers working in the early 20th century recorded descriptions of this moment in several communities, noting that people would pause their activity simply to watch the first returning light travel across the wall or floor. These accounts are not ancient, and we must treat them with caution, but they help us imagine how earlier cultures may have perceived similar transitions. The psychological relief of seeing the sun climb even a degree higher above the horizon may have been enough to inspire narratives in which the light behaves like a small being, gathering strength as the days lengthen. The social dynamics of the far north also deepen this picture. During extreme winters, communities often consolidated into larger groups for the coldest months, a pattern supported by faunal remains showing concentrated food processing during midwinter. In such conditions, shared storytelling becomes more than entertainment. It becomes a means of synchronizing emotion and expectation. When a group anticipates a long wait for the sun, the idea of light as an entity struggling to return becomes a way of giving shape to a collective experience. This is not speculation, but a well-documented anthropological pattern. When the environment exerts pressure on time perception, myth often emerges to stabilize it. Some researchers have also noted an intriguing linguistic feature in high-latitude languages. Metaphors describing light as something that grows, wakes, or moves like a being. These are not references to deities, but grammatical structures that personify seasonal change. Such linguistic tendencies do not prove the existence of Paleolithic myths, but they show how easily the human mind, when confronted with extreme environmental gradients, maps natural processes onto the logic of life cycles. A dwindling sun becomes a vulnerable presence, a lengthening day becomes a recovery. What is most striking is how consistently these metaphors appear even in regions with no direct cultural contact. Whether in northern Eurasia, the Arctic, or subarctic North America, the emotional signature is similar. The sun is imagined as something that can be harmed by winter yet survives it. This shared structure suggests not a single ancient myth spreading across continents, but a common human response to the same overwhelming seasonal phenomenon. Yet the same ideas also formed under very different skies. Imagine standing before a stone wall 10,000 years before writing will ever exist, and noticing a circle carved into its surface. It is not a face, not a map, not a tool mark. It is simply a round shape where no natural crack or weathering pattern would produce one. Picture it in the dim half-light of a cave entrance or beneath an open sky, framed by hands that lived in a world where every choice carved into rock required effort, intention, and time. What if I told you that this simple circle may be the earliest moment when humans attempted to give form to the sun, not as a god, not yet as a story, but as a mark that could survive long after its maker stepped away? We do not know the meaning the carver intended, but the evidence suggests that long before mythology gave the sun a name, the sun had already begun to acquire a shape. The earlier circular motifs in prehistoric art are not arranged like calendars or placed like diagrams. Instead, they appear scattered across rock surfaces, cave walls, and the faces of portable objects, concentric circles, spirals, discs, and ringed hollows worn smooth by touch. Archaeologists studying Neolithic contexts note that many of these motifs cluster in locations where the first rays of morning or evening sunlight would strike during certain seasons. It is not possible to confirm a singular motive behind these carvings, but their persistence across thousands of years hints at continuity. When the same shape appears in Iberian rock shelters, Scandinavian carvings, and alpine engravings separated by geography and chronology, it becomes difficult to dismiss as coincidence. The sun is the one circle visible to every community on Earth. A recurring shape in stone may well have represented its earlier symbolic echo. In some regions, the imagery grows even more intriguing. Rock art scenes depict animals, horses, deer, and bovines, moving toward or away from a radiant disk. The animals themselves are rendered in familiar Paleolithic style, but the disk beside them is neither naturalistic nor random. It maintains a symmetry uncommon in engravings of the period, as if the carver wanted to emphasize a shape rather than an object. Some researchers propose that these compositions may reflect conceptual association rather than a narrative. Animal migrations linked to the direction of seasonal light, or behavioral shifts connected to the arc of the sun. We must be cautious here, because interpretive frameworks can drift quickly into speculation, yet the spatial relationship between these elements appears deliberate. If movement in the landscape depended on the sun's path, perhaps the animals and the disk were simply recorded together because they belong together in memory. Other discoveries add a portable dimension to this idea. Small stone plaques, bone fragments, and antler pieces from Neolithic and Copper Age sites sometimes bear circular incisions filled with pigment or polished to a sheen. These objects travelled with people, carried in bags or hung from bodies. Their size suggests intimate use, and their wear patterns imply repeated handling. While the true intention remains beyond our reach, a circular motif small enough to hold in a single hand invites interpretation. A disc carved into an object is more than a mark on stone. It is a shape carried through seasons, migrations, and lifetimes. Some anthropologists consider this evidence of early solar tokens, not religious icons, but mnemonic devices, reminders of something distant yet essential. Across cultures separated by mountains, seas, and millennia, radiant imagery appears with striking similarity. Lines extending outward from a central point, notched circles, starbursts and ringed discs appear in context from the Eurasian steppe to the Japanese archipelago. Their distribution does not imply a shared origin. Instead, it reveals something simpler and more profound. When different groups attempt to depict brightness, they tend to arrive at similar visual solutions. The physics of light does not vary by region. When a human tries to draw something that emits radiance, a circle surrounded by lines becomes almost inevitable. The pattern arises not from a common ancestor, but from a common human experience of sunlight breaking through darkness. What strengthens this interpretation is not a single carving, but the continuity of the motif over long periods. In the archaeological record, circular symbols do not appear once and vanish. They recur across sites and eras, surviving technological shifts from hunter-gatherer mobility to the earlier settled villages. Even when communities adopt new artistic styles, the basic circular element persists. This is rare in symbolic evolution, where motifs often fragment or transform quickly. A symbol that reflects a persistent environmental reality, like the shape of the sun, holds longevity because the external referent remains constant. Whether a community herded livestock along river valleys or harvested early cereals in lowlands, this sun remained the same presence overhead. Stability in the sky helped produce stability in symbols. The importance of this cannot be overstated. Before humans crafted myths of deities or epic genealogies, before they spoke stories around fires about the sun rising from underground, or emerging from the womb of the sky, they carved circles. These shapes did not yet reference characters or intentions. They captured a phenomenon, not a narrative. The earliest solar symbols function as silent precursors to later mythologies, visual prototypes that would eventually acquire personality, agency and history in later cultures. But their first purpose appears much simpler. They acknowledged a recurring presence, a shape that marked time, light, warmth, and orientation. It is also possible that these carvings helped stabilize memory across seasons. In societies without writing, externalizing knowledge is a challenge. A carved circle maintained on a rock face might have served as a reminder of a seasonal event or a visual cue that a particular place held significance during certain times of the year. Some sites contain multiple circles carved in vertical or horizontal sequences, suggesting that the motif was not always isolated. In these contexts, the repetition may indicate learning or emphasis. An elder teaching younger members of a group could point to the carved disc and reinforce knowledge about the seasonal sky. When the sun appeared at that point on the horizon, certain changes followed. Even without explanation, the mark offered a stable reference. Another layer of interpretation comes from examining the tools used to carve these symbols. Microscopic analysis shows differences between utilitarian marks, incisions made for cutting, scraping or shaping materials, and symbolic marks intentionally placed for visibility. The circular engravings often display careful, repeated strokes, sometimes executed with different tools to smooth or deepen the lines. Such precision suggests not only intention but care, as if the maker wished for the symbol to endure across years or generations. This contrasts with ephemeral marks, which reflect fleeting or practical tasks. If the earlier circles were made to last, then the idea they represented was meant to last as well. The archaeological evidence supporting continuity across millennia reveals a slow, steady shift from simple, circular shapes toward more elaborate motifs. Spirals begin to appear, often interpreted as dynamic representations of movement or cycles. Later, radiant lines are added, producing images more explicitly connected. This gradual enrichment mirrors another human behaviour, the tendency to imbue repeated shapes with personality over time. A symbol seen often enough becomes familiar. A familiar symbol becomes meaningful. A meaningful symbol becomes storied. The cross-cultural parallel suggests that early communities recognized the sun as more than a physical object long before they created myths in which it acted with intention. The earliest carvings contain no characters, yet they contain the seed of what characters would become. A shape that stands for light does not speak, but it hints at a relationship between humans and the sky, a relationship that would eventually take narrative form. The realization that these early carvings may be the first attempts to give form to sunlight does not diminish their power by labeling them primitive. Instead, it shows us how myth begins, not with elaborate pantheons or formal doctrine, but with quiet, repeated attempts to record something the eye sees every day. Before stories were spoken, they were carved. Before the sun had a name, it had a shape. And before the mythic child of light entered the world's storytelling traditions, its first silent ancestor glimmered in a circle etched into stone. In time, these symbols became characters. Picture a world where the cold months were long enough to thin a village to half its number, where stores of fat and dried meat dwindled weeks before the first thaw, where even the strongest hunter's breath fogged the air in ways that signalled strain rather than strength. Now imagine watching the sun crawl so low across the horizon that it seemed to skim the edge of the world, giving barely enough daylight to finish the simplest task. In such a world, it is not surprising that many cultures imagined the sun not as a warrior or a king, but as a child born at the coldest moment of the year. What if I told you that across continents, languages, and millennia, this idea, the newborn light, appears with a consistency rare in early mythic systems? We don't know who first imagined it, yet the evidence suggests that the motif of a vulnerable sun was one of humanity's earliest attempts to explain why the darkest moment of winter was also the moment light began to return. Across Indo-European traditions, Andean highland narratives, and Near Eastern conceptions of cyclical renewal, researchers find variations of a simple theme. Midwinter gives rise to a fragile being of light. In many Indo-European reconstructions, linguists identify a root metaphor associated with new brightness or infant fire. These terms appear in later Vedic hymns, where a young glowing presence is born at dawn and again at the turning of the year. They also emerge in Celtic texts preserved much later, where winter solstice marks the birth of a youthful figure whose strength grows as days lengthen. And in Iranian traditions, the return of light after its seasonal decline is represented through the emergence of a tender luminosity rather than a mature force. These are not identical myths, and the cultures that recorded them were separated by long distances and long histories, but the recurrence of a childlike solar figure is striking. The Andean record offers a different but compatible pattern. High-altitude communities in the central Andes preserved oral traditions that speak of a small, faint sun emerging at the lowest point in its cycle, gradually strengthening as it climbs toward longer days. Ethnographers working in the 20th century noted parallels between these narratives and seasonal rituals timed with the solstice. Although we must approach these comparisons carefully, because the Andean stories belong to a much later period than the earliest Indo-European material, the logic echoes the same environmental truth. During the coldest time of year, the sun behaves like something that has been diminished, something needing to awaken or recover. The Near Eastern corpus preserves its own version of this concept. In early Mesopotamian texts, the sun's disappearance and return are often framed not as a straightforward death and rebirth, but as a kind of periodic depletion, followed by renewal. While later myths personify this process through more elaborate narratives, the seasonal framework underlying them is older. When the sun stands at its lowest power, the world feels weakened, and the return of light becomes synonymous with the rise of something small, still forming, still finding strength. Comparative scholars caution against drawing lines too directly between cultures, but they agree that the idea of a fragile newborn light recurs in regions with seasonal extremes. The linguistic evidence adds another layer. In several Indo-European daughter languages, reconstructed metaphors describe light as something that grows, ripens, or matures. The earliest forms of these expressions appear in poetic or liturgical contexts, suggesting that the habit of imagining the sun as a being with developmental stages is deep-rooted. One term associated with dawn in Vedic material can be translated as the young one, and in some Germanic languages, winter solstice traditions preserved ideas of renewed light, as if it were being brought forth rather than merely observed. Linguists emphasize that metaphors of growth appear widely across languages for many natural phenomena, but when tied consistently to the winter turning point, they offer insight into how ancient people conceptualize the sun's behavior. Seasonal cycles shaped narrative structure in ways that go beyond metaphor. When the solstice marked the point at which daylight would finally begin to lengthen, communities living close to the limits of subsistence needed a conceptual anchor, a reassurance in the midst of uncertainty. The narrative of a child emerging at the darkest moment provided that anchor. The child represented possibility. It embodied the fragile but growing promise of warmth and safety. The story did not claim that winter ended with newborn light, only that from this point onward, loss would gradually give way to gain. The alignment between astronomical behavior and human emotion created a narrative symmetry. The sun's weakness mirrored the community's own vulnerability at winter's edge. Another theme appearing across these mythic structures is the idea of the sun resting or sleeping before returning. While some of these accounts belong to periods long after the earliest traditions were formed, the conceptual pattern is consistent. When the sun slows its arc and appears to pause near the solstice, the 3 days of stillness noted by many early sky watchers, the natural interpretation is not one of retreat or defeat, but of conservation. In agrarian societies, rest before renewal is a familiar cyclical pattern. But even in pre-agricultural communities, the concept of an exhausted or quiet sun makes intuitive sense. The light seems diminished, the days contract, and the world cools to its deepest point. From this context emerges the idea that the sun, like a child, must regain strength. Comparative examples from Vedic, Celtic, and Iranian sources reinforce this continuity. In Vedic hymns, a youthful solar presence appears in contexts tied to renewal and cyclical return. In Celtic traditions recorded centuries later, a divine child born at midwinter grows in power as the days lengthen and is later challenged by older forces at the turning points of the year. In Iranian lore, the concept of a returning light is woven into narrative of cosmic struggle, but the earliest layer still reflects a simple understanding. Light diminishes and must be restored. These cultures are separated by geography and history, yet they perceive similar seasonal patterns. It is the environment, not direct cultural transmission, that generates the shared theme. This pattern is not limited to Eurasia. In circumpolar North America, stories speak of the sun's weakness during winter and its gradual strengthening afterward. While these narratives do not always use the image of a child, they preserve the same emotional structure. The sun is at its weakest precisely when the world is most difficult to endure. Once again, the environment shapes the metaphor. When daylight grows scarce, the sun appears diminished. Its return offers relief. The image of a young or recovering sun, whether framed as a child or as a small spark, reflects a universal emotional response to the winter solstice. Understanding this archetype helps illuminate why the child of winter appears so widely across early mythic systems. It is not merely a poetic invention or a theological symbol, it is a reflection of human life at the boundary of survival. The child's fragility mirrors the thin margin between endurance and collapse during the coldest months. When communities awaited the return of the sun, they did so with the same mixture of hope and apprehension felt toward any vulnerable new life. The metaphor became powerful because it aligned with lived experience. The recurrence of this motif does not imply a single origin or a unified ancient religion. Instead, it reveals something older and more foundational, a shared psychological response to an environmental pattern that shaped human existence long before writing or doctrine. The sun, weakened at midwinter but destined to grow, mirrored the experience of children born into harsh conditions. They were fragile, dependent, and impossibly precious because the group's future rested on them. A child surviving winter meant continuity. A sun emerging from its lowest point meant the same. The elegance of this parallel is not accidental. Early humans lived close enough to the edge of winter scarcity that the survival of a newborn child and the return of the sun were both moments of cautious joy. To imagine the sun as a child was to express gratitude in a language older than myth. It recognized that strength begins in weakness, and that renewal often starts with something barely noticeable. And from that fragility came the earliest heroic tales, a world in which the sun's strength rises and falls like a breathing giant, where the year feels less like a calendar and more like a creature moving through cycles of weakness, loss, trial, and hesitant return. Picture the earliest humans watching this change not as an abstraction, but as a drama unfolding above them, one that became too familiar, too patterned to ignore. What if the first heroes we ever created were not modelled on people at all, but on the sky itself? We do not know for certain when humans first began mapping their inner stories onto the world outside, but the evidence suggests that by the late Neolithic, many cultures had already woven the sun's yearly arc into narratives of descent and return. This is one of the quiet revelations of comparative mythology, the moment scholars realize that the stories we call heroic often follow the same curve as the solar cycle. The light wanes, the world cools, the days shrink. Then the low point arrives, a moment of near extinction, a kind of death stitched into the calendar. And then, very slowly, the sun begins to rise again. Strength increases, warmth returns, life reawakens, the hero survives. The recurring pattern appears in many traditions separated by oceans and millennia, though its expression varies with each landscape. Some myths speak of an underworld journey, a literal descent into a place of darkness where the hero is stripped of strength and status. Others describe battles against shapeless forces that can only be defeated once the hero recognizes a hidden truth. A few place the hero inside the belly of a monster, or inside a cave, or within the roots of a cosmic tree, enclosed spaces where the world seems to pause before opening again. These stories resemble the year's long arc of fading light and gradual renewal so closely that modern scholars often describe them as narrative mirrors of solstice and equinox. We do not need to assume direct borrowing to see the similarity. Seasonal cycles would have been an inescapable presence for societies without artificial light or modern insulation. In many regions, surviving the cold months required careful resource management, shared labour, and deep communal memory. The return of daylight after midwinter was not merely a pleasant change, but a turning point that shaped whether a group lived or starved. It is understandable, then, that myths began to follow this same structure, from decline to lowest point to renewal, because humans were living inside that rhythm every year. The information we have points to a wide geographic spread. In Indo-European traditions, for example, stories of heroic descent and victorious return appear in early poetic structures. In the Rig Veda, a text composed long before the 1st century BCE and drawing from an even older oral landscape, there are references to figures who battle through oppressive darkness and emerge renewed at the turn of the season. In Old Norse materials, though preserved and written down in medieval manuscripts much later, scholars recognize echoes of archaic seasonal patterns, a weakening power descending into a world of shadows before rising again with greater force as the year turns. In ancient Greece, some of the earliest mythic fragments speak of figures journeying into realms below, only to return transformed, mirroring the arc of the sun from declining autumn to reborn spring. Across the world, in the southern Andes, early mythic cycles associated with the Inca tell of a solar presence withdrawing, suffering or hiding during the cold season, then reappearing with new vitality. In parts of ancient Near Eastern tradition, scholars have identified stories that match the pattern of a god or hero facing decline and rising again in early agricultural festivals. Although the details vary, the underlying structure is startlingly familiar, a waning power that reaches a low point before ascending once more. Some linguistic studies reinforce this continuity. Proto-Indo-European, the reconstructed ancestor of many Eurasian languages, suggests metaphor clusters that pair youth with new light, growth with increasing brightness, and weakness with diminishing warmth. These are not definitive proofs, but they hint at a long-standing cognitive relationship between the sun's movement and the way early speakers described strength, vulnerability, and renewal. It is possible that the first metaphors for power came from nothing more than watching how daylight expands and contracts. The seasonal logic embedded in heroic timelines is often overlooked. Many myths position the hero's trials during the dark or dangerous months of the year, placing the lowest point, the symbolic death, at the moment when the sun reaches its weakest. Then, as the hero regains strength, the daylight in the natural world increases. In traditions where ritual calendars survive, festivals marking a hero's triumph or symbolic resurrection often occur not at midwinter itself, but slightly afterward, when the sun's return becomes unmistakable. This delay matches the natural curve. The solstice is the turning point, but the early days after it are still dim enough for the change to feel fragile. Modern scholarship, beginning in the 19th century and evolving through the 20th and 21st, has occasionally described this universal pattern with the term monomyth. But long before it was formalized, humans had been shaping stories around the same contours. The idea that a figure must lose something essential, pass through hardship, and then return strengthened is not a psychological invention alone. It echoes the yearly script written across the sky. A weakness is acknowledged, a descent is endured, a return is hoped for, then witnessed. It is important to be cautious here. None of this demonstrates a single origin for hero myths. Instead, it points to convergent thinking shaped by the natural environment. When sunlight behaved the same way every year, communities face similar challenges at similar times. Over generations, the repeated pattern likely invited narrative reflection. People told stories that made sense of what they were living through. Light decreases, and so does strength. Light grows, and so does power. The structure became familiar enough that it persisted even when its ecological origins faded from memory. archaeological evidence supports the continuity of seasonal storytelling in indirect ways. Sites aligned to major solar events often show signs of ceremonies or gatherings tied to specific times of year. In some regions, the months after midwinter show concentrated traces of communal feasting, ritual deposits, or symbolic objects deliberately placed within built structures. These gatherings may not have been linked to named heroes in the earliest phases, but they reflect a shared concern with vulnerability and the gradual return of light. Later myths, already shaped by storytelling traditions, would embed narrative characters into what had once been simple seasonal observances. Ethnographic studies also show that societies living in environments with significant seasonal contrast often develop stories that mirror these cycles. Among pastoral and hunter-gatherer groups documented in the 19th and 20th centuries, researchers repeatedly observed narrative structures that follow the same arc. A figure loses strength or becomes trapped, passes through a time of danger, and returns renewed. These examples are not evidence of ancient origins on their own, but they demonstrate how environmental pressures can produce similar storytelling patterns independently. Once these patterns became familiar, they would have been transmitted through families, communities, and expanding cultural networks. Over centuries, stories grew more complex, layering metaphor, character, and divine agency onto a simple underlying shape. The earliest versions may have contained no heroes at all, only a recognition that the world itself followed a rhythm that could be anticipated. But as human imagination deepened, it became natural to place a figure inside that rhythm, a being who descends, a being who struggles, a being who returns. The hero's journey, then, began not as a tale of triumph, but as a reflection of the sun's quiet endurance. Modern interpretations often focus on battles or quests, but the archaeological and comparative evidence suggest the earliest versions were more modest. They emphasize vulnerability, loss, and the unlikely return of strength after a moment when everything seemed at risk. For communities living through cold seasons where survival hovered on a narrow line, the weak midwinter sun must have felt familiar. A small, struggling force that nevertheless grew into the vibrant heat of spring. The realization embedded in these myths is simple and profound. Humans were not merely watching the sky, they were learning from it. They found structure in its movements and allowed that structure to shape their earliest narratives. Before analysis, before formal theology, before epic poems, there was the sun. And its patient cyclic journey gave humans a story longer and older than anything written down. There is another layer to this pattern that becomes visible only when looking across very long spans of time. As communities became more settled, the practical need to explain the year's most difficult period deepened into a more reflective search for meaning. Hardship alone did not produce the heroic pattern. It was the effort to understand why the world weakened before it recovered. Archaeologists studying ritual deposits in temperate Europe note a subtle but telling shift during the late Neolithic. Objects placed in pits or beneath house floors often cluster around the turn of the year. These deposits do not depict stories, yet their placement suggests that people were marking a threshold moment. What stands out is not triumph, but transition, a point at which the familiar becomes uncertain before stabilizing again. This structural concern echoes the core of the heroic arc, the idea that a journey must pass through a moment of absolute vulnerability before transformation is possible. Some of the oldest rock art sites in Eurasia reveal a similar sensibility. At a handful of locations in the Caucasus and Central Asia, faint engravings show figures standing at the edge of a chasm or beside a descending pathway. These motifs, difficult to date precisely but likely from the early Bronze Age, do not align with any known narrative, yet their placement suggests that descent, not ascent, was the moment people chose to represent. Researchers argue that these scenes may mark a cultural awareness of thresholds, boundaries between seasons, or states of being, or visible and invisible worlds. Whatever their purpose, they highlight an early fascination with the turn toward darkness, rather than the return to light, reflecting a worldview that saw importance in the low point of a cycle rather than its outcome. Linguistic anthropology adds another dimension. Some early poetic structures in Indo-Iranian traditions include a form scholars call a reversible sequence, a narrative that moves from decline to recovery, but emphasizes the turning moment rather than the final state. These structures appear in verses describing weather cycles, animal migrations, and even the behavior of rivers at seasonal extremes. When later heroic stories were set into these poetic frameworks, they inherited that same central pivot, the moment when everything changes direction. This pivot is also the pivot of the solar year, the point where the sun's descent halts before its ascent begins. The match is striking, not because the stories describe the sun explicitly, but because they replicate the rhythm of a world shaped by its movement. Even in regions where the solstice is less visually dramatic, such as equatorial zones, the same narrative pattern sometimes arises. Here, the cause seems less tied to daylight itself, and more connected to rainfall cycles, monsoon shifts, or ocean currents. The structural resemblance remains. Forces diminish, reach a low point, and then rise. This suggests that the heroic arc may originally have been a response not to a single celestial event, but to the broader human experience of cyclical vulnerability. The solstice simply provided the most visible and universally shared version of that cycle. In this way, the earliest heroic journeys were less about triumph and more about orientation. They offered a way to understand the shape of time, the movement of seasons, and the fragile continuity of survival. And although later myths would layer battle, morality, and divine purpose onto these structures, the underlying shape, decline, nadir, return, is older than any named figure. The fact that this shape appears across unrelated cultures suggests a common cognitive grounding. Humans everywhere learn that the world changes direction, and so, over generations, their stories did too. But heroes alone could not explain why light behaved this way. Imagine a moment when people first realized that the world did not simply grow dark and bright at random, but moved between two states that pulled against each other like slow seasonal tides. It is difficult for us, living with electric light and constant illumination, to understand how strongly ancient communities felt the boundary between what belonged to day and what belonged to night. Yet in the archaeological and mythological record, there is a quiet consistency that appears again and again. Long before duality became philosophy, long before it hardened into symbols of morality, early societies understood the year as a dialogue between two forces that lived side by side. One was the growing light, the one who returned after the winter solstice. The other was the keeper of darkness, the weight of the year's decline. Neither force was imagined as evil, neither was imagined as absolute. Both were necessary, and for reasons that emerge from ecology rather than ideology, this pattern appears in places that never contacted one another. What if I told you that duality did not begin with abstraction at all? The evidence suggests that it began with simple observation. When one part of the year warmed, the other cooled. When one direction brightened with sunrise, the opposite direction lengthened in shadow. When one wind brought growth, another brought danger. Across early cosmologies, the world was structured not as a hierarchy but as a balance. In many Indo-European traditions, this balance is reflected in linguistic parallels between the bringer of dawn and the holder of night. dawn deities tend to be associated with motion, renewal, and the first light that breaks the horizon. Night deities tend to be associated with stillness, memory, and the slow passage of unseen time. These oppositions, reconstructed cautiously through comparative linguistics, likely reflect seasonal contrast rather than moral judgment. The winter solstice itself sits at the pivot between these two principles, a hinge that marks the moment when one force begins to retreat and the other begins to rise. A similar pattern appears in East Asia, where yin and yang, long interpreted as philosophical abstractions, may have earlier ecological origins. Several scholars have proposed with suitable caution that the earliest forms of this duality mapped onto seasonal rhythms, yin associated with lengthening darkness, cooling earth, and stillness, yang associated with rising light, warmth, and growth. These correlations are not symbolic inventions layered onto the environment. They seem instead to arise from sustained observation of how landscapes behave across the year. The important point is that duality here is not framed as conflict. It is not a battle, not a cosmic war. It is the recognition that both halves of the seasonal cycle are required for the world to function. We can see echoes of this same understanding in parts of the African continent, where complementary pairs appear in oral traditions across regions. In several West African cosmologies, creation involves two cooperating principles that must be held in balance for life to flourish. Some traditions pair heat and coolness, others pair movement and rest, or dryness and rain-bearing winds. Although the details differ widely, the underlying logic remains consistent. The world is made by contrast, not by uniformity. And in many of these traditions, seasonal cycles, not metaphysics, offer the earlier scaffolding for this duality. Dry seasons and wet seasons shape agriculture, travel, ritual timing, and communal expectations. The solstice still plays a role, though in subtler ways, as a marker of celestial orientation rather than temperature. The year is felt through shifts in sky position, in the angle of shadows, in the migratory rhythm of animals whose patterns depend on changing daylight. In the Pacific, among several oceanic groups, duality appears again, but in a form that reflects a very different environment. Here, the division may be between land and sea, or between the prevailing and returning winds that determine not only navigation but survival. Some traditions pair the sun's strength with the moon's governance of tides. Others pair complementary ancestral forces whose responsibilities mirror the shifting balance of wet and dry seasons. While these systems cannot be collapsed into a single universal template, each tradition is specific, local, and shaped by its own history. Analysts have noticed a shared tendency to interpret environmental contrast through paired entities. And although solar observation plays a less central role in some island regions than in continental settings, the annual movement of the sun remains a reliable marker for navigation, planting, and ritual timing. Across all these examples, one fact emerges with steady clarity. The earliest dualities were not invented to explain morality. They were developed to understand time, and time, for early societies, was measured through light. In this sense, duality is the cognitive counterpart to the winter solstice. When the sun reached its lowest point and hesitated before returning, people observed that the year itself contained two great movements, the approach of darkness and the approach of light. This shift was not instantaneous. It unfolded over weeks, even months, and required attentive observation to recognize. The solstice became the fulcrum between these forces, a turning point that taught humans to see the world as a structured interplay rather than a single, unbroken state. We do not know whether the earliest Indo-European speakers or the earliest East Asian communities or the earliest African storytellers thought explicitly in terms of cosmic balance. But we do know from anthropological studies that people everywhere link environmental contrast with conceptual contrast. Cognitive linguistics supports this. Humans map abstract categories onto physical experience. Light and dark become metaphors for beginning and ending. Heat and cold become markers of energy and rest. Growth and decay become ways of interpreting human action. These mappings appear early, often before writing, and show up in archaeological evidence in the form of dual-aligned structures, seasonal ritual deposits, and repeated patterns in early symbolic art. One example comes from the study of Neolithic settlement organisation in parts of Eurasia. Archaeologists have noticed that some communal structures appear to be oriented not simply toward the rising sun at a specific time of year, but toward the contrasting direction associated with the declining sun. The buildings themselves seem to embody the tension between these two principles. Storage pits, hearth placements, and communal gathering areas reflect different seasonal functions, suggesting that duality had begun to shape not just stories but daily life. Although the evidence remains debated, some researchers interpret this as early cosmological structuring, grounded in environmental necessity. Another example can be found in early Iranian traditions, where the figure associated with dawn appears in opposition to a figure associated with night, both essential to the turning of the year. Comparative mythology studies propose that these pairs reflect older Indo-European patterns, though this remains cautious and contested. What is clear is that these traditions connect seasonal change with mythic roles. Dawn is not merely light, it is the beginning of strength. Night is not merely darkness, it is the keeper of the unseen, the necessary stillness before renewal. What makes this remarkable is the consistency of the underlying logic. In all these cases, duality emerges because the environment itself presents dual cycles: winter and summer, growth and decline, light and dark. For ancient peoples, these contrasts were not abstract categories, they were lived realities. Survival depended on understanding them, and over time, practical knowledge became narrative structure, and narrative structure became cosmology. This helps us understand why so many early traditions contain paired deities, spirits, or forces whose roles mirror the movement of the seasons. The year was never experienced as a single entity. It was experienced as a shifting balance, and humans, fragile in the face of environmental change, positioned themselves within this balance. They were not above it, they were part of it. The winter solstice, with its slow return of light, became the point where the two forces touched, the boundary that separated decline from renewal, the moment when darkness reached its limit and yielded, however, gradually to the returning sun. Duality systems encode this moment. They are the cognitive imprint of solstice observation. And within that duality, people place themselves. If we look more closely at how early communities lived through the extremes of the year, another dimension of duality becomes visible, not in myth, but in the rhythm of subsistence. Archaeobotanical studies from temperate regions show that food availability often follows a sharply divided pattern. Summer offers abundance in the form of ripening grains, berries, and seasonally migrating animals, while winter imposes scarcity, forcing groups to rely on stored resources, dried foods, and strategic hunting. This alternation between plenty and limitation left a deep imprint on cultural expectations. Several hunter-gatherer groups documented in the early 20th century retained seasonal rituals that symbolically opened and closed the year, marking the time when one mode of living yielded to the other. Although these traditions cannot be projected backward without caution, they demonstrate how environmental cycles shape conceptual dualities in predictable ways. Archaeologists studying early coastal populations in northern Japan have noted a similar rhythm, tied not to agriculture, but to marine activity. Fish runs follow seasonal patterns governed by water temperature and daylight shifts. Communities responded by developing paired ritual events that aligned with these cycles. One marked the return of migratory fish and longer days. Another acknowledged the retreat of marine resources into darker, colder months. Neither ritual framed the change as conflict. Both recognized that the world oscillated between two conditions that required different behaviors. This ecological pairing may have laid the groundwork for later cosmological dualities observed in early Japanese mythology, though the evidence remains circumstantial. Further south, in the highlands of the central Andes, duality appears embedded in the structure of social organization itself. Ethno-historic records describe moieties, paired social groups with complementary responsibilities, that predate the Inca Empire. Some scholars suggest that these dual groupings mirror environmental contrasts between upper and lower ecological zones, each with its own agricultural calendar. Whether or not these arrangements have prehistoric origins, they reflect the same logic found elsewhere. Humans divide the world into paired categories when the landscape imposes paired conditions. And while later Andean cosmology incorporated solar deities and celestial alignments, the earliest expressions of duality seem linked to land and season rather than doctrine. Even in regions with relatively mild seasonal variation, such as parts of the Mediterranean, early cosmologies reveal an awareness of opposing principles articulated through environmental cues. Paleoclimatic studies show that seasonal winds, such as the Etesian winds of the Aegean, create strong annual contrasts in weather patterns and sea conditions. Some researchers propose that these winds formed part of the conceptual basis for paired deities associated with distinct seasonal phases. Although these links are speculative, they illustrate how environmental dualities can give rise to symbolic ones, even where the solstice plays a subtler role. Across these cases, a common thread emerges: duality as a cognitive response to environmental rhythm. Humans observe contrast, and through repetition, contrast becomes structure. What distinguishes the solstice within this broader framework is its reliability. Winds shift, rainfall fluctuates, animal migrations vary. But the sun's movement along the horizon is steady in a way few other natural phenomena are. This reliability made the solstice the most dependable marker of the turning point between the year's two great halves. And perhaps this is why dualities persist so strongly through time. They encode not only ecological knowledge but existential recognition. The understanding that life is lived between forces that rise and fall, that neither abundance nor scarcity lasts forever, that light returns only after decline. These ideas did not begin as metaphors. They began as observations, and long before they hardened into philosophical systems, they guided how early peoples arranged their calendars, their settlements, their rituals, and their stories. Within this balanced world of paired forces, people found a place for themselves, not as rulers of the cycle, not as victims of it, but as participants who learned to live between its two unfolding halves. A small circle of humans stands at the mouth of a cave, not to enter it for shelter or to hide from wind, but simply to look into its darkness as if it were a horizon in reverse. The winter sun has slipped so low that its light reaches almost nothing inside. In that dimness, where stone swallows colour and breath turns to mist, something older than any carved symbol begins to stir in the human imagination. A thought emerges, quiet and unspoken. If the sun itself weakens each year, perhaps it too returns from some hidden chamber like this. It is an idea rooted not in fantasy, but in the lived rhythm of winter, a season when even the strongest hunters felt their strength pulled thin, and when darkness didn't just surround a community, but settled inside their shelters, their memories, and their bones. What if I told you that long before caves became shrines or holy places, they were understood simply as the deepest form of night that the land could offer? Their blackness mirrored the season itself, and the people who visited them during the coldest weeks of the year stepped into a world that behaved exactly like the sky above, withdrawing light, holding breath, waiting. Archaeologists studying Upper Paleolithic sites have noted that some of the earliest cave art appears deep within twisting chambers, where natural light never reaches. The evidence does not tell us precisely why early humans chose such difficult places for their most attentive work, but the pattern is consistent enough to suggest that darkness was not a barrier. It was part of the meaning. The cave became a place where transformation could be imagined, where something hidden could take shape before returning to the world outside. Picture a moment when a small group of people enters such a chamber, their fire carried on simple torches, casting flickering shadows across walls that had waited tens of thousands of years to be seen. In that trembling, unreliable light, animals leap from stone, lines curve and spiral, and the world feels suspended. Scholars have long debated whether these images were symbolic, ritual, instructive, or simply expressive. But one thread runs through many interpretations. The cave's interior acted as a liminal zone, a place neither fully safe nor fully threatening, similar to the threshold moments of winter when daylight shortened to its limit. In this setting, darkness was not only endured but studied. The very structure of the cave created a world where emergence mattered, where one left the depth and returned to brightness. We do not know for certain why so many early myths describe the sun as being born from caves, mounds, eggs, or other enclosed spaces, but comparative mythography shows remarkable consistency. Across northern Eurasia, the fire at midwinter was said to be kindled in hidden places. In some early Indo-European parallels, light is described as lying enclosed or waiting beneath, language that suggests a conceptual space like a chamber or womb. In parts of the ancient Near East, winter solstice rituals took place at night in subterranean rooms, their architecture designed to hold darkness as carefully as Newgrange held the returning beam of the sun. In these accounts, the annual return of light was imagined not as an effortless sunrise but as a birth, slow, uncertain, vulnerable. Archaeological work in Eurasia, the Americas and the Pacific reveals another layer of this pattern. Ethnographers studying societies with strong seasonal cycles often record midwinter ceremonies held inside enclosed structures, particularly those where the interior space mimicked the shape of a cave. Rounded walls, low ceilings, a single entrance facing east or southeast. These were not burial chambers but communal places of waiting and watching. Long before writing described such spaces as symbolic, people arranged their bodies in them to match the season's shape. They sat in darkness, listened to wind, felt the slow deepening of night, and the return of light became an event experienced together rather than simply observed. In this light, the universality of cave symbolism is less surprising. When we step into prehistoric art caves today, we often forget that early humans did so without modern lamps, without certainty, and without the expectation of beauty. They entered because caves behaved like midwinter, cold, still, and containing an unmeasured pause. The enclosed darkness made it possible to imagine the sun not as a distant sphere, but as something that could be held, nurtured, or sheltered until its strength returned. In many traditions, the cave is described as protective rather than threatening, a gestational space rather than a tomb. Even when used for burials, the mound or chamber was oriented toward the sky in ways that mirrored the larger cycle of renewal. We can trace this symbolism through carvings that show spirals unfurling from darkened interiors, through myths where heroes or deities rest beneath mountains before emerging renewed, and through linguistic metaphors where light is described as breaking out, coming forth, or rising from hidden places. None of this proves a single origin, but the parallels show that enclosed darkness was one of the earliest canvases upon which humans projected the rhythm of the year. The darkness inside the cave acted both as a physical experience and as a cognitive template, a space where one could imagine the world restarting. The cave, then, became the natural stage for the newborn sun. Its darkness matched the season's fragility. Its narrow entrance framed the first signs of returning brightness, and its depth held silence long enough for stories to form. From the archaeological record to the surviving mythic fragments, we see that the earlier solstice narratives did not need grand temples or complex calendars. They needed only the human body, the turning of the year, and a place where light and darkness could meet. And with this setting established, societies expanded the cast. Yet there is another dimension to this relationship between darkness and meaning that archaeologists have only recently begun to articulate. Caves do not simply remove light, they distort sound. In chambers across Europe, researchers have documented unusual acoustic properties, echoes that stretch longer than expected, frequencies amplified at certain points, and pockets of silence so complete that one's own heartbeat becomes the loudest presence in the room. These properties were not designed by the people who entered them, but they would have been unmistakable. A group gathered inside such an environment would feel the shift from the open world into a place that answered back differently. Even without language to describe it, the change in sound could suggest that a space was alive. This acoustic strangeness strengthened the impression that what emerged from such a place would be transformed. It is not possible to determine the intention behind every artifact found in deep cave contexts, but the placement of certain objects indicates careful staging. In several sites, small deposits of ochre, bone fragments, or pierced shells appear in niches far removed from practical light sources. These items were not left casually. They were positioned with the same kind of attention that later societies used in ritual enclosures. Their darkness does not diminish their significance. On the contrary, it suggests that the act of leaving them there was more important than the ability to see them afterward. This sense of offering into darkness directly parallels the later mythic theme of giving something to the womb of winter so that light might return renewed. Across ethnographic records, caves also appear repeatedly as places where humans went to learn something about their own endurance. In several circumpolar traditions, initiates were taken into dark interiors not to frighten them, but to allow them to sit with silence long enough to confront their own dependency on the returning sun. These practices, though separated by vast distances and differing ecologies, share a structural resemblance to the imagined journey of light itself: descent, stillness, and emergence. Whether or not early communities explicitly linked these acts to the solar cycle, their timing and symbolic echoes point toward a shared understanding that darkness was not only a backdrop but a teacher. In many mountain regions, caves were also understood as thresholds connecting visible and invisible realms. Archaeological surveys in the Zagros, the Pyrenees, and parts of the Altai reveal repeated occupation of cave mouths rather than deep interiors. These threshold spaces received just enough light to allow activity while still maintaining a strong contrast between the bright outside world and the shadowed interior. Here, people may have enacted seasonal transitions physically, stepping between zones that represented the shifting balance between darkness and brightness. The cave mouth became a living metaphor for the solstice itself, a moment when the world stood on the edge of two states. This helps explain why so many later myths describe the newborn sun emerging from an enclosed place not with triumphant clarity, but with gentle uncertainty, as if feeling its way back into existence. The archaeological and mythological threads converge on a single impression: that early humans understood darkness not as an empty void, but as a necessary stage in renewal. The sun's return each winter was powerful precisely because it came from a space where nothing could be seen, only imagined. And in that imagined emergence, the earlier stories found their shape. Somewhere in the long winter before agriculture, a small community sits in the blue-dark quiet of a late solstice dawn, watching the sky not just for light but for reassurance. The sun is returning, yes, but weakly, almost tentatively, as if unsure it wants to rise at all. In that fragile appearance, people saw something that felt familiar. They knew what it was to coax life from cold ground, to protect the last stores of dried meat, to tend embers overnight so that fire did not die. Picture a moment when the faint light on the horizon seemed almost like a life being carried, guarded, or nursed, and you begin to understand why so many of the oldest sun myths do not begin with a triumphant god, but with a watcher, a guardian, or a mother. The earlier stories did not assume the sun could defend itself. They assumed instead that something had to keep it safe. If the previous segment traced how enclosed darkness became the cradle for imagining the sun's rebirth, then this one marks the next quiet shift, a recognition that even light needs care. It is not possible to isolate a single point in time when protective figures emerge, but the patterns across early mythic systems suggest that their appearance coincides with a growing awareness of dependency. And by dependency, we mean not the symbolic kind invoked by later religions, but the practical, everyday reality of life in the earliest agricultural and pastoral communities. The archaeological and linguistic record hints that as people began to guard fields, flocks, stored grain, and winter supplies, they simultaneously began to imagine cosmic forces as needing guardianship too. It is not that myth copied daily life, nor that daily life copied myth, but rather that both were shadows cast by the same underlying concern. Nothing precious survives winter unprotected. Archaeology gives us one line of evidence. In parts of the Near East, small figurines dating to the early agricultural period show protective postures that some scholars cautiously interpret as associated with fertility, nurturing, or safeguarding. These figurines do not explicitly depict solar beings, but their symbolic role fits within a broader cultural tendency to associate care with survival. In pre-writing societies, metaphors often travelled silently from one realm of experience to another. If a community already relied on the careful tending of young animals or seedlings to survive the cold season, it is not surprising that their narratives would imagine the sun itself as something requiring similar attention. Early pastoralists, in particular, developed a vocabulary of safeguarding that appears to carry over into mythic portrayals of cosmic guardians. Linguistic studies offer another thread. In the reconstructed lexicon of Proto-Indo-European languages, a cluster of terms describing protection, covering, or watching over appears in close proximity to words associated with dawn, brightness, and newness. This does not prove a mythological connection, but it suggests that speakers of these ancient languages linked concepts of vulnerability and emergence. The dawn light, faint and fleeting in winter months, may have inspired metaphors of guardianship that later solidified into named figures. In some Indo-Iranian traditions, the dawn is accompanied or preceded by beings whose role is to defend, nurture or guide newly returning light. These figures are not warriors in the later martial sense. They are caretakers, intermediaries, or watchers of thresholds. What they are guarding is not victory, but possibility. Ethnographic parallels from early pastoral societies reinforce this idea. Among groups that lived by herding rather than farming, the winter months were often spent safeguarding young animals from harsh weather. In these contexts, stories frequently reflect a universe where cosmic beings mirror the responsibilities of human life. Light may be imagined as a calf, a lamb, or a newborn creature kept safe from the dangers of the world. The act of tending becomes mythologized as a cosmic truth. This belongs to a wider pattern seen across multiple continents, where the vulnerability of the natural world in winter is interpreted not as a threat but as a relationship. Someone must keep watch. Someone must protect the returning warmth until it can stand on its own. Bronze Age iconography provides some of the clearest material evidence for this emerging idea. Across parts of Europe and Southwest Asia, solar imagery begins to appear alongside figures who grasp, lead, or accompany solar symbols. These images are rarely explicit about narrative function, but the recurring association of human-like or divine figures with solar discs suggests an early conceptualization of guardianship. Rather than depicting the sun alone, many carvings and bronze plaques depict it supported, carried, or guided. The placement of these images in ceremonial contexts implies they were understood within a framework of responsibility and stewardship. This is consistent with broader archaeological patterns showing that the shift to more complex societies brought heightened awareness of continuity and preservation. When communities invested in long-term food storage, organized labor, and planned seasonal cycles, they also conceived of cosmic order as something requiring maintenance. The pastoral metaphors underpinning many of these myths reveal how deeply everyday survival shaped early cosmology. Before ritual calendars took shape, before monumental architecture fixed the solstice in stone, the safeguarding of life was already a central concern. Grain stores had to be protected from rot and pests. Herds had to be kept warm. Fires needed tending through the night. In stories, these realities transformed into guardians of the sun, figures who held vigil while the light was at its weakest. Even in agricultural societies, where crops were planted in spring rather than tended through winter, the idea of nurturing resurfaces in mythic motifs. The sowing of seeds into dark soil carried natural thematic parallels to the return of light after solstice. In several Near Eastern traditions, the birth or renewal of divine beings coincided with these agricultural cycles, embedding guardianship into both cosmic and earthly seasons. Comparative mythology helps illuminate the breadth of this pattern. In Vedic traditions, Usha's the dawn goddess is often accompanied by ancillary figures who prepare or navigate her passage. In certain Iranian sources, protective beings prevent the encroachment of darkness or disorder, guiding the return of light. Early Celtic myth cycles include maternal or guardian deities, whose seasonal roles align closely with winter solstice themes. Each tradition has its own history, its own cultural and environmental context, yet they all converge on the symbolic idea that new light does not arise unaided. It must be carried, watched over, or guided through darkness. These parallels do not prove a single origin for the archetype, but they demonstrate a shared sensitivity to the fragility of the seasonal cycle. Archaeological caution is important here. We cannot claim that every protective figure in early mythology directly corresponds to agricultural labour or pastoral practice. What we can say, based on available evidence, is that the conceptual link between vulnerability and care permeates early stories of the sun. It appears consistently across societies with very different economic systems. the universality of winter hardship may have been the common thread. When nights grew longer and cold encroached on the smaller settlements, people were reminded that survival required watchfulness. Stories took shape around that need, not as entertainment, but as a form of cognitive mapping, a way to articulate what must be protected if the world is to continue. In this sense, the guardians of early myths are not heroic in the later classical sense. They're closer to stewards, companions, or caretakers, figures whose importance lies in their constancy rather than their power. They represent the quiet work that sustains life when conditions are harshest. And as societies grew more complex, the symbolic responsibilities of these guardians expanded. They became organizers of cosmic order, keepers of boundaries, or mediators between worlds. Yet their earliest role was simple: to protect what was fragile. Seen in this light, the emergence of solar guardians is not mysterious or mythic in origin. It reflects a deeply human response to the rhythms of the year. Protecting the sun in story echoed protecting resources in reality. And so, as the cultural and environmental world of early humans grew more layered, so too did the characters that inhabited their sky narratives. Imagine a moment when the sky stopped being only a source of warmth, danger, and light, and became something else entirely, a surface that could be read. The people who lived through the long winters of the late prehistoric world left no carved lexicon to explain when this shift happened. No tablets or scrolls describing the first time someone recognized that the returning sun behaved with the precision of a structured tale. But we can infer, cautiously, that there was an era when humanity moved from simply watching the sky to interpreting it, approaching the heavens not merely as an expanse, but as a sequence. What if I told you that this moment marks one of the earliest steps toward narrative consciousness itself, rooted not in metaphor or invention, but in the dependable logic of daylight's rise and fall? The evidence suggests that by the time settled communities had begun to observe seasonal cycles with greater attention, they were already turning the path of the sun into a kind of temporal grammar. The revelation is simple, but profound. The birth, death, rebirth movement of the sun across the solstice equinox arc became a template that organized how stories were told, when festivals were held, and how obligations were understood. The sky became the first reliable calendar, because it moved regardless of human intention, and in its movement, early societies found a structure far older than writing. Its consistency allowed communities to anchor communal memory in something larger than themselves. The traces of this shift can still be seen in the earliest calendrical myth cycles found across Indo-European and Mesoamerican traditions, although these traditions developed independently, separated by oceans and vast periods of time. We do not know for certain how early these cycles emerged, but their broad patterns suggest that communities in both hemispheres recognize the solstices and equinoxes not merely as astronomical events, but as narrative markers, turning points in a cosmic sequence. In Indo-European calendars reconstructed from linguistic evidence, the year often unfolds in paired halves, moving from a moment of perilous darkness in midwinter toward the strengthening of light and the renewal of the world. In Mesoamerica, meanwhile, the sky's divisions became so precise that myth and mathematics intertwined, and the movement of celestial bodies informed not only agricultural decisions, but cosmological meaning. These parallels do not imply a shared origin. They imply a shared human need to locate oneself within a larger rhythm. Both regions developed narrative arcs that correspond to the same four seasonal anchors: midwinter, midsummer, and the equinox transitions where day and night hold equal sway. When archaeologists map early festivals to these points, the pattern becomes difficult to dismiss. Even societies with limited contact or entirely different ecological pressures appear to mark these moments with stories that echo the dynamics of the sky. It is not that people imagined narrative first and applied it upward. It is that the heavens presented a ready-made sequence long before humans articulated narrative structure. As these seasonal anchors became more widely recognized, they began to shape ritual timing. We see this in the archaeological record of festival layers, where repeated deposits, burnt offerings, food remnants, pigment traces accumulate around the same periods of the year. Such patterns demonstrate that these events were not random. They were organized around celestial time. What emerged was a relationship in which the sky provided the framework and human practice filled in the detail. Communities came to rely on celestial recurrence as a reminder of obligations: when to sow or harvest, when to gather, when to mourn or celebrate. Over time, these obligations became encoded in story fragments, passed orally from one generation to the next. These fragments did not yet form myths as we know them. They were more like narrative cues, pieces of the world's rhythm tied to particular times of year. This is perhaps one of the quietest but most important transitions in human cultural development. Oral fragments began to cohere into sequences, and those sequences formed myths with beginnings, middles, and endings. We can see this shift in later Indo-European traditions, where mythic cycles follow a predictable arc tied to seasonal change, descent into darkness, a crisis or confrontation, and renewal as the world brightens. In the Mesoamerican context, the movement of celestial bodies became so integral that mythic figures and astronomical cycles appear almost inseparable. The sun's journey was not symbolic of the story, it was the story. And because these sequences occurred every year, they became a stable scaffold for meaning. Archaeologists working with settlement-based timekeeping structures note that these narrative patterns appear even in communities without writing. It is as if the sky provided an external memory system, preserving structure when human memory alone might falter. The solstice, the equinox, and the motions of sunrise and sunset created a framework sturdy enough to support stories long before scripts emerged. The sky became the first library, not because it held words, but because its cycles were reliable enough to hold time. This brings us to one of the most intriguing aspects of early narrative cosmology: shared motifs across distant cultures that reflect solar logic, not shared origin. The recurrence of certain themes, descent, liminality, return, renewal, suggests that early humans across the world read similar patterns in the heavens and translated them into stories that followed the same structural rules. The idea of a cyclical renewal of light appears in traditions as far apart as northern Europe, the Indian subcontinent, Central America, and the Andes. Yet these parallels need not imply diffusion. When separate communities observe the same celestial phenomena, they may arrive at similar narrative conclusions. This is not cultural copying, it is the sky acting as a guide. We also find evidence that the transition from oral fragments to structured myth occurred unevenly. Some societies retained brief seasonal narratives, while others elaborated them into long cycles involving multiple characters, deities, or spirits whose roles reflected environmental shifts. In these expanded traditions, the solstice becomes the beginning of a narrative arc, an emergence, a renewal, a starting point for stories of struggle or growth. The equinox becomes a moment of balance, often associated with key transitions in myth, while midsummer sometimes marks the peak or triumph of a figure associated with light or strength. These correlations are not universal, but they are explanatory. They offer insight into how the sky's steady rhythm could generate a framework for organising time in narrative form. What is most striking is that this happened long before writing codified any of it. When writing finally appeared several thousand years into the Bronze Age, it preserved narratives that had already been shaped for countless generations. By then, the sky had been humanity's script for so long that many written myths simply reflected patterns that had existed orally for millennia. Writing captured these stories, but it did not create them. The scaffold had been built far earlier, in the patient watching of solstice light and the annual movement of shadows. When we say that the sky became a narrative scaffold, we are not speaking metaphorically. We are describing a cognitive transition in which celestial cycles provided the first stable and predictable sequence against which story structure could be formed. This does not mean early humans understood their stories as astronomy. Rather, astronomy and story emerge from the same impulse, to make sense of the world's movements, to find pattern in change, and to locate oneself within a cycle that repeats but never stands still. And in this quiet turning of the heavens, myth found its first structure, and from this scaffold came characters who embodied the sun's power. Imagine watching a flame that barely survives its own birth. Picture a moment when that flame, no larger than a trembling spark in the cold midwinter air, begins to steady itself. This is the image early communities carried with them as they observed the sun's slow return after the deepest point of the year. For societies that lived without artificial light, the growth of daylight was not simply a background change in the environment. It was a transformation that shaped rhythm, survival, and belief. What if I told you that the earlier stories of youthful figures gaining strength may have emerged from this quiet, steady observation, from noticing that the returning sun behaved almost like something young, something learning how to stand? The revelation becomes clearer when we look closely at the way daylight behaves after the solstice. It increases gradually, almost imperceptibly, forcing early observers to develop a patient awareness of change. In the days following midwinter, the sun rises only slightly earlier and sets only slightly later. Its warmth is weak, its arcs low, but the pattern is consistent. From the darkest moment onward, the light does not fail. In archaeological and mythological analysis, this period, when the sun seems to be regaining its footing, often aligns with narratives in which a youthful figure, sometimes described as skyborn or lightborn, begins to gather strength. These stories are not records of astronomy, they are reflections of an ecological truth, the slow, predictable strengthening of the sun after midwinter. By tracing the earliest Indo-European seasonal metaphors, scholars find repeated references to strength that grows rather than erupts. Some linguistic archaeologists have reconstructed terms that compare early sunlight to an awakening force, a being that gradually shakes off dormancy. These metaphors do not emerge from agricultural societies alone. They appear earlier, among groups for whom winter scarcity defined the limits of survival. The return of light was not abstract. It altered hunting opportunities, travel possibilities, and the reliability of food stores. When a story described a youthful figure gaining vigour, the underlying logic was environmental. The world itself was brightening. In many parts of Eurasia, the earliest agricultural planning was tied to these lengthening days, even before the development of formal calendars. Archaeobotanical evidence shows that communities tracked increasing daylight to anticipate soil readiness, animal movement, and thaw cycles. In this context, a growing or strengthening figure becomes more than poetic symbolism. It becomes a mnemonic tool, a way to remember that the period following midwinter marks the beginning of preparation. Each incremental increase in daylight signaled that it was time to check stored grains, maintain tools, or assess herd conditions. Myth became a cognitive framework for environmental timing, and the young solar figure became a memory of what the sun itself was doing. Across distant cultures, we find hero narratives that follow an arc strikingly similar to the sun's ascent. The figure begins weak, faces early challenges, and gains strength through trials, only reaching full potential when light dominates the year. This pattern appears in traditions that are geographically and linguistically unrelated, yet they share an underlying logic: growth through the return of light. Modern scholars caution against assuming cultural connection where none exists. These parallels emerge from ecological observation, not mutual influence. When communities experience the same seasonal transitions, they may generate similar narrative structures. The strengthening sun becomes a teacher of forms. What makes these growth arcs particularly compelling is how they intersect with early rites of passage. Archaeological research on initiation rituals shows that many took place in late winter or early spring, precisely when daylight was becoming more dependable. The evidence suggests that communities use seasonal change as a framework for personal transformation. A youth who underwent initiation during this period did so when the world itself was transitioning from weakness to strength. The maturing figure in myth mirrored the maturing figure in society. These rites were not only about becoming an adult, they were about aligning oneself with the same rhythms that governed crops, herds, and migratory patterns. Ethnographic parallels reinforce this point. In several pastoral and hunter-gatherer groups, the timing of rites aligns closely with seasonal milestones. The period after midwinter is often marked by renewed activity, return to hunting routes, strengthening of animals, and preparation for longer journeys. The timing suggests that these rites functioned as both social ceremonies and ecological adaptations. Aligning personal transformation with the growing light was a way of synchronizing the human body to the land. In early mythic cycles, youthful figures often face symbolic challenges that reflect environmental reality. In some traditions, the young light must push back against forces associated with cold, scarcity, or inertia. In others, its growth is framed as a slow accumulation of power, almost like embers gathering heat. The metaphors differ, but the pattern remains. Returning light is not triumphant at first. It must build itself day after day. The stories reflect this incremental rhythm. This observation helps explain one of the most significant features of early myth. The hero does not simply appear fully formed. They begin uncertain, vulnerable, and untested. The community recognizes itself in this vulnerability. Winter strips away excess and leaves only what can endure. When the light returns, it returns thinly. The youthful figure grows because the sun grows. Strength is not instantaneous. It is earned through the passage of time. As communities became more complex, these narratives grew more elaborate. Some added companions who aided the young light. Others introduced challenges that symbolized the obstacles of early spring, unpredictable weather, lingering cold, or scarcity that had not yet eased. The arc of the maturing hero thus became an interpretive framework for the transition between deep winter and the more forgiving months. Even as societies expanded into agricultural production, the patterned growth of daylight remained central to how time was understood. It is important to state clearly that these stories do not imply knowledge of astronomy in the scientific sense. They reflect an intuitive engagement with the world. Early communities interpreted what they could observe, and what they observed was that light, once it began to return, did not stop. The hero's growth was a lesson in patience and expectation. The predictability of daylight offered reassurance that the challenges of winter would pass. The maturing figure became a memory of this reassurance. archaeological findings support the idea that solstice-linked rites of passage were embedded in early social life. Excavations in several regions reveal that seasonal gatherings often included activities tied to marking personal milestones or reinforcing communal identity. The return of light provided the ceremonial backdrop, offering a symbolic narrative of growth during a time when the community needed to reaffirm connections. These gatherings may not have included explicit references to light children or skyborn heroes, but the timing alone indicates that seasonal change shaped human meaning. What is most striking about these narratives is how they preserve an emotional truth, that strength often arrives slowly, emerging from the most vulnerable moment. The young solar figure does not rush, it grows with the same rhythm the world provides, and early societies living close to the land and dependent on its cycles understood this intimately. Growth was not a burst of power, it was a steady ascent. The realization that emerges from this evidence is simple. The maturation of early mythical figures mirrors the sun's return, not because communities imposed narrative onto the sky, but because the sky offered a rhythm that could be lived, felt, and trusted. The hero grows because the world grows lighter. The child of winter becomes the youth of early spring. And in that transformation, ancient people recognized both the environment around them and the changes within themselves. There is also a quieter dimension to this seasonal maturation that rarely appears in later theological traditions, but is visible in the earliest layers of oral memory. The way communities interpreted the quality of returning light, not just its duration. In the weeks after the solstice, the early sun does not simply grow stronger, it changes colour and texture as it climbs slightly higher in the sky. Ethno-astronomers studying traditional societies have noted that observational languages often carry distinct terms for the soft winter gleam, the sharp clarity of early spring, and the warmer radiance that arrives near planting time. These distinctions matter because they are rooted in lived experience. The strengthening hero or skyborn youth is not only about increasing hours of light, but about a shifting sensory world in which visibility, shadow length, and warmth gradually realign. When myths speak of a young figure gaining clarity or emerging from dimness, they may reflect these subtle atmospheric changes. This is supported by archaeological work examining dwellings aligned to early light angles. At several sites across northern Eurasia, traces of habitation show that structures were positioned to capture the returning rays of late winter mornings, not simply for warmth, but for visibility during tasks requiring precision. The angle of early light mattered. It shaped how tools were repaired, how fibres were prepared, and how food stores were evaluated. When the youthful light in story is described as learning, sharpening, or revealing what winter obscured, the metaphor parallels the way these communities experienced their own environment. We also see evidence of seasonal bodily change embedded in the earliest metaphors of growth. Paleophysiological studies of high-latitude populations suggest that energy expenditure, sleep cycles, and hormone levels vary dramatically between midwinter and early spring. The shift from torpor-like conservation toward renewed activity is mirrored in narrative arcs, describing figures who awaken slowly, test their limbs, or re-enter the world after a period of stillness. Rather than supernatural invention, these portrayals echo the lived human body responding to changing daylight. The hero grows because the people telling the story feel themselves growing too. There's another layer revealed through comparative seasonal ritual, the role of community in supporting the growth of both light and youth. Several early societies marked the weeks after the solstice with communal tasks that required cooperation, clearing snowpaths, securing water sources, repairing shelters, or tending weakened livestock. These tasks reinforced social bonds precisely when the sun was gaining strength. In myths that describe companions assisting the youthful figure, or communities protecting the early light, the symbolic echo becomes clear. Growth was never solitary. It depended on collective effort, just as survival through late winter depended on mutual support. By tracing these ecological, physiological, and social patterns, we begin to see why the growing fire became one of the most universally resonant images in the early mythic imagination. It was not simply an aesthetic metaphor. It was an entire transformation visible in the land, the sky, the body, and the community. The maturing light became a template for how strength itself was understood, as something built gradually, carried carefully, and recognized only when the world had changed enough to reveal it. And it is within this deep relationship between light and experience that myths began to shift from observation to confrontation, a community standing at the edge of the coldest season, listening to the wind move through bare branches and knowing that every night could bring something unpredictable. Picture a moment when winter was not an inconvenience but a living threat, when darkness itself felt like an active presence pressing against the campfire's fragile circle of warmth. What if I told you that this pressure, this quiet fear of the season's longest night, is where many cultures first found the figure they would later call an enemy, not because they believed in eternal evil, but because they had to name the dangers that winter carried? We do not know how the very first of these stories sounded when spoken beside early hearths, yet the pattern is familiar across regions that never met. The winter solstice sits at the hinge of the year, a time when the sun reaches its lowest strength. It is precisely here that myths begin to imagine an opposing force, not abstract or philosophical, but shaped by cold realities. In the oldest layers of solstice-linked traditions, the enemy is often a creature of night, a serpent emerging from the frozen earth, a devourer of light, a figure representing hunger, misfortune, or the unseen dangers that accompany deep winter. Archaeology cannot record fear, but it can record the environmental pressures that would have made fear rational. Across northern latitudes, winter predators behaved differently than they did in warm seasons. Wolves tracked human settlements more closely when prey was scarce. Bears moved unpredictably when food ran out. Even large cats in some regions followed migration patterns that brought them nearer to humans during the darkest months. The fossil and ecological records show that winter changed predator behavior, and later stories mirrored these patterns. When a tale speaks of a serpent that stirs only during the long nights, or a force that must be driven back for light to return, the ecological backdrop is not difficult to imagine. We do not have to assume that people believe darkness itself was a conscious entity. More likely, they expressed danger in the form most intuitive to oral societies, as a living opponent. This is why so many solstice narratives describe an adversary that threatens the new or returning light. Among the earliest Indo-European traditions, scholars have identified structural oppositions between sky figures who bring warmth and shadow figures who obstruct or delay it. Similar dualities appear in early Near Eastern stories, where serpents, chaotic waters, or winter spirits must be subdued for the ordered cycle of seasons to resume. Importantly, these adversaries do not necessarily represent evil. They represent instability, the thin margin of survival that winter imposed. Ethnographic parallels strengthen this view. Circumpolar storytelling traditions often describe beings who interfere with the sun's path or who hold it back. Yet when these tales are recorded closely, their emphasis is not moral. Instead, they reflect specific seasonal hazards, storms that block the horizon, cold snaps that threaten stored food, or sudden darkness that interrupts travel and hunting. In these oral accounts, antagonistic figures simply personify the unpredictability of winter. They give shape to something formless. In some traditions across Siberia, northern Europe, and parts of the North American Arctic, there are stories in which the sun disappears because something obscures it or steals it. Scholars examining these tales note that they likely emerge from the real difficulty of tracking daylight changes at high latitudes, where the sun's path shifts rapidly near the solstice and storms can erase the sky for days. A myth describing the sun being swallowed or carried away may reflect a time when its faint midwinter light was easily lost to cloud cover. Linguistic evidence supports this practical interpretation. Many early words associated with darkness in Indo-European languages carry connotations tied not to moral danger, but to concealment, covering, or obscuration. The enemy in these contexts is something that hides or blocks, rather than something metaphysically opposed to good. When we look across ancient farming and herding societies, seasonal threats become even more visible. Winter famine was not metaphorical. If a community had miscalculated its stores, or if the harvest had been poor, the darkest months meant genuine vulnerability. It is in this context that we find stories of devouring forces, stories where darkness consumes or weakens the returning sun. These narrative forms likely helped communities articulate collective anxiety. They offered an explanation that fit the rhythm of the year. Darkness rose because the sun was weak. It fell because the sun regained strength. The pattern remains remarkably consistent across independent regions. In early Iranian traditions, antagonistic winter figures slow the return of warmth. In northern European cycles, shadow beings disrupt the rising light. In some Near Eastern stories, serpents or chthonic forces obstruct the ordered sky. These are not identical myths, yet their functions align. They describe the same seasonal challenge in different languages. What stands out most is not the imagery, but the timing. These stories cluster around midwinter, the point of deepest uncertainty. Before the agricultural surplus, before long-distance trade, before central authorities stored emergency grain, winter required explanation. To say that darkness had an enemy gave shape to a problem. To say that the sun was threatened provided a narrative structure strong enough to carry memory across generations. And so, the winter adversary became a central figure in myth. Yet we must be careful not to overstate the case. Archaeological evidence can tell us that winter was dangerous. Textual and linguistic evidence can show recurring oppositional structures. Ethnographic parallels can demonstrate that communities facing similar ecological pressures invented similar explanations. But none of this proves that one specific serpent or demon existed as a universal idea. Rather, the evidence suggests that seasonal conditions produced a shared need to explain risk. Humans everywhere use story to map uncertainty. In this sense, the enemy made of night emerged not from metaphysics but from climate. The long dark of midwinter required a narrative counterpart, something that could be resisted, outlasted, or symbolically defeated as the days grew longer. When the sun began its ascent, the adversary faded, not because it had been conquered in a cosmic battle, but because the environmental threat had eased. And in that easing, a story found its natural end. The danger was temporary. The return of light was the resolution. The enemy was winter itself, told in the language of metaphor. This danger shaped how the story of light's return ended. What becomes clearer when we move deeper into the archaeological record is that these antagonistic figures were not created all at once. They evolved slowly, shaped by practical concerns long before they were shaped by theology. Seasonal unpredictability was itself a kind of teacher. When storms arrived earlier than expected, or when cold lingered past the time when early crops should have emerged, communities needed a conceptual tool to explain disruption. Many early myths describe adversaries who delay, interfere, or interrupt rather than destroy. This is an important difference. The language of early narratives often revolves around blockage rather than annihilation. A serpent coils around the sun not to end its light forever, but to hinder its path. A winter being obscures the young light rather than extinguishing it. This emphasis on obstruction mirrors the lived difficulty of maintaining stability during winter, where even minor disruptions could have profound consequences. Archaeologists studying early settlement layers in high-latitude regions have observed that winter variability is written into the architecture itself. Storage pits grow deeper, hearths become more central, entrances narrow as if to guard against rising winds. These structural adjustments suggest heightened attention to the winter's demands. It is not hard to imagine how such vigilance encouraged stories in which darkness actively pressed against the boundaries of the human world. When communities reinforced their dwellings against the season, stories reinforced their cosmologies in parallel. A narrative adversary could give shape to the tension between the stability of the settlement and the instability outside it. Even in regions closer to the equator, where winter was milder, stories of obstructing figures appear in contexts shaped not by cold, but by irregular rains, sudden cloud cover, or the unpredictability of seasonal monsoons. In these places, the enemy is often connected with cloud serpents, shadow casters, or figures who hide the sun behind layers of mist. Though the environmental conditions differ, the underlying conceptual pattern remains similar. A disruption in expected light becomes the work of a disruptive being. When light returns, the culprit loses influence. These narrative structures appear to arise wherever people depend on predictable seasonal behavior for survival. One of the most revealing insights comes from linguistic studies that trace ancient root words for shadow, cover, and darkening. In several language families, these words are not inherently negative. Instead, they describe natural processes that temporarily obscure visibility. This reinforces the idea that the mythic enemy of the sun began as a functional description rather than a moral category. Over time, as narratives accumulated layers of symbolism, these once neutral figures took on characteristics shaped by cultural values, ritual practices, or emerging social hierarchies. But their origins remain grounded in the physical environment. By the time more elaborate cosmologies appeared, the winter adversary was no longer just a seasonal metaphor but a recurring character with established narrative roles. Yet embedded in every version of the tale is the same quiet understanding. Danger does not last. The return of the sun dissolves the adversary's power. Light is restored not through triumph, but through patience and the slow turning of the year. This danger shaped how the story of light's return ended. Imagine a moment when the first thin blade of light rises after the longest night, not as a spectacle, not as a revelation, but as a small confirmation that the world has not ended. For most of human history, winter pressed hard against the lives of those who lived close to the limits of subsistence. Food stores diminished, illness lingered, travel became dangerous, and in those long weeks the sun's faint path across the horizon seemed to shrink until even its appearance could feel uncertain. So when the light finally lengthened, even by the smallest margin, early communities responded with something far more instinctive than celebration. They exhaled. They stood in the cold and watched the faint promise of survival, and in that watching they shaped one of the oldest and simplest ideas in myth, that what returns renews the world. The evidence suggests that at midwinter, across many parts of Eurasia and beyond, people performed small rituals of relighting. Archaeological traces from later prehistoric layers show the repeated presence of hearths that appear freshly cleaned or rekindled at consistent points in the seasonal cycle. In some regions of northern Europe, ash deposits indicate deliberate extinguishing and reigniting of communal fire, a symbolic gesture that scholars interpret as marking the turning of the year. Farther south, charred remains in ritual pits coincide with the winter season, suggesting that the act of creating flame anew was aligned with the sun's slow strengthening. These practices were not yet codified religion. They were simple, almost domestic acts performed in the cold, likely accompanied by the kind of quiet attention that arises when people feel time changing around them. Oral traditions preserve echoes of these small ceremonies. Ethnographic records from circumpolar communities describe gatherings held not at the solstice moment itself, but just after, when daylight began to noticeably advance. In several traditions, the phrase, "the day is coming back," appears as a shorthand for safety's return. Other groups use metaphors of waking, rising, or stirring, as if the land itself was regaining awareness. These patterns appear not because the groups were connected, but because they all watched the same slow shift in the sky. When the light grew, even slightly, it signalled that the worst had passed. Mythic language reflects this sense of relief. The world was imagined as opening, warming, or breathing again. Danger slackened its hold. The year reset. Agricultural communities gave this renewal a different meaning. In early farming societies of the Near East and southeastern Europe, the lengthening days corresponded to the first signs of the coming planting season. Even though sowing itself came weeks or months later, the sun's return marked the beginning of the agricultural year's psychological cycle. Linguistic studies show that many Indo-European languages contain ancient metaphors linking sunrise with victory and success. The root associated with to overcome in several branches is closely tied to dawn or sunrise imagery, suggesting that the triumph of daylight over darkness became a template for describing positive outcomes. This may reflect the agricultural mindset. The returning sun did not only banish winter, it enabled the future harvest. In this way, renewal was not just emotional reassurance, but practical anticipation. Communal gatherings formed another layer of renewal. Archaeological findings from midwinter feasting sites in northern Europe show concentrated deposits of animal remains, pottery and hearth waste occurring at consistent points in the seasonal cycle. These gatherings were not solely social events. They served as markers that the community remained intact. Winter could scatter people across different shelters or hunting zones, but the increasing daylight provided a natural moment for reassembly. Stories likely circulated at these gatherings about the last hard weeks, the dangers endured, and the plans for the year ahead. In the retelling of these seasonal hardships, mythic motifs of victory over darkness became social glue, connecting personal experience to the wider rhythm of the world. Light returning at midwinter also shaped metaphors of continuity. In many oral traditions, the sun's reappearance was described as the world waking again, a phrase that combines cosmic scale with human familiarity. Linguistic parallels across cultures link the idea of renewal with the sunrise itself. In early Indo-Iranian languages, metaphors of rejuvenation are tied to words for light. In several northern Eurasian traditions, the phrase for New Year is etymologically linked to the return of brightness or the lifting of the sky. These parallels do not imply shared origin, but shared observation. People looked at the same horizon, saw the same slow change, and imagined renewal through the same sensory experience. We do not know the precise emotional tone of these early ceremonies, but ethnographic comparisons suggest that they carried a mix of relief and modest optimism. The winter solstice did not immediately change conditions. Food was still scarce, temperatures still dangerous. But the return of sunlight provided a psychological pivot. It was the one dependable turning point the year offered. For groups living far from equatorial regions, where day length varies significantly, the solstice was one of the rare moments when nature offered an unmistakable sign. And in a world where survival could depend on reading subtle environmental cues, that sign took on profound meaning. The role of renewal myths extended beyond simple reassurance. They also structured time. In many agricultural and pastoral societies, the year was divided into seasons not only by climatic patterns, but by narrative sequences. The return of light marked the beginning of these sequences. The stories told after midwinter formed the foundation for the year's ritual cycle. Later, mythologies would elaborate these patterns into more complex narratives involving deities of spring, vegetation, sacrifice, or rebirth. But at their root lay the same observation. The sun grows again, therefore life grows again. The emotional logic of renewal is built from this basic recognition. Archaeological evidence from ritual structures reinforces the importance of this seasonal threshold. In some parts of prehistoric Britain and Ireland, light interaction features within monuments are oriented toward midwinter sunrise or sunset, not midsummer. This suggests that communities placed greater symbolic weight on the sun's return than on its peak. Midwinter monuments like Newgrange, oriented with extraordinary precision to the solstice sunrise, reveal a consistent focus on renewal rather than abundance. The first light entering the passage each year likely served as a ceremonial moment, a physical enactment of the sun's reawakening. Whether or not people perceive this in narrative terms, the architectural alignment itself shows that renewal was understood as a critical hinge in the year. Beyond Europe, similar patterns appear. In the high Andes, certain agricultural communities performed renewal rituals timed to match the solstice, turning, cleaning irrigation channels, and preparing fields not because planting had begun, but because the sky had signalled that its cycle had restarted. In East Asia, early records from the Zhou period describe rituals of renewal tied to the winter solstice, marking administrative and social reforms to align society with cosmic order. Though later and more structured than the prehistoric contexts we focus on, these examples show the same principle. Renewal tied to the returning sun served as a universal organising force. What becomes clearer, the more we study these early cycles, is that renewal was not imagined as a sudden event, but as a gradual reorientation of life. Archaeologists examining long-term settlement layers in northern Europe note recurring patterns in winter debris. Items temporarily set aside, hearth tools placed in consistent positions, storage pits opened and resealed. These gestures likely belong to the same quiet rhythm of readiness that the lengthening daylight inspired. As the sun returned, people adjusted their domestic spaces, not because conditions had already changed, but because they sensed the shift that lay ahead. Renewal was spatial as well as temporal. Homes breathed again, tools were checked, paths were cleared. Lives that had been narrowed by cold began to widen. This widening influenced cooperation too. In many hunter-gatherer societies, winter's depth created social contraction. Families or small bands dispersed to reduce strain on resources. When daylight grew, these groups reassembled. Ethnographic parallels suggest that such reunions were not merely practical but deeply symbolic. The sun gathered strength, and so did the community. Shared meals, shared stories, and shared decisions emerged from this seasonal clustering, and over time these gatherings shaped expectations about belonging. Renewal was therefore not just about the environment turning, it was about human relationships resetting, recovering their structure after the fragmentation imposed by winter. The The returning light also influenced how people recognized continuity between generations. In some early cultures, the moment of daylight's first noticeable increase marked the time when elders retold genealogies, when children were reminded of ancestral names, when communities paused to reflect on who had survived the cold. Survival through winter was not taken for granted. It created a sense of lineage preserved, of knowledge carried forward. Linguistic evidence from several northern Eurasian traditions links the words for year, cycle, and people in ways that hint at this connection. The sun returned, and thus the story of the group continued. The two ideas were inseparable. In many regions, renewal also shaped how landscapes were understood. The first places to receive the strengthening light, ridges, clearings, riverbanks, often became associated with beginnings. Archaeologists studying prehistoric movement routes observe that paths taken in early spring remained significant across centuries. These were the lines the returning sun illuminated first, and so they became the lines people followed. Renewal therefore imprinted itself on geography. The sky's transformation left measurable traces on the ground. Perhaps the most revealing aspect of renewal, however, lies in how quietly it operated. Myths would later develop dramatic accounts of the sun's triumph, but the earliest traces suggest something far gentler, an acknowledgement of continuity earned rather than given. Communities watched the sky and saw not victory but persistence. They saw the world regain balance, slowly, predictably, without grandeur. And in that predictability lay comfort, a comfort sturdy enough to be passed down through memory long before it appeared in myth. Over generations, this subtle reassurance became tradition. With each return of the sun, people confirmed that the pattern held, that the world still followed its ancient rhythm, that life could proceed again. Renewal was not a single moment. It was the steady unfolding of days, the quiet rebuilding of confidence, the shared recognition that, once more, the year was beginning. A tale whispered beside a winter fire in a small valley, spoken in a language no longer remembered, lit only by embers and the faint promise of dawn. Now imagine a remarkably similar tale taking shape thousands of miles away, carried not by travellers or traders, but by the simple fact that another community, facing the same dimming of the world, looked up at the same weak midwinter sun and felt the same quiet fear. It is here, in this parallel response to darkness, that the story of the solar child begins to echo across civilizations. What if I told you that long before cultures could influence one another through roads, script, or empire, their earliest narratives had already begun to rhyme? When we trace the oldest layers of solstice-shaped myth across continents, the surprising pattern is not how much was shared, but how much was reinvented. The evidence from archaeology, comparative mythology, and linguistic reconstruction points toward a phenomenon scholars call independent invention, the spontaneous emergence of similar stories in societies separated by geography, time, and ancestry. The reason, the data suggests, is practical rather than mystical. Ecological pressures, especially those tied to seasonal extremes, act almost like narrative templates. Where winters were long or daylight sharply reduced, communities created stories in which light became fragile. Where the seasons reversed or monsoons dominated, the emphasis shifted, but the structural longing for renewal remained. The conditions differed, but the underlying need did not. We can see this most clearly in regions with no documented contact before the modern era. In parts of sub-Saharan Africa, for example, stories of faint early light appear independently of Eurasian influences, associated with seasonal rains and agricultural timing, rather than snow or deep cold. In the Andes, highland narratives describe the sun as a being who must travel through immense danger during the darkest period of the year, even though their environment lacks the long polar night of the far north. Among some indigenous groups of North America, the returning light is woven into stories that emphasize the resilience of small creatures enduring winter scarcity. Each of these traditions rises from different ecologies, yet they converge around the same structural idea. Light is born weak, becomes endangered, and returns stronger. This circle is not the result of shared theology, but the consistent rhythm of the Earth's orbit inscribed into human experience. The more we examine these parallels, the more cautious we must be. Not every resemblance signals a deep, ancient connection. Many comparative studies warn that similarities may emerge purely because societies are responding to analogous environmental challenges. Yet linguistic contact zones provide an additional layer of insight. In regions where communities did interact, such as across the Eurasian steppe, or along early coastal exchange routes, we see how motifs could travel while still adapting to local conditions. A metaphor from one linguistic family shifts shape as it passes into another, carrying the skeleton of a story while changing its ornaments. These contact networks create what scholars sometimes describe as mythic drift, a blending of inherited logic with local meaning. But even in these zones, the underlying solstice pattern is rarely borrowed wholesale. It is recognized, interpreted, or repurposed because it already resonates with an existing seasonal framework. Archaeological evidence reinforces this independence. Iconography associated with early solstice narratives appears in contexts far too early or too isolated to be traces of diffusion. The symbols at Çatalhöyük and the carvings on Scandinavian rock faces cannot be linked by any plausible contact route in their earliest phases. The circular motifs in North African engravings emerge without known Eurasian influence. The midwinter ritual sequences reconstructed from pre-Columbian sites in Mesoamerica develop along a different historical trajectory, yet mirror the same fundamental logic of renewal. Data sets that map narrative structures onto climate zones show that regions with similar latitudinal daylight patterns tend to generate similar motifs, regardless of cultural lineage. These findings challenge older theories that assumed all similarities must come from a single ancestral tradition. Instead, they point to the remarkable human capacity to notice patterns in the sky and give them structure through story. As civilizations grew, these local solstice narratives proved unexpectedly durable. Empires rose and fell, scripts changed, religions codified new cosmologies, yet the motif of weak, returning light persisted. We find it embedded within far later texts, sometimes hidden beneath layers of theological reinterpretation, sometimes preserved explicitly in festival timing. Oral traditions that survived colonial disruption or long historical silence still carry versions of a newborn light protected against darkness or obstacles. This continuity is not evidence of unbroken transmission across tens of thousands of years, but of something far simpler and more profound. The sky repeats itself, and humans respond in kind. The realization, then, is that the solar child appears not because cultures borrowed from one another, but because the sun itself offered the same lesson everywhere. Light diminishes, life becomes uncertain, and then, slowly and predictably, brightness returns. That rhythm is older than writing, older than agriculture, older even than many of the mythic languages reconstructed by scholars. It is the most dependable message the earth gives to anyone who watches. And even as civilizations changed, the oldest myth remained. It is in this parallelism, detectable only when one steps far enough back from the archaeological details, that another subtle pattern emerges. When researchers chart the distribution of these motifs on large comparative maps, they find that mythic structures are rarely evenly spread. Instead, they cluster in arcs that mirror ancient migration corridors, ecological boundaries and trade pathways. Yet within these arcs, the solar child story appears not as a borrowed fragment, but as an adaptation that re-emerges whenever people depend on a predictable seasonal transition. The presence of similar story logic in communities separated by oceans long before transcontinental contact becomes intelligible when viewed through this ecological lens. The sky itself, steady in its motions, provided the same problem and the same reassurance, prompting convergent answers in entirely different cultural languages. Archaeologists studying the distribution of midwinter ceremonial sites in the Americas, for example, have noted that similar patterns often arise where climate pressures align. In the high plateaus of the Andes, where nights lengthen dramatically and agricultural scheduling is precarious, early traditions describe a vulnerable light struggling upward through cold weeks. Thousands of kilometers away, in parts of northern Eurasia, unrelated cultures describe the sun as a small being who survived winter by retreating to the horizon. These images are not identical, and they do not require historical connection to resemble one another. They stem from the same environmental tension, knowing that survival depends on the sun's return, but living through long periods in which that return felt uncertain. This does not imply that all similarity is coincidence. Linguists and anthropologists do identify instances of transmission, particularly in regions where long-term contact zones existed. But the persistence of the solar child, even in areas without any known lines of communication, points to something deeper, something grounded in the earliest relationship between humans and the celestial rhythm governing warmth, food, mobility, and safety. When the mechanisms of the sky were not yet explained by cosmology or calculation, they were explained by narrative. People made sense of the returning light not only through observation but through metaphor, pairing the cycle of days and seasons with the cycle of vulnerability and maturation, familiar from human life. Some of the most compelling evidence for independent invention comes from cultural layers in which the solar motif appears only after communities settle into environments with strong seasonal contrasts. Oral traditions recorded among groups entering such zones for the first time often show a shift toward myths of struggle and renewal, correlating with their adaptation to new climatic rhythms. Over generations, these stories stabilize, accumulating characters, conflicts and ritual behaviors that reflect local concerns. But beneath the details, the underlying arc remains consistent. The fragile light returns, grows, overcomes its seasonal adversary and renews the world. The archaeological record reinforces this narrative resilience. Even as tools, settlement patterns, and material technologies change drastically across millennia, the symbolic associations between winter scarcity and the promise of returning light remain remarkably durable. All of this suggests that the solar child is not merely a mythic figure, but a cognitive response shaped by repeated experience. In every place where winter constrains the human horizon, myth becomes a framework for interpreting time, risk, and continuity. The figure of the child serves as a mirror of the human condition itself, small, endangered, dependent on forces outside one's control. And when that child grows stronger in the stories as the days lengthen outside the shelter walls, people witness a parallel between their imagined cosmos and the natural world, binding them to the cycles that define their survival. It is in this resonance, repeating across landscapes and eras, that the universality of the myth becomes visible, not as a borrowed idea, but as the oldest shared human intuition about the sky. And with that intuition came the realization that even as cultures rose and fell, the oldest structure of all was the one that required no stones, no writing, and no monuments to endure. the returning light itself. Picture a moment when the oldest story you know does not come from a book or a lesson or a lineage, but from something as simple as looking up on the coldest morning of the year and noticing that the sun has returned a little earlier than yesterday. Imagine standing in that quiet in a world without clocks or calendars or written explanations, where the only certainty is the memory of how dark the previous weeks had been. In that silence, the returning light was not just a physical event. It was reassurance. It was continuity. It was the first proof that a world slipping toward darkness could find its way back. And it is here, in this experience shared by countless communities who never met and never exchanged beliefs, that the most enduring myth of humanity takes shape, the fragile light that emerges from winter's depth and grows into a season of abundance. Scholars who study the persistence of seasonal narratives across civilizations note that midwinter remains one of the most universally marked moments in the human year. From the 4th millennium before the Common Era onward, archaeological layers show evidence of gatherings, feasts, fire rituals and symbolic renewals clustered around this point in the solar cycle. Even as cultures diversified, migrated and reshaped their symbolic worlds, the timing remained consistent, a moment near the year's turning, when communities acknowledged the shift from decreasing light to increasing light. The festivals changed their names, languages and rituals, but not their underlying function. They were occasions for pausing, for recalibrating seasonal expectations, for reaffirming that time itself remained trustworthy. In written traditions from the 1st millennium before the Common Era, echoes of far older stories surface in new symbolic frameworks. Texts from regions as distant as Northern Europe and Southwest Asia contain metaphors of light born or renewed at midwinter. Scholars argue that these literary traces are not direct survivals of Paleolithic narratives, but reinterpretations of a cognitive pattern that had already existed for tens of thousands of years. Once writing emerged, it simply provided a new surface onto which the old intuitions could be inscribed. What had once been told beside fires or illustrated through seasonal ceremonies became codified in scripts that could circulate across regions and centuries. Yet the core idea remained. The sun diminishes, the world trembles in darkness, and then, in the quiet of midwinter, light returns. Modern languages keep fragments of these ancient associations in ways most speakers never notice. Phrases like light at the end of the tunnel, a new dawn, after darkness, light, and hope rising appear in dozens of linguistic families with no direct historical connection. Comparative linguists observe that metaphors linking light to renewal, insight, and survival emerge repeatedly, even in societies where winters are mild or where solar cycles are less dramatic. These metaphors are so deeply rooted that they shape emotional vocabulary, moral imagery, and everyday expressions. In many cultures, the word for good or pure originates in terms related to brightness, while words for harm, fear, or danger trace back to roots connected with obscurity or darkness. These linguistic fossils preserve a worldview in which the contrast between diminishing and returning light provided the fundamental template for meaning. The persistence of winter festivals adds another layer of continuity. Many of the world's major cultural traditions maintain midwinter celebrations, often without conscious awareness of their deeper prehistoric origins. These festivals may revolve around religious observances, historical commemorations, or social gatherings, yet their timing remains anchored to the winter solstice or its surrounding days. Anthropologists emphasize that such festivals function as annual markers of transition, moments when communities reset their temporal frameworks and reaffirm solidarity in the face of environmental uncertainty. The forms have changed, Feasting replaces fasting, lights replace fires, communal rituals replace solitary watching. But the underlying impulse, to acknowledge the return of light, is unchanged. Even in regions where seasonal cycles are inverted or less pronounced, the symbolic logic endures. Societies in equatorial zones, which experience relatively consistent day length, still employ metaphors of rising light and emerging dawn to describe renewal. Some traditions that developed far from strong winter-summer contrasts incorporate celestial events such as monsoons, dry seasons, or agricultural cycles, yet retain the imagery of a small, fragile light becoming strong. This suggests that once the metaphor became central to human cultural imagination, it outlived its original environmental triggers. The idea of light returning from darkness became a portable framework, adaptable to contexts far removed from the long winters that first gave it emotional weight. Archaeological continuity strengthens this interpretation. Burials, offerings, and ceremonial deposits clustered around midwinter continue well into historical periods. At sites from the 4th century of the Common Era and beyond, ceremonial architecture still aligns with the solstice, even after the rise of religions that introduce complex cosmologies. Temples, shrines, and sacred spaces maintain orientations that track the sun's path. The persistence of such alignments suggests that the solstice retained symbolic significance long after it ceased to serve purely practical functions. It had become hereditary, a cultural memory encoded in stone. Over time, the solar child evolved into a broader metaphor of human resilience. Instead of representing literal daylight, it became a figure of personal renewal, the promise of new beginnings, the reassurance that cycles of hardship contain within them the possibility of transformation. Myths carried this message into epic literature, moral teachings, and later philosophical systems. Even when stripped of explicit cosmological content, the structure remained recognizable. We still tell stories of figures who fall into darkness and rise again, who begin in weakness and gain strength, who reflect the slow shift from winter scarcity to the fullness of spring. These narrative arcs appear in novels, films, modern spiritual traditions, and cultural celebrations, demonstrating the extraordinary longevity of the pattern first shaped by prehistoric observers standing in the cold. The endurance of this myth does not require mystical explanations. It persists because the solstice persists. Once each year, regardless of language or religion or political boundaries, the sun reaches its lowest arc, pauses, and begins to climb again. This physical motion repeats with such reliability that it becomes not only an astronomical fact, but a psychological anchor. People living thousands of years ago and people living now experience the same reassurance when daylight begins to return. The continuity of the sky creates continuity of meaning, and the fragile light that once determined the difference between hardship and survival now shapes the way we speak about hope, recovery, and renewal. The oldest myth survives because the world continues to perform it in front of us. Long before gods or scriptures, people looked into winter's darkness, saw the faintest light returning, and made it the first story they ever learned to tell. Picture the moment when the ancient story of the returning light began to move through new cultures, carried not by wandering hunters or desert storytellers, but by communities now building cities, writing texts, and arguing about meaning. The solar child of deep time, that fragile spark imagined in the heart of the longest night, did not disappear as societies changed. It simply found new languages, in the hymns of early farmers, in the chants of temple priests, in the metaphors of philosophers. The same pattern kept resurfacing. The world darkens, something is born, and light slowly grows again. By the time the ancient Mediterranean turned into the world of Rome and Judea, this old rhythm was already woven into the cultural air. People still lived by harvests and horizons. They still watched the year turn at its thinnest point. So when a small movement in the first century of the Common Era began telling its own story of vulnerability, renewal, and a life that rose from obscurity, it entered a landscape already shaped by millennia of midwinter meaning. The stage was set long before Christmas existed, and now we turn to the moment when that older inheritance met a new faith, and a date became a symbol. Now imagine this, a story so central to the world that entire calendars now bend around it, yet the people who first told it did not mark its date, did not record its season, and did not think a birthday was something that faith required. When we walk backward through the centuries, past the festivals, past the medieval sermons, past the Roman reforms and the slow layering of tradition, the trail narrows into a surprising silence. The earliest followers of Jesus left no celebration on the calendar for his birth, because for them the meaning of his life did not begin in a cradle and did not depend on winter. What if the date we now accept as ancient is in truth one of the youngest parts of the story? The evidence that survives points gently but consistently in this direction. In the first century of the Common Era, letters written by early Christian leaders speak of teachings, suffering, endurance, and hope, but never of a date marking the beginning of Jesus' earthly life. The Gospel of Mark, likely the earliest of the canonical narratives, begins not with a birth, but with an adult voice in the wilderness. The Gospel of John opens with a cosmic metaphor, not a moment on a calendar. Even the two narratives that do describe Jesus' infancy, Matthew and Luke, offer no month, no season, and no hint that the event was ever meant to anchor a festival. It is not certainty that historians claim here, but the absence of any trace in documents close to the time. No early community seems to gather annually to remember a winter night. By the 2nd century of the Common Era, the Christian movement had stretched across cities and languages, from Alexandria to Antioch. In this period we begin to see the very first debates about whether one could assign a date at all. Some writers, such as Clement of Alexandria, mention speculations circulating among small groups. But these suggestions differ wildly and never settle into a shared tradition. Clement notes that some communities proposed dates in the Egyptian month of Pachon, while others suggested Farmuthi, month that correspond to the spring. None of these interpretations invoke midwinter, and none appear to have carried authoritative weight. A few early theologians even cautioned their communities against celebrating birthdays altogether, considering them foreign customs more aligned with Roman society than with emerging Christian identity. This hesitation is preserved in surviving manuscripts, not as doctrine, but as an insight into what early Christian life considered important. The 3rd century of the Common Era introduces new steps in this evolving picture. As Christianity expanded in urban centres across the Mediterranean, intellectual debates grew more detailed. Some writers explored symbolic frameworks, proposing that cosmic events might mirror theological truths. Others began experimenting with numerical correspondences found in Jewish tradition, such as the idea that a prophet's date of conception should align with the date of his death. A minority of scholars note that this particular symbolic calculation could place the birth 9 months later in late December, but there is no evidence that the wider Christian world recognized or institutionalized this idea at the time. Instead, the discussions remained varied and fragmented, reflecting multiple calendars and regional customs. The diversity of calendars itself becomes one of the clearest explanations for the lack of an early consensus. In Roman Egypt, Christians used the Alexandrian calendar. Communities in Syria followed local systems. Rome, by contrast, depended on the Julian calendar. These systems did not align perfectly, and attempts to map symbolic dates across cultural boundaries created more complication than clarity. The early church had not yet developed a unified liturgical structure. Manuscripts from the period show vibrant theological activity, but no coordinated attempt to fix Jesus' birth to any specific day. The silence is methodical rather than accidental. When dates mattered, such as in calculating Easter, writers produced extensive treatises. For the Nativity, no such effort existed yet. Only in the 4th century of the Common Era do we see the 25th of December appear clearly in the historical record. Around this time, Roman Christian communities began using a liturgical calendar that placed the birth of Jesus on that date. The earliest unambiguous reference comes from the Roman chronography of the year 354, which lists December 25 as the birth of Christ in Bethlehem. By then, Christianity had entered a new social and political landscape. Imperial favour had reshaped the public identity of the Church. Institutional structures had begun forming. The need for shared dates and unified observances across vast territories had become practical. In this environment, a fixed birth date provided cohesion, giving communities a focal point that crossed regional boundaries. But even here the process was gradual, not immediate, and far from universally accepted across all Christian traditions of the time. Still, the emergence of December 25 was not arbitrary. It formed at the intersection of several influences: theological symbolism, inherited patterns from earlier Mediterranean cultures, and the desire for unity in a newly recognized religion. Some early interpreters, writing in the late antique period, suggested that the date carried metaphorical resonance, linking the birth of Jesus to the season of returning light. Others proposed that the date aligned with calculations of prophetic chronology. The documentary trail does not allow certainty about which reasoning predominated, but what we can say is that the choice did not arise from a continuous historical memory stretching back to the 1st century. It was a choice made later, shaped by context rather than by eyewitness recollection. This quiet layering of meaning helps explain why the date endured. It was more than a date on the Roman calendar. It represented the weaving together of past and present, of inherited symbols and emerging identity, of a community learning to express its story within the rhythms of the world around it. The earliest Christians may not have marked the winter, but by the 4th century their descendants found in the season a fitting frame, one that resonated with the language of light they already used. The 25th of December became a meeting point between story and season, offering a way to hold together theological meaning with the visible turning of the year. The date was a later choice, but not a random one. To see why it mattered, we must understand the world it entered. What becomes clearer the longer we study these early centuries is that the absence of a date was not a gap that troubled the first generations. They lived in a world where biographies were rarely anchored to birthdays, and where the meaning of a life was measured by testimony rather than chronology. We can see this in the writings of figures like Justin Martyr in the 2nd century of the Common Era, who argued for Jesus' significance through prophecy and ethical transformation, never through the circumstances of his infancy. His silence is not accidental. It reflects a worldview where the story began at adulthood with teaching and death, not with a nativity placed inside a specific season. Other early writers, including Clement of Alexandria, were far more concerned with the interpretation of parables or the moral implications of daily conduct than with locating celestial alignments over Bethlehem. Even the earliest attempts to calculate a possible date reveal hesitation rather than certainty. In the 3rd century, the theologian Origen dismissed birthday celebrations altogether as practices associated with kings and emperors, not spiritual teachers. His comment does not give us a date. Instead, it shows that marking one might have felt inappropriate to some early Christians. It also hints at the cultural tension of the time. In a society where emperors claimed divine favour through elaborate festivals, adopting a birth celebration risked blurring the line between spiritual memory and imperial spectacle. Thus, the early tradition tended toward quietness, preserving narrative meaning without fastening it to a specific point on the calendar. The documentary record becomes more interesting when we enter the scholarly debates of the 3rd century. Different communities proposed different symbolic frameworks, often drawing from local intellectual customs. Some Egyptian writers favoured aligning theological events with astronomical cycles, drawing on Alexandria's long tradition of sky-watching and philosophical cosmology. Meanwhile, Christian groups in Roman Syria sometimes explored dates with numerological significance, reflecting the region's deep engagement with Jewish calendrical thought. None of these proposals achieved lasting consensus, but together they show a world beginning to think in dates without yet requiring them. When December 25th finally appears in a Christian context in the 4th century of the Common Era, it arrives not as a revelation discovered in Scripture, but as a decision shaped by the needs of a changing community. The Church had begun to interface with imperial administration, which required fixed days for travel, taxation, and legal observance. Stability mattered. Uniformity mattered. A single date could unify congregations scattered across a vast and diverse territory. It could also integrate Christianity into the seasonal rhythms already embedded in Mediterranean civic life. Thus, the choice of the 25th was neither naive nor arbitrary. It was a convergence of textual silence, political necessity, and astronomical meaning. A moment when a tradition without a birth date stepped into a world that demanded one. And to see why this new date resonated so strongly, we must understand the world it entered. Imagine standing in a city where the walls themselves seemed to glow with the memory of sunlight, not because the winter sun was strong, but because generations had carved its presence into marble, bronze, and ritual. What if I told you that when Christianity first began to grow within Rome, it entered a landscape already saturated with solar meaning, a place where the winter horizon was more than a seasonal marker, and where the 25th day of December already belonged to another divine figure whose light symbolized survival through uncertainty? Picture the 4th century of the Common Era, a moment when the Roman Empire was strained by political fractures, military challenges, and the weight of its own complexity. In that world, the sun was not simply a source of warmth, it was a guarantee. The Empire's commitment to Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, offered a symbolic assurance that even in a darkening world, light continued to rise. The revelation of this period is quiet but clear. Christianity did not establish the 25th of December in an empty calendar. It stepped into a date that was already thick with civic ritual, imperial ideology, and the rhythmic expectations of ordinary people who had spent generations marking the winter solstice with public ceremonies. The archaeology and textual evidence from the late Roman period show that the cult of Sol Invictus held a privileged space in the civic imagination. Inscriptions dedicated to the sun God appear on altars and boundary stones, in Mithraea and public buildings, and in the surviving fragments of imperial dedications. They reveal a religious landscape that had integrated solar symbolism into architecture, governance, and personal devotion. The state-sponsored solstice festivals, recorded in late antique calendars, framed the season not as a moment of fragility but as one of reassurance. The sun would weaken, yes, but it would return, and with it the stability that emperors promised yet struggled to deliver. We do not know for certain how these festivals felt to the people who attended them, but the evidence suggests that they were part of an orchestrated effort to tie cosmic order to political authority. During times of instability, emperors leaned heavily on the symbolic power of the sun. The title Sol Invictus, the Unconquered One, carried echoes of resilience. Some scholars suggest that this was no accident, that the very choice of the winter solstice as a festival day underlined a deliberate imperial message that darkness, political or otherwise, would not prevail. Even though historians debate the precise origins of imperial devotion to Sol Invictus, it is clear that by the 4th century of the Common Era, solar veneration was interwoven with Roman identity. Calendar reforms reflect this same logic. In earlier centuries, timekeeping in Rome had been a negotiation between lunar cycles, political decisions, and agricultural necessities. But with the growing influence of solar cults, especially under emperors who favoured the symbolism of cosmic order, the winter solstice became a point around which time itself was often referenced. A few scholars argue that these developments laid subtle groundwork for later Christian adoption of the date, not through direct replacement but through coexistence. While the exact connections are debated, the parallel presence of solar festivals and Christian communities in the same urban landscape is well attested. It is important to recognise that early Christians in Rome lived inside this solar framework. They walked past sun temples on the way to house churches. They heard the hymns sung in honour of Sol Invictus, and saw public processions move through the city. Some early Christian writers even used solar metaphors to describe divine presence, though they were careful to distinguish symbolic imagery from pagan worship. A minority of scholars propose that this shared environment created a kind of cultural resonance, in which light became an intuitive language for discussing renewal and divine guidance. Still, it is equally important to note that Christianity did not adopt the Roman festival directly. The two systems existed beside one another, each with its own logic, its own rituals, and its own understanding of what light meant in the darkest days of winter. The informational threads of this period converge on a simple realization. Christianity did not replace a solstice festival. It grew beside one. The traditions of Rome did not cease simply because a new faith entered the city. Instead, both religious worlds coexisted, each shaping the cultural atmosphere in which the other developed. The presence of Sol Invictus in the 4th century urban landscape provided a backdrop against which Christian communities organised their teachings, rituals, and emerging liturgical calendars. It is not possible to confirm direct adoption, but the evidence suggests that these early communities navigated a world where the winter sun was already charged with meaning. And this is where the story opens outward again, because Rome did not invent solar culture. It inherited it. Long before imperial dedications and citywide festivals, the solstice carried significance across older civilizations. The roots of solar symbolism reached deeper than Roman marble, into older traditions, older skies, and older questions. Yet the city's relationship with sunlight extended beyond the formal cult of Sol Invictus. Archaeology shows that solar symbolism permeated daily life in ways that were subtle but unmistakable. Domestic mosaics, for instance, often featured radiant patterns that scholars cautiously interpret as visual metaphors for vitality, fortune, or cosmic harmony. These designs were not official religious statements, but they created a visual environment where the rhythm of light and darkness carried emotional and philosophical weight. The presence of such motifs in both elite villas and more modest homes suggests that Romans, regardless of status, were attuned to the sun's quiet authority over the passing of seasons. The winter solstice, with its fragile light, would have been an annual reminder of that dependence. Some evidence from late antique literature hints that Roman citizens associated the solstice with a kind of psychological turning point. Writers such as Macrobius, though working within a complex mixture of philosophy and inherited tradition, describe the solstice as a cosmic hinge, a moment when the universe appeared to pause before beginning its slow return toward balance. We cannot know precisely how widely these ideas were shared, but the texts indicate that educated Romans understood the solstice not only astronomically, but symbolically, as a moment when decline reversed, when the world gathered itself for renewal. This conceptual scaffolding likely shaped the cultural context into which Christian narratives later entered, even if unknowingly. What makes this particularly relevant is the way early Christian thinkers operated in this environment. While they often criticized Roman religious practices, they were nonetheless shaped by the intellectual currents around them. Some early theologians avoided solar metaphors altogether, wary of the association with pagan cults, yet others, especially those writing in Greek and Latin within the orbit of Roman philosophy, used the imagery of light in ways that paralleled broader cultural patterns. They did so carefully, emphasizing metaphor rather than devotion, but the resonance is difficult to ignore. When Christian texts described divine presence as illumination, or spoke of enlightenment as the overcoming of darkness, they were drawing from a shared human vocabulary that long predated institutional Christianity. The archaeology of late Roman public spaces reinforces this overlap. Solstice processions, though rarely described in detail, would have moved through streets lined with statues, altars, and inscriptions dedicated to various deities. Christians living in those same quarters would have passed the same markers daily. Some scholars cautiously propose that this coexistence produced a kind of cultural double vision, one in which the same seasonal event could be understood through different lenses depending on one's beliefs, yet still carried an underlying emotional familiarity rooted in the turning of the year. In this sense, the solstice acted as a shared atmospheric condition, not a shared religion, but a shared experience of winter light. By the time the 4th century drew to its turbulent close, Rome had become a place where the meanings of light overlapped without fully blending. Solar worship, imperial symbolism, philosophical interpretation, and emerging Christian identity all rotated around the same winter moment, each offering a different answer to the same seasonal question. And this convergence invites the next step in our story, because Rome was only one chapter in a much older human relationship with midwinter. Its solar gods were powerful, but they were not the first to stand at the edge of the darkest night. This flows directly into the transition you already set. But solar culture was older than Rome, a world where calendars are not yet inscribed on clay tablets or carved into temple walls, but are instead felt through the changing angle of the sun, the length of a shadow, the rhythm of the cold. Long before Christianity took shape in the eastern Mediterranean, the winter solstice had already left a deep imprint across continents, accumulating meaning layer by layer until it formed one of the most resilient symbols in human cultural memory. What if the date we now associate with a single story was in truth built upon millennia of older observances that treated this turning of the year as a moment when the world itself seemed to breathe in and begin again? The revelation is simple, yet vast in implication. The solstice did not become important because Christianity adopted it. It became important because countless societies had already recognized its weight. The earliest Indo-Iranian texts, composed long before any Christian writer placed ink on parchment, describe winter gatherings that centered on the return of a light, marking the sun's weakest moment as a hinge between danger and renewal. In the much older ritual landscapes of the ancient Near East, midwinter was a time of fire, feasting and watchfulness, a season around which communities built their own symbolic language. Egyptians spoke of the sun during this period as weakened or resting, part of a natural cycle woven into the logic of their cosmology. And in the Hellenistic world, where philosophers watched the heavens with mathematical precision, the solstice emerged as one of the great celestial turning points, a moment when the sky itself seemed to shift direction. Taken together, these strands form something larger than any single tradition. They reveal that the winter solstice was not an isolated curiosity, but a pan-Mediterranean and even pan-Eurasian cultural marker long before the 4th century of the Common Era. Christianity arrived late to a landscape already shaped by long-held ideas about fading light, the sun's yearly struggle, and the quiet promise of its return. The Indo-Iranian evidence offers one of the clearest early pieces of this puzzle. Texts associated with the broader Indo-Iranian tradition, preserved in later Vedic and Avestan sources, describe winter observances that revolve around the endurance of warmth and the careful guarding of light. Scholars often connect these traditions to the harsh seasonal cycles of Central Asia, where winter was not simply inconvenient but life-threatening. It is here that some of the earliest metaphors of new fire and strength returning slowly appear, suggesting that communities living in extreme climates naturally viewed the solstice as both an astronomical marker and a narrative one. The sun did not simply rise and fall. It seemed to grow weak, then grow strong again, like a living being. Far to the west, in the ancient Near East, midwinter rituals stretch back thousands of years, well before the rise of Rome. Archaeological layers from early Mesopotamian cities show evidence of seasonal feasts connected to periods of darkness, colder weather, and the symbolic renewal of light. Some reliefs depict torches, lamps, or fires arranged in ways that scholars interpret as ritual indicators of seasonal renewal. None of these are directly tied to later solstice myths, but they demonstrate a long-standing attention to the threshold between fading light and its return. The rituals varied from region to region, yet all share a similar awareness of winter as a period requiring both caution and ceremony. Egypt offers a different perspective, shaped by its own environment. While the Nile Valley did not endure winters as severe as those in northern latitudes, Egyptian religious texts still describe the sun as weakened during this season, sometimes imagined as slipping briefly into vulnerability. The winter solstice coincided with moments in Egyptian cosmology where the boundaries between disorder and order tightened, and temples occasionally mark this shift with controlled illumination or ritual fire. The Egyptian year was structured around cycles of flood, growth, and harvest, but the idea of a fragile sun at midwinter shows that even in milder climates, the seasonal shift carried symbolic weight. By the time we reach the Hellenistic period, the solstice had acquired a philosophical dimension. Greek astronomers observed the sun's arc with careful attention, charting its extremes and recognizing that these turning points framed the entire structure of the year. For them, the solstice was not merely a seasonal event, but part of the cosmic geometry that governed the world. Writers of the era describe the moment when the sun reaches its lowest point before beginning its upward journey as a kind of celestial reversal, a phenomenon both predictable and extraordinary. These interpretations filtered into broader Mediterranean thought, shaping how communities imagined the relationship between cosmos, time, and human life. All these traditions, Indo-Iranian, Near Eastern, Egyptian, Hellenistic, differ in detail, but they converge around a shared understanding. The winter solstice marks a moment when the world feels stretched toward its limit, only to begin again. That sense of renewal, grounded in physical observation rather than theology, formed a cultural substrate that many ancient peoples inherited without ever formalizing it. The solstice was a reminder that darkness was temporary, that light returned slowly, and that survival in winter required patience and trust in cycles that humans could not alter. It is in this world, already layered with meaning, that early Christianity began to grow. When 4th century Christian leaders later selected the 25th of December for the Nativity celebration, they were not choosing an empty date or inventing a new seasonal narrative. They were adopting a moment that had already been infused with symbolic weight for thousands of years. The association between midwinter and renewal was not uniquely Christian. It was part of a shared cultural grammar of the ancient world, one that made the idea of divine birth or returning light feel natural within the solstice season. Some scholars refer to this as a cultural resonance effect, where religious ideas take root more easily when they align with pre-existing symbolic structures. The solstice offered exactly such a structure, a moment of weakness followed by renewal, a time when light began its long return. Christianity didn't need to create that symbolism, it inherited it. And though early Christian texts rarely mention the season of Jesus' birth, later interpretations found in the solstice a ready-made stage for the story of a child born in darkness who would one day bring light. Understanding this backdrop does not diminish the distinctiveness of Christian belief. Rather, it places that belief within the continuum of human attention to seasonal change. The return of light is one of the few astronomical events noticeable even to those without instruments, and its meaning arises not from doctrine but from lived experience. In winter, ancient people gathered, watched the sky, and waited. They made meaning out of that waiting. Christianity, arriving in a world already shaped by such meaning, interpreted the solstice through its own internal language, absorbing the resonance without copying the rituals. And so the realization becomes clear. When Christianity eventually anchored its winter celebration to the solstice season, it was stepping into a long shadow cast by countless generations. The symbolism of returning light, of fragile beginnings, of renewal after darkness, was already deeply embedded in the cultures surrounding it. The solstice had become one of humanity's earliest shared metaphors, not because of any single tradition, but because of the universal experience of watching the sun weaken and return. But Christianity interpreted that light through its own internal language. What deepens this picture further is the way these solstice-infused ideas travelled along ancient routes long before Christianity emerged. We do not know for certain how far traders, herders, sailors, or seasonal migrants carried stories of the sun's yearly decline, but archaeological and linguistic patterns suggest that ideas tied to the solstice moved with people even when their languages or beliefs did not. Early Indo-European dispersals, for example, carried seasonal terminology across a vast territory that stretched from the Pontic steppe into South Asia and Western Europe. Certain reconstructed routes connected with light, glow, or renewal seem to appear in multiple daughter languages, not in identical form but in parallel structure, showing how deeply winter symbolism was woven into everyday speech. While these words do not prove a single mythic tradition, they show a shared sensitivity to the annual struggle between increasing darkness and the slow return of day. Material culture adds another layer. In several regions, objects linked to seasonal observance, lamps, portable fire altars, amuletic discs, or ceremonial vessels, appear in midwinter contexts across many centuries. Their purposes were varied, and it would be inaccurate to combine them into one unified system, but they collectively reveal a pattern. Midwinter was a time when communities drew attention to light as a resource to be protected, invoked, or symbolically restored. Some sites in the Levant and Anatolia show winter feasting deposits accompanied by hearths rebuilt at consistent moments in the year, while certain North African contexts preserve sequences of deposits timed to the period when the days were shortest. These finds tell us that winter was not simply endured but ritualized, marking a threshold that communities highlighted with intention. Ancient observation also shaped how political systems understood the solstice. In several cultures, rulers associated themselves with the turning of the year, emphasizing their role in stewarding cosmic order. Mesopotamian texts describe kings participating in seasonal rites that symbolically renewed their mandate, while inscriptions from the later Achaemenid and Parthian periods link rulership to cycles of stability and return. Even if these rituals were not explicitly tied to the solstice in every case, the winter season often acted as a stage upon which political authority was reaffirmed. People saw darkness deepen, resources tighten, and uncertainty grow, and leaders sought to align themselves with the moment when order pushed back against decline. This pattern extends into everyday life as well. In agricultural communities around the Mediterranean, midwinter did not bring the same existential threat as in northern climates, yet farmers still recognized the solstice as a marker separating the depleted fields of late winter from the coming period of gradual renewal. Early planting calculations, household preparation, and livestock management often timed their rhythms to the approximate solstice season, creating a practical layer of meaning beneath the ceremonial or philosophical ones. Light returning was not only symbolic, it signalled an approaching shift in labour and survival. All these strands, linguistic, material, ritual, political, practical, converged long before Christianity existed, forming a cultural landscape in which the solstice stood as a quiet but powerful constant. When Christianity began to articulate its own language of light, renewal, and birth, it did so within a world where the midwinter turning point already carried heavy significance. The solstice had furnished earlier societies with metaphors for vulnerability, struggle, and cyclical return. Christianity did not have to invent such metaphors. It inherited a terrain where they were already familiar, and from that terrain it began to reinterpret the returning light through its own internal language. You open the gospel narratives not as a believer or a skeptic, but the way an archaeologist would unroll a fragile papyrus, slowly, gently, attentive to what is present and what is missing. You read the nativity stories with the same quiet patience given to ancient inscriptions, noticing that the texts speak in the language of metaphor, prophecy, and literary pattern far more than in the language of weather, dates, or season. And you begin to sense that the earliest Christian writers were not trying to describe the climate of first century Judea. They were trying to tell you something about meaning, about a kind of arrival that did not depend on the month of the year. The revelation follows naturally from this close reading. The earliest texts do not place Jesus' birth inside a specific season, because their purpose was not meteorology, but theology. They describe an event framed in symbols recognizable to Jewish audiences of the late Second Temple period, drawing on light imagery, prophetic motifs, and the narrative structures of sacred arrival rather than on historical dating. What emerges is not a chronicle of weather patterns, but a tapestry of literary signals crafted to convey the significance of the birth, not its timing. Some later interpreters propose literal dates, but the first communities seemed far more concerned with the meaning of the story than with the placement of the sun in the sky. The Gospel of Luke offers one of the clearest examples of this symbolic strategy. Scholars have long noted how Luke frames the nativity within a pattern of light emerging in darkness, a motif deeply rooted in Jewish prophetic literature. The opening chapters describe divine announcements appearing not in broad daylight but at night, accompanied by the radiance of heavenly messengers. This radiant language recalls older scriptural scenes in which light symbolizes revelation, guidance, or divine intervention. We do not know for certain whether Luke intended to evoke the imagery of dawn or solstice-like renewal, but the textual structure leans toward the symbolic rather than the literal. It is not weather being described, but illumination, a literary device signalling the arrival of something transformative. This symbolic framing becomes even clearer when viewed through the lens of Jewish apocalyptic tradition. In the centuries around the birth of Christianity, Jewish texts often used the imagery of cosmic events to describe divine action. Light appeared when God acted. Darkness gathered when chaos threatened. Birth, in this tradition, was not simply a biological moment, but a metaphor for divine emergence. The nativity narratives of the Gospels fit naturally within this symbolic vocabulary. The details we now associate with a historical event, the night sky, the shepherds, the announcements, can also be read as literary patterns reflecting theological meaning. Some scholars argue that this framework aligns the nativity with earlier birth narratives found in Second Temple literature, where figures destined for great purpose are introduced through symbolic signs rather than precise dates. Several Second Temple texts reinforce this literary model. Stories of significant births, whether of prophets, kings, or deliverers, often include symbolic elements, miraculous announcements, signs in the heavens, or narrative parallels to earlier scriptural figures. These elements function not as historical timestamps, but as indicators of meaning, telling readers how to understand the child's identity. Luke and Matthew, writing within this shared cultural environment, appear to adopt similar narrative techniques. The presence of symbolic births in texts of the era suggests that the nativity stories were shaped less by seasonal observation and more by the long-standing tradition of using birth as a vehicle for conveying theological identity. This emphasis on meaning rather than timing becomes even more pronounced when we look at early Christian interpretations. Church writers of the 2nd and 3rd centuries frequently treated the Nativity as a symbolic event. Some described it as the moment when divine illumination entered the world, not as a date on a calendar but as a transformation within history. Others linked the narrative to themes of incarnation, humility, or divine proximity. Very few early commentators attempted to place the birth in a specific month, and those who did often approached the question through symbolic reasoning rather than historical investigation. It was only later, when Christian communities sought firmer structures for their liturgical calendars, that precise dates began to take on greater importance. One example of this symbolic reading comes from Origen, a 3rd century theologian who questioned the very idea of celebrating a divine birth on a specific day, noting that Scripture does not provide one. His writings suggest that early Christians saw the Nativity less as a fixed historical event requiring commemoration, and more as a moment whose meaning unfolded spiritually, doctrinally, and poetically. Other early interpreters focused on metaphors of light appearing in darkness, echoing the imagery of John's prologue, where the arrival of the divine word is described as illumination for a world in shadow. These reflections highlight how the earliest Christian imagination approached the Nativity not through seasonal observation but through symbolic resonance. This symbolic framing does not diminish the possibility of a historical birth. Instead, it clarifies how early Christian writers chose to communicate its significance. They were not disinterested chroniclers measuring weeks and months, but storytellers working within a literary tradition that used imagery, prophecy, and metaphor to describe the intersection between the human and the divine. In this sense, the nativity narrative resembles other ancient accounts of sacred origins, where the central concern is not when the event occurred, but what it meant for the community that told the story. The absence of seasonal detail underscores this interpretive approach. Unlike agricultural calendars that anchor festivals to harvests, plantings, or astronomical events, The earliest Christian writings do not tie Jesus' birth to the solstice, the equinox, or any known seasonal marker. Even the shepherds in the fields, often cited as a seasonal clue, appear more as narrative figures invoked for theological contrast, humble witnesses to an extraordinary event, than as indicators of a specific month. Some modern scholars suggest that the description of shepherds at night belongs to the symbolic register, echoing themes of watchfulness and revelation rather than providing agricultural detail. Seen in this light, the nativity narratives behave more like a literary mosaic than a date-stamped record. They draw pieces from prophecy, liturgy, metaphor, and narrative tradition to create an account that communicates identity rather than chronology. And when later Christian leaders eventually selected December 25th as the date for the Nativity celebration, they were choosing a symbolic moment that resonated with the story's existing emphasis on light emerging in darkness. The solstice context, long meaningful across cultures, provided a fitting frame, not because the Gospel writers described winter weather, but because the story itself was already steeped in imagery of renewal, and so the realization emerges quietly. The earliest Christian writers were not trying to tell us when Jesus was born. They were trying to tell us what his birth meant. They place symbols where we often look for dates, metaphors where we expect observations, and meaning where modern readers might search for meteorology. The Nativity was not framed as an event bound to a specific season, but as a moment whose significance transcended the calendar. Yet some early groups read these symbols in a more esoteric way. If we follow the narrative even more closely, we begin to notice how the nativity stories borrow the rhythms of older scriptural patterns, rather than the anchored details of chronological biography. The genealogies, for instance, function not as civic records but as theological architecture, shaping identity through lineage that connects Jesus to the long narrative of Israel. These genealogies, with their careful structuring and symbolic numbers, operate on a literary level designed to communicate continuity and fulfillment. They move the birth beyond the realm of seasonal detail and into the conceptual world of covenant, promise, and inherited meaning. Scholars often note that this structuring signals the intention of the authors to situate the child within a framework of divine history rather than within a Roman month or agricultural phase. This literary intentionality appears again in the way locations are used. Bethlehem, for example, is presented less as a pinpoint on a map and more as a site of theological resonance, echoing older prophetic expectations. The narrative significance lies not in whether the birth occurred at a particular latitude during a particular season, but in the way the location connects Jesus to earlier traditions of kingship and expectation. Some early Christian commentators, writing in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, interpreted Bethlehem symbolically as well, describing it as the house of bread, a phrase they believed held layered theological meaning. Whether or not this was the original intention of the Gospel authors, it illustrates how early readers approached the Nativity, as a story filled with symbolic geography rather than meteorological detail. Even the figures who surround the birth behave like actors in a symbolic drama. The wise men in Matthew's account, for instance, follow a star whose movement mirrors the celestial signs embedded in ancient narratives of significant births. We do not know for certain whether the star was intended as a literal astronomical event or as a literary device, but its behaviour aligns more closely with narrative symbolism than with known patterns of ancient skywatching. Stars in ancient literature often functioned as heralds of change, markers of destiny rather than empirical data. The Gospel's use of such imagery situates the Nativity within this symbolic tradition, emphasizing its meaning rather than its date. It is instructive to observe how early Christians navigated the silence of the texts on seasonal timing. Instead of treating the absence as a problem, many embraced it as part of the story's significance. Silence itself became a kind of space for reflection, allowing communities to interpret the birth in ways that aligned with their spiritual and cultural environments. Some theologians of late antiquity even argued that the story's lack of a fixed date was intentional, inviting believers to see the birth as perpetually relevant rather than tied to a single moment in time. This interpretive openness offered room for diverse traditions and theological emphasis to develop long before the institutional church settled on December 25th. And it is here that we see why symbolism mattered. It allowed the nativity to function across cultures, histories, and differing climates. A story rooted in meteorology would have remained provincial. A story rooted in metaphor could travel. The symbolic registers used in the Gospels, light, revelation, spiritual birth, fulfillment, were flexible enough to take on new resonances as Christianity expanded into regions where winter meant something different, or nothing at all. The universality of the imagery ensured that the story's meaning endured even when the specific calendar date had not yet been chosen. This is why, when December 25th eventually entered Christian tradition in the 4th century of the Common Era, it fit within an existing symbolic framework rather than creating it. The solstice context did not impose meaning onto the story. It harmonized with what was already present. The gospel narratives had been written with an eye toward theological depth, not seasonal precision. The later choice of date simply aligned that symbolic depth with the ancient world's most resonant turning point of light. Yet some early groups read these symbols in a more esoteric way. Imagine for a moment that the story you think you know was never meant to be read on the surface. Picture a small group gathered in a dim room sometime in the 2nd century of the Common Era, far from the official meetings of more established Christian communities. There are no icons here, no formal creeds, no fixed dates marked on any calendar. Instead, they read slowly from worn manuscripts, passing the pages between them as if they were pieces of a fragile truth. One of those pages contains a question that does not appear anywhere in the public narratives. What if the birth of the divine child did not happen in a place at all, but happened within you? This was not a metaphor for them. It was a way of understanding spiritual life that reframed the entire story of beginnings. What if I told you that for some early Christian groups, the nativity was not a moment to commemorate, but an event to undergo? The sources that describe this approach do not come from mainstream tradition. They come from writings discovered in the mid-20th century at Nag Hammadi in Egypt, a collection of texts copied around the 4th century of the Common Era, but preserving ideas that were circulating far earlier. These texts provide a window into communities now called Gnostic, though the term itself hides a wide diversity of belief. They shared one conviction, that divine knowledge was an interior experience, and that the birth of the sacred did not begin in history, but in the quiet recesses of the self. They saw the nativity not as a stable scene, but as a symbolic description of awakening, an emergence of insight from within ordinary human consciousness. The Gospel of Thomas is one of the clearest examples. Scholars note that it is a sayings collection, rather than a narrative, offering short teachings attributed to Jesus without any mention of birth, death, or resurrection. Among its lines is a passage that speaks of light hidden within a person, described not as something granted from outside, but as something already present and waiting to be recognized. Some scholars interpret these sayings cautiously, emphasizing that they do not describe a birth event at all, yet others note how the imagery echoes themes of emergence, self-discovery, and inner illumination. In this reading, the child is not a figure in a crib, but the spark of awareness one might encounter in moments of unexpected clarity. The Gospel of Philip, another text from the Nag Hammadi collection, goes further. It describes birth in explicitly symbolic language, often blending ritual with inward transformation. The text speaks of people being born again, not by returning to infancy, but by coming into understanding. According to a few scholars, these passages may reflect liturgical practices now lost to us, yet their emphasis is unmistakable. The true nativity is an interior event, a kind of emergence from ignorance into recognition. The language is dense, poetic, and often elusive, and it encourages a reading that focuses less on historical sequence and more on psychological movement. That does not mean these communities rejected the public narratives. It means they interpreted them as maps of the self rather than maps of the world. The Nag Hammadi texts frequently use metaphors of illumination. Light does not strike from above in these writings. It rises from within, described in terms that suggest a gradual clarifying of perception. One tractate compares the process to the dawn breaking inside the mind, an image that does not appear in canonical writings, but was meaningful to those who believed that divine presence was discovered through insight, rather than inherited through ritual. These metaphors are not presented as speculative philosophy. They reflect a lived spirituality that saw the body not as a barrier to truth, but as the very place where transformation occurred. Some early Christian mystics, though not formally part of Gnostic groups, used similar metaphors. Writers who lived in regions influenced by Hellenistic Judaism and early monastic thought described the human body as a kind of temple, a space in which divine presence might dwell. This idea appears in several strands of early Christian literature, but Gnostic groups developed it with particular intensity. If the body was a temple, then the birth of divine light could happen there. If the mind was a chamber, then understanding might arrive like a child emerging in the darkness. A few scholars propose that such imagery reflects a fusion of Jewish apocalyptic traditions with philosophical ideas drawn from the broader Mediterranean world, though the exact origins remain uncertain. There is another layer to this tradition that becomes clearer when we look at how these communities describe the process of becoming receptive to insight. Several Nag Hammadi texts speak of preparation, not as moral perfection, but as a kind of quieting of the inner noise that prevents recognition. This is not asceticism in the later monastic sense. It is more akin to attentiveness, a posture of mind that allows a person to perceive the small movements of awareness that would otherwise go unnoticed. In the language interpreting these texts requires caution. They do not represent all early Christians, and they often use language that is deliberately symbolic. Yet the evidence suggests that some communities internalize the nativity not as a historical detail, but as a psychological transformation. In their view, the external world's turning of seasons mirrored the inner world's turning toward awareness. Birth was not simply the entry of a child into the world. It was the moment insight first appeared in a person's life. That insight did not erase darkness, but it allowed one to see within it. This inward emphasis shaped their understanding of salvation. For these communities, the problem was not external oppression or cosmic conflict. The problem was ignorance, a lack of recognition of the inner light. Salvation was the moment a person realized that this light existed. Some scholars note that this differs sharply from the theological patterns that would later dominate Christianity. Yet within the 2nd and 3rd centuries of the Common Era, such ideas circulated widely across Egypt, Syria, and parts of the Eastern Mediterranean. They belonged to a world where religious interpretation was still fluid, and where symbolic readings of sacred stories were neither marginal nor discouraged. It is important to note that these interpretations did not reject the broader Christian tradition. Rather, they saw it through a different lens. where mainstream communities emphasize the public life of Jesus, his birth, ministry, death, and resurrection. These groups focused on the interior landscape of the believer. They read the same stories but understood them as metaphors. The nativity was one such metaphor, a description of the moment when a person began to understand their place within a larger order of meaning. The child symbolized the earlier stage of that understanding, fragile and easily lost, yet essential for the path that followed. Some readers today might hear echoes of later mystical traditions in this approach. Scholars have compared the Gnostic emphasis on inner light with certain monastic writings of late antiquity, though the connections are debated. What seems clear is that for these early interpreters, symbolic language did not weaken the story, it deepened it. A birth that happened once in time could be remembered annually. A birth that happened inside a person could be renewed at any moment. It became a way of living, not a date to be observed. This inward orientation also shaped their approach to ritual. Some of the texts describe baptism, anointing, and other practices, but they frame these acts as symbolic enactments of internal change. The ritual did not cause the transformation, it acknowledged it. The divine child was already present, already growing, already pushing toward recognition. The ritual simply gave that awareness a visible shape. By studying these writings carefully, scholars can see how differently early Christians interpreted the same material. The canonical Gospels emphasize narrative. The Gnostic writings emphasize insight. The canonical tradition focuses on events. The Gnostic tradition focuses on experience. Both sought meaning, but they located it in different places. The nativity, in this view, becomes a bridge between two worlds, the world of public memory and the world of private understanding. For these early communities, the nativity was a metaphor for consciousness awakening. The divine child was not born once in a stable. The divine child was born whenever understanding dawned, and that to them was the real miracle. There is another layer to this tradition that becomes clearer when we look at how these communities describe the process of becoming receptive to insight. Several Nag Hammadi texts speak of preparation, not as moral perfection, but as a kind of quieting of the inner noise that prevents recognition. This is not asceticism in the later monastic sense. It is more akin to attentiveness, a posture of mind that allows a person to perceive the small movements of awareness that would otherwise go unnoticed. In the language of these manuscripts, ignorance is described as sleep, but not the peaceful kind. It is a state in which the world seems opaque, crowded with distractions and closed to deeper interpretation. Awakening is not sudden revelation. It is the slow recognition that something luminous has been present all along. Some early interpreters read these metaphors as a way of describing the role of knowledge within spiritual life. For them, knowledge was not information or doctrine, it was a mode of seeing. The birth of the divine child represented the first moment when this seeing became possible, when the self shifted into a new orientation toward the world. In a few passages from the Gospel of Philip, this change is described as an emergence from mixture into clarity, a movement from being tangled in conflicting impulses to possessing a unified sense of purpose. Scholars debate the precise meaning of these terms, yet the overall pattern is consistent. The nativity narrative was used as a model for the beginning of interior transformation. Newly aware communities often expressed this through language of discovery rather than invention. They did not claim to create light within themselves, they claimed to find it, and this distinction mattered. It positioned the divine not as something added to the human, but as something long obscured by ordinary experience. A few scholars have suggested that this emphasis parallels certain strands of Middle Platonic thought, circulating in the Mediterranean during the 2nd century of the Common Era, though the texts themselves rarely name their sources. What matters is the way these communities articulated transformation, not as acquisition, but as unveiling. Another feature of these writings is the persistent use of relational language. The divine child is not described as a distant figure, but as a companion to the one who awakens. In the Gospel of Thomas, several sayings hint at the idea that recognizing the inner light restores a kind of kinship between the individual and the source of that light. This kinship is not presented as something inherited by birth or granted through ritual. It is realized gradually through the ongoing practice of attention. The metaphor of a child fits this process well. It suggests growth, fragility, and dependency, but also potential, perseverance, and the possibility of becoming something greater. In tracing this imagery across the surviving texts, scholars see a coherent pattern. The interior nativity functioned less as a theological claim and more as a guide for lived practice. These groups were not describing doctrines but experiences. The birth was the beginning of a journey, not its culmination. It marked the point at which a person could begin to differentiate between the noise of the outer world and the quiet signal of the inner one. And for them, that quiet signal mattered more than any calendar date, any ritual observance, or any external display of belief. The fragments we possess today remain incomplete, yet they reveal a world where symbolism carried practical meaning, where mythic language described psychological transformation, and where the nativity was not a historical memory but a personal threshold. In this interpretation, the divine child did not appear in a single year or a single place. The divine child appeared whenever a person recognized the presence of insight within their own life, and that recognition, once begun, could not easily be undone. But mainstream Christianity moved toward a different emphasis. Imagine a moment when stories that had once been whispered in small gatherings suddenly needed to stand in the open, where political winds, imperial calendars, and the expectations of strangers demanded clarity. In the earlier centuries of the Christian movement, the communities that followed the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth did not worry about dates or seasons. Their concerns were theological, ethical, and communal, not chronological. Yet as the movement expanded far beyond the intimate circles in which it began, the question of how to anchor that story in public time became unavoidable. What began as a narrative shaped by symbolism and inner interpretation was slowly drawn outward into the realm of shared festivals, civic record-keeping, and imperial communication. It is here, in the transition between private faith and public history, that the groundwork for a fixed birth date was laid. We do not know every detail, but the evidence suggests that by the 3rd century of the Common Era, Christian writers faced a widening debate. Some teachers, especially those influenced by allegorical traditions within Judaism and the Hellenistic world, insisted that scriptural stories were not meant to be literal records but moral and spiritual frameworks. Others, reacting to growing doctrinal disagreements, felt that too much symbolic interpretation risked dissolving the narrative into abstraction. The tension between these approaches appears in several early writings. Origen, writing in the early 3rd century, argued that the most significant truths were spiritual and should not be confined to physical events. Meanwhile, figures such as Hippolytus attempted to locate Jesus' life more firmly within Roman chronology, offering dates that placed key events in relation to known imperial reigns. This was not a matter of mere curiosity. It was a response to a growing need for coherence as communities spread across regions that did not share the same interpretive traditions. As Christianity extended across Egypt, Syria, Asia Minor, and further west toward the Roman heartland, its followers encountered a world where time itself was structured by imperial authority. The Roman Empire maintained multiple overlapping calendars, each carrying political meaning. The civic calendar displayed the emperor's power through public festivals. Astronomers maintained scientific calendars to track celestial patterns. Local communities layered their own agricultural and ritual timing on top of these systems. Within this environment, a movement without fixed dates or formal commemorations appeared unusual. The absence of a birth celebration for Jesus did not trouble the earliest followers, but it became increasingly problematic for a community now expected to take its place among the public cults of the empire. A date would eventually be needed, not only to clarify internal belief, but to make the tradition legible to the outside world. We can see the beginnings of this shift in 3rd century writings where Christian thinkers argued about the usefulness of literal history. Some authors favoured establishing a chronological biography of Jesus' life. Others warned that such anchoring risked obscuring the symbolic power of the narratives. Clement of Alexandria preserved references to various proposed dates, though his emphasis remained allegorical. The very existence of competing suggestions reveals an underlying concern. As new converts entered the movement, many sought concrete details to unify their practices. Without shared festivals, communities across the empire observed worship differently. This diversity was acceptable in a small network of gatherings, but once Christianity was numerous enough to require councils, envoys, and coordinated practice, inconsistency became increasingly difficult to manage. The 4th century of the Common Era transformed these debates. With imperial patronage expanding under Constantine and his successors, Christianity became part of the public fabric of Roman life. Imperial involvement did not dictate doctrine directly, but it encouraged the formation of clearer structures. Bishops needed to agree on core elements of faith. Liturgical practices had to be formalized so that Christians across the empire could share a common rhythm. A religion that had begun underground now stood in marketplaces, basilicas, and imperial courts. Dates mattered because shared dates produced shared experiences, and shared experiences helped forge a unified identity. At the same time, the empire itself was under pressure. Political instability, border conflicts, and economic fluctuations made coherent social institutions more valuable than ever. In this environment, religious festivals served a dual purpose. They reinforced belief and stabilized communities. Christianity, now prominent in many regions, faced the task of weaving its story into the larger rhythms of public life. A birth narrative that existed outside of time could persist in small gatherings, but it struggled to function as a unifying festival across a continent. Texts from the 4th century reflect these concerns. The need for a stable annual cycle of worship appears repeatedly in ecclesiastical writings. Councils discussed not only theological matters but practical ones, such as when to hold communal fasts or feasts. While the resurrection and its surrounding events were already tied to Passover and thus had a natural seasonal anchor, no such tradition existed for the nativity. The result was a gradual movement toward fixing a date, not to replace symbolism, but to accompany it. A minority of scholars note that some early interpreters still viewed the birth symbolically, but the wider trend leaned toward historical placement. This shift did not erase the older, more allegorical tradition. Rather, it created two layers of meaning that operated simultaneously. Publicly, the Nativity became a festival that could draw communities together. Privately, many believers continued to read the story with theological nuance, seeing light imagery and symbolic motifs woven through the narratives. Yet the expanding structure of the institutional church required one element above all: coordination. A date offered that coordination. Even if the choice was shaped by complex cultural and political factors, It allowed communities in regions as distant as Gaul, Syria, and North Africa to participate in a shared observance. Attempts to anchor Jesus' life within Roman geography and imperial time intensified during this period. Church fathers wrote homilies connecting biblical events to known historical figures. Pilgrimage sites in the eastern Mediterranean began to formalize, mapping sacred memory onto physical space. Scholars in Alexandria sought to correlate scriptural chronology with astronomical and historical references. The process was uneven, but its direction was consistent. Christianity was building a public history, one that could be communicated beyond the boundaries of private belief. Imperial patronage accelerated this development. When rulers endorsed Christianity, they encouraged the consolidation of doctrine to prevent fragmentation. A tradition with loose boundaries risked creating local variations that could become politically disruptive. Establishing clear festivals, including a birth date, helped stabilize the growing religious landscape. A fixed date also allowed Christian celebrations to be woven into the rhythm of state life, aligning with civic calendars and public events. It became a marker of presence, a sign that the movement now occupied a space once reserved for older cults and festivals. By the late 4th century, the 25th of December appeared in Christian liturgical documents, not as a theological necessity but as a practical solution. It created coherence where none had existed before. The symbolic meaning surrounding light and renewal remained, but they were now framed within a calendar that helped unify communities spread across vast distances. The transition from symbolic to historical emphasis did not represent the loss of mystery. Rather, it marked a moment when the movement adapted to the demands of a world in which visibility, coordination, and public identity had become essential. And so a date that had once been unnecessary slowly became central. It was not chosen because early followers believed Jesus had been born on that day, but because the maturing institution needed anchors, rhythms, and shared celebrations. A fixed birth date offered cohesion at a time when diversity, while spiritually rich, threatened to fracture the expanding movement. In that sense, the historical turn was less an attempt to confine meaning and more an effort to preserve continuity across a world that was changing rapidly. The world beyond Christianity also shaped that date. Yet there was another pressure, quieter but equally influential, that shaped the shift toward public history. The simple fact that written memory behaves differently from oral memory. Early Christian communities had relied on oral teaching, where fluidity and interpretation were expected. Stories could bend to context. A teacher could emphasize spiritual birth in one setting and ethical conduct in another without creating contradiction. But once Christian texts circulated more widely, the written word demanded firmer boundaries. The physical permanence of manuscripts encouraged questions that oral tradition could avoid. Readers wanted to know which events belonged where. They wanted to sequence miracles, sermons, and journeys. They wanted a biography. This subtle transformation of expectation is visible in how later scribes annotated their manuscripts. Marginal notes in certain 4th century codices indicate attempts to reconcile chronology between different Gospels, suggesting that readers increasingly sought harmonization. They were no longer satisfied with a symbolic geography of meaning. They wanted historical geography. And once history became important to readers, communal leaders felt compelled to respond. Fixing the birth date became part of answering a broader desire for temporal clarity within a growing literary culture. The rise of pilgrimage intensified this need. As Christians began visiting sites associated with Jesus' life, especially in the eastern Mediterranean, local traditions became powerful anchors of belief. Pilgrims wanted to know when certain events occurred. Bishops and local clergy, responsible for shaping liturgical life, responded by offering dates that could align ritual with place. The nativity, once a theological symbol, increasingly became associated with specific locations like Bethlehem. The more physical the tradition became, the more natural it seemed to assign it a position within the calendar. Another factor was the emergence of competing interpretations within the movement itself. As doctrinal disputes proliferated, some groups used symbolic readings of Jesus' life to justify theological positions that mainstream leaders considered destabilizing. Establishing a fixed chronology was one method of resisting these internal divergences. By presenting Jesus' life within a firm historical framework, church authorities could anchor doctrine in events rather than metaphors. It became a subtle tool of unity, a way to draw scattered interpretations into a single narrative arc. Even the administrative needs of the empire played a role. Provincial bishops required coordination for synods, fasts, and communal celebrations. A shared feast marking the birth of Jesus allowed communities from distant provinces to orient themselves toward the same seasonal reference point. The date functioned as a pivot around which other observances could be arranged. In this sense, December 25th was not imposed from above. It emerged from the practical requirements of an institution learning to operate across geography and culture. What makes this transformation striking is how gently it occurred. There was no single decree, no sudden mandate. Instead, it was a slow tightening of threads. As texts circulated, as pilgrim routes expanded, as imperial support encouraged structural cohesion, the symbolic became historical almost by necessity. The earliest Christians may not have needed a birth date, but the late antique world did. A tradition that began in private homes and secluded gatherings had grown into something that touched courts, cities, and entire provinces, and a story of inner illumination now needed a place in public time. The world beyond Christianity also shaped that date. A small group of people standing in the cold, long before written calendars existed, waiting for a sunrise that seemed for weeks to have drifted farther and farther south along the horizon. Picture them not as mystics or astronomers, but as careful watchers of a world where winter hunger and diminishing daylight were felt as intimately as breath. For most of the year, the movement of the sun was quiet, gradual, almost unnoticeable. But in the days around the solstice, something strange and delicate happened. The sun seemed to hesitate. Its rising point paused at the farthest edge it would ever reach, and then, just as slowly, it reversed direction. To people who depended on daylight for survival, this moment felt like a turning of the world itself. What if I told you that ancient observers did not need instruments or theories to perceive this return? All they needed was patience, memory, and a horizon they knew as well as their own skin. Archaeological and ethnographic studies suggest that across many regions, from the Mediterranean to the Iranian plateau to northern Africa, communities detected the shift of the solstitial sunrise with nothing more than repeated observation. The key was the daily comparison, where the sun rose yesterday and where it rose today. In winter, that shift was almost imperceptible, so slight that it required a continuity of watching, a chain of generational knowledge rather than a single person's effort. The earliest watchers likely did not think in terms of astronomical mechanics. They simply recognized that something which had been dwindling had begun quietly to return. We do not know the exact moment when this observation first gained symbolic weight, but written and oral traditions from widely separated cultures suggest that the solstice was seen as a threshold between defeat and renewal. In some Indo-European sources, the midwinter point was described metaphorically as a struggle between forces of darkness and light. Early Iranian texts, such as the Bundahishn, conceptualize seasonal turning points as cosmic contests, while Vedic materials describe the sun's annual journey in language that blends the physical and the divine. In both traditions, the period immediately after midwinter was associated with beginnings, strength returning from weakness, and a slow emergence out of decline. These sources are centuries apart in geography and composition, yet their broad thematic patterns converge around the same recognition. The sun's faint forward movement after its stillness was enough to inspire narratives of rebirth. In the ancient Near East, these motifs appeared even earlier. Textual remnants from regions like Babylon and Ugarit reference the midwinter period with imagery that scholars cautiously interpret as relating to the weakening and recovery of daylight. It is not always clear whether these images refer directly to the solstice or to broader seasonal transitions, but the recurrence of terms that denote fading, renewal, or cyclical return suggests that people long before the classical world were already attuned to the emotional and ecological weight of the darker season. Meanwhile, Egypt contributed its own vocabulary of renewal. Although Egyptian seasons did not map neatly onto European winters, texts referring to the weak sun or the sun's daily struggle through the underworld show how light could be imagined as vulnerable and in need of protection. Later Hellenistic writers absorbed these themes, interpreting celestial turning points not merely as astronomical markers, but as expressions of cosmic order. What mattered was the pattern, a cycle in which decline reached its limit and the world aligned itself toward growth again. By the time these ideas reached the Mediterranean of late antiquity, the solstice had become more than an astronomical moment. It was a cultural threshold recognized across multiple civilizations. In Greek texts, writers such as Geminus and Ptolemy describe the solstice with precision, noting the sun's halting point and its gradual return. Their language is technical, yet even within mathematical descriptions, there is an undercurrent of awe at the predictability of the cycle. Stoic and Neoplatonic philosophers, drawing on older traditions of cosmic harmony, treated the solstice as a restoring moment in the universe's breath-like rhythm. For them, turning points in the heavens echoed turning points in human life, offering analogies for renewal, recovery, and reordering. This broader intellectual environment shaped the world into which Christianity matured. By the 4th century of the Common Era, Christian communities lived in cities where solstitial symbolism was already part of the public imagination. Calendars used for civic life, agricultural scheduling, and imperial ritual all highlighted the solstice as a moment of change. Even without direct borrowing, early Christians would have been aware that the world around them paid attention to the days when light began to grow again. The association between increasing daylight and renewed strength was so widespread that linking Jesus' birth to this moment did not require an elaborate theological argument. It was simply an intuitive fit in a culture accustomed to understanding cosmic cycles as narratives of struggle, pause, and return. Yet the connection was not only cultural. At the practical level, ancient observers could verify the solstice's meaning with their own eyes. One didn't need mathematics or astrolabes to see that after a few days of apparent stillness, the sunrise began shifting back along the horizon. In some places, the change was marked against mountains or standing stones, while in others it was tracked informally by memory alone. This capacity for naked-eye detection anchored solstice symbolism in lived experience. The moment light turned back was not an abstraction preached by authorities. It was a physical truth observable by anyone persistent enough to watch the sky each morning. When late antique thinkers described the solstice as the time when the sun was reborn, they were not indulging in poetry for its own sake. They were giving language to a visible phenomenon that marked the opening of a new arc in the year. Cross-cultural parallels reinforce this universality. In Chinese astronomical records, for example, the winter solstice was the point at which yang energy returned. Subtle, faint, but undeniably present. In several Mesopotamian sources, the midwinter period was framed as the moment when divine order reasserted itself over the chaos that accumulated during the darkest months. Scholars do not claim direct lines of influence between all these traditions, but the convergence of meaning is striking. Wherever the solstice was tracked, the language of return and renewal emerged. This deep background of interpretation meant that when Christian thinkers in the 4th century looked for a date to express the arrival of divine light into the world, the solstice offered a symbolic clarity that required no explanation. We cannot say with certainty that all Christian leaders consciously aligned Jesus' birth with the solar turning point. Surviving sources are fragmentary and often focus on theological concerns rather than calendrical reasoning. But what the evidence does show is that by the time December 25th appeared as the official date in Roman Christian communities, the solstice had already been understood for centuries as a hinge in the year, a moment when what had been receding turned back towards strength. The conceptual resonance between this natural cycle and the idea of divine arrival would have been difficult to ignore. A minority of scholars suggest that some early Christians may have interpreted the solstice as a sign that divine action followed cosmic order, but these proposals remain speculative. What we can say with confidence is that the symbolic logic of the solstice made the date feel appropriate within the intellectual climate of late antiquity. It provided a natural frame for understanding a narrative centered on renewal, hope, and the promise that change could begin even in the deepest darkness. By the 4th century, then, the connection between Jesus' birth and the solstice was neither arbitrary nor purely doctrinal. It rested on a long-standing human recognition of the moment when the sun turned back, offering the first faint sign that the trajectory of decline had reversed. For a world shaped by scarcity, cold, and uncertainty, this turning was more than astronomical. It was psychological reassurance and cultural continuity, a reminder that cycles of difficulty were not final. In such a context, celebrating birth at this hinge of light felt not imposed but almost inevitable. And as Christianity continued to grow, some groups took that symbolism even further, treating the solstice not only as an outer sign but as a metaphor for inner change. But some communities pressed the symbolism further inward. A person sitting alone in a stone cell in the desert, the cold sand of a winter night pressing against its walls, the silence so complete that breathing becomes the only movement left in the world. In that stillness, long before Christmas became a festival of streets and candles and shared hymns, some of the earliest Christian ascetics claimed that the true birth of light happened in precisely such a moment, not outside them, but in the narrow space where attention met its own darkness. They spoke of finding something small, something easily missed, something that did not arrive with trumpets or stars. They described it as a spark that revealed itself only when a person stopped looking outward and allowed the night inside to settle. The solstice, to them, was less an astronomical event than a condition of the mind, a place where every person carried a season of their own. The revelation that survives in their writings is quiet but unmistakable. In the letters, homilies, and sayings of the desert fathers of Egypt, written in the 4th and 5th centuries of the Common Era, the language of inner light appears again and again. We do not know for certain whether the metaphors emerged directly from seasonal cycles, but the evidence suggests that the ascetic imagination consistently treated darkness as a proving ground and illumination as an inward birth. Some early writers described the mind as a cave, a chamber hollowed by discipline and silence, where a subtle light would eventually dawn. Others spoke of the heart as a closed room whose lamp had long been extinguished, waiting for the return of a flame that no earthly fire could imitate. The desert itself provided the language. Its nights were long, its stillness unforgiving, its shadows profound. In that setting, spiritual experience often took the shape of a winter that needed to be endured before any warmth could return. The information we hold today points to several strands of this early imagery. One comes from the collections known as the Apophthegmata Patrum, where the Desert Fathers repeatedly use metaphors of illumination to describe self-knowledge. They speak of purity of heart as a light that grows, of contemplation as a rising dawn, and of the disciplined mind as a window through which something brighter can be seen. Another strand originates in Syriac Christian literature from roughly the same era. Writers such as Ephraim the Syrian make use of imagery that blends physical and spiritual radiance, referring to enlightenment as a warming of the inner person, and describing wisdom as a beam that finds its way through the cracks of sorrow or confusion. Still another source comes from Evagrius Ponticus, whose surviving works offer some of the earliest psychological reflections in Christian monasticism. He writes of the mind possessing its own luminosity, obscured not by the world but by restless thoughts. In his teaching, the work of prayer is a gradual clearing of this inner sky until its natural brightness becomes visible. Archaeologists cannot recover the inner experiences of these individuals, yet manuscript studies allow us to observe how consistently they frame their efforts in terms of light emerging from interior darkness. The heart appears in their writings as a chamber, sometimes described as narrow, sometimes as hidden, and sometimes as a kind of cave. This metaphor didn't imply emptiness, but depth. The early ascetics believed that entering this chamber required both courage and stability, since the mind, once turned inward, encountered not peace, but the full weight of its own unrest. Only by remaining still within that darkness, the way one waits for the first shift of the solstice dawn, could something transform. Some interpreters propose that this structure reflects an unspoken continuity with older winter solstice symbolism, where the longest night marks the hidden beginning of light rather than the end of it. Although the connection cannot be confirmed, the thematic parallels are striking. The realization that emerges from these texts is that for the early ascetics, spiritual rebirth was not a public event. It was not marked by a date, a gathering, or a ritual performed by others. It was imagined as a process taking place in hiddenness, traced in the slow change of a person's habits, or the quiet clearing of their thoughts. In this worldview, the birth of the divine child, a symbol used by some writers to describe transformation, did not occur in a stable, but in the depth of the human person. A minority of scholars suggest that the language of these communities may have drawn unconsciously from broader solstice imagery, circulating in late antiquity. The idea that the smallest, weakest light emerges precisely when the night is longest. Whether or not the influence was direct, the resonance remains. The solstice was a lived psychological moment before it became a festival, a turning point felt inside long before it was celebrated outside. If we follow their writings further, a second theme becomes visible beneath the language of interior light, the insistence that illumination rarely arrived suddenly. Modern readers often imagine revelation as a single moment, a flash, a breakthrough, a sudden lifting of the veil. But the manuscripts of early monastic life repeatedly describe something else. They speak of light that strengthens by degrees, the way sunrise gathers along a distant ridge, first as a suggestion, then as a presence, and only much later as a form that can be named. Some desert fathers compared spiritual understanding to the way dawn moves through the narrow openings of a cave, slowly, unevenly, often unnoticed until enough brightness has accumulated to change the room. A few Syriac writers go even further, explaining that insight deepens only when a person remains faithful during long periods of inward obscurity. They saw this not as failure, but as the necessary shape of growth. A minority of scholars suggest that such metaphors reflect the psychological rhythms of solitude, where the mind adapts gradually to its own landscape, gaining stability long before it gains clarity. There are also traces of a different kind of imagery, one exploring the difficult terrain a person must cross before the first gleam of inner illumination appears. Evagrius Ponticus describes this terrain as a wilderness of thoughts, shifting and unpredictable. To him, a person entering their own heart is not stepping into peace, but into a place that must be cleared. His writings point to a long and steady labour, less like receiving light than cultivating a space where light can eventually settle. In this sense, the ascetics did not treat enlightenment as an event bestowed from beyond, but as a condition revealed through persistence. And although they used the language of brightness, they never divorced it from discipline. Light, in their view, did not free a person from the difficulty of the inner landscape. It made that landscape navigable. Some early monastic authors also describe episodes of intense interior dimness, moments when the inner chamber felt sealed and unresponsive. They accepted these intervals not as signs of abandonment, but as part of the rhythm of spiritual formation. One Syriac homily compares this darkness to the longest night of winter, explaining that the turning point cannot be detected while it is happening. Only later, looking back, does one realize that a change in direction has already begun. It is not certain whether this metaphor was intended as a direct reference to the solstice, yet the parallel is clear enough to suggest at least a conceptual kinship. Just as the returning sun cannot be seen at first, the first stages of interior renewal are almost always imperceptible. This emphasis on gradual transformation shaped the collective imagination of early ascetic communities. They understood that the light they sought could not be forced, hurried, or summoned. It emerged when the inner landscape became quiet enough for its presence to be felt, and in that slow dawning, the solstice gained new meaning, not as a date on the calendar, but as a mirror for the inward return of clarity. Still, the outer celebration took its own form. Imagine a moment when a date, once nothing more than a local calculation on an imperial calendar, begins to seep outward like a drop of ink touching water. It is quiet at first, barely noticed beyond the clerics and record keepers of a single city. But slowly, as if guided by a rhythm older than paper or parchment, it spreads through letters, sermons, and the steady movement of people who carry their festivals in memory. Picture a world where communities still struggle to speak a common theological language, where winter tightened around the Mediterranean in uneven ways, and where the meaning of a season could shift simply by crossing a border. Into this mosaic of customs and calendars came the idea that the 25th of December should mark a birth, not because every believer agreed on the details, but because the expanding church needed a shared point on the map of time. It is not certain who first proposed this date, but the evidence suggests that by the 4th century of the Common Era, prominent bishops and theologians in Rome and North Africa were already framing it as a marker of theological significance. Writings attributed to Hippolytus, debates preserved by early commentators, and later reflections in the works of Augustine hint at communities wrestling with the tension between symbolism and precision. Yet what stands out most is the absence of earlier interest. For the better part of 2 centuries, Christians debated many things, but the date of Jesus' birth was not among them. The focus lay elsewhere, on teachings, on resurrection, on ethical life, on surviving within a complicated empire. Only once Christianity stepped into a more public role did dates begin to matter in a new way. From Rome, the idea moved outward with surprising speed. Letters travelled with merchants, bishops visited other sees, and the newly formalised communication networks of the Church carried both doctrine and custom. By the later decades of the 4th century, the 25th appears in liturgical references in Gaul, Spain, and parts of North Africa. Churches that had once kept different calendars began to align their winter observances to this Roman rhythm. Some did so eagerly, seeing the date as a powerful symbol of divine presence at the turning of the year. Others accepted it gradually, blending it with regional customs that gave winter its own flavour. In Egypt, for instance, older traditions lingered even as the Roman date took hold. In Syria, theological debates shaped adoption more slowly. Yet across these differences the movement continued. As the date spread, it altered the landscape of worship. Liturgy began to crystallise around it. Hymns, prayers, and readings were assigned to the day, anchoring the story of a birth not just in doctrine, but in the emotional fabric of communal life. Calendars that had once been shaped primarily by local agricultural rhythms or civic festivals now contained a midwinter moment tied to a narrative of hope. In some places, the festival layered itself atop older seasonal gatherings. In others, it introduced a new period of reflection into communities already familiar with winter renewal. The details varied, but the effect was similar. The 25th became a hinge of the year. We do not know for certain how ordinary people understood this shift, but traces remain. Fragments of sermons suggest communities negotiating meaning, asking whether the date was symbolic or historical, or whether such distinctions mattered at all. Administrative documents hint at civic events reorganised around it. Archaeological remains, such as decorated meeting spaces and early Christian household objects, show a growing desire to mark the season with shared imagery. A date that had once been confined to a small circle of scholars became a seasonal anchor for farmers, soldiers, artisans, and children, and as it became more widely observed, it began to feel inevitable, even though its roots were recent. In many ways, this adoption reflects a simple truth. Expanding movements require shared moments. A fixed birth date offered coherence across vast regions divided by language, custom, and interpretation. It allowed communities separated by mountains, deserts, and seas to participate in the same story at the same time. It gave families and congregations a rhythm that could be repeated year after year, binding memory into practice. And perhaps most importantly, it offered a way for belief to be lived collectively, not only privately. The date provided a structure even for those who approached it symbolically rather than literally, allowing metaphor and devotion to coexist under the same winter light. Yet beneath this growing tradition ran a deeper current, one far older than any liturgical document. The very reason the date resonated so widely was because it arrived in a world where midwinter already held meaning. Long before edicts, hymns, or theological arguments, people across the Mediterranean and Near East had treated the solstice as a moment of renewal. The official adoption of December 25th did not erase that older inheritance. Instead, it settled gently atop it, shaped by it, and in many ways strengthened by it. The Church may have provided the celebration with a new narrative, but the landscape, cultural and astronomical, had prepared the ground long before. And this is why the transformation from local festival to global tradition feels less like an imposition and more like a continuation. A symbol became a tradition because it aligned with patterns already felt by countless communities. The thinning light, the long night, the promise of return. These were not doctrines but experiences, and when Christianity wove its story into those cycles, it tapped into something shared and ancient. The date spread not by force but by recognition, the sense that a birth celebrated in winter echoed truths the world already knew. For if December 25th had been arbitrary, it would have faded. Instead, it became a hinge for centuries of life, thought, and ritual. Not because it solved debates or offered certainty, but because it provided a meeting place between the outer world and the inner one, a shared day in a fractured world where light was turning back slowly, faithfully, across every horizon of the ancient Mediterranean. As the festival grew in scope, its meaning also adapted to the lived reality of different Christian regions. In the western provinces of the empire, winter had a harsher presence than in Rome or Alexandria. Long nights confined people indoors, and agricultural stillness slowed the tempo of life. This seasonal pause created a natural setting for communal gatherings, and evidence from homilies in Gaul and northern Italy shows that bishops often framed the new midwinter celebration around themes of social solidarity. One sermon preserved in a 5th century manuscript from Turin speaks directly to a congregation anxious about famine, cold, and uncertainty, urging them to see the winter birth as a reminder that endurance creates its own renewal. It is a detail that rarely appears in theological debates, but it reveals how the date's power came not only from ecclesiastical authority, but from its ability to meet communities where they already lived in their yearly rhythms of hardship and rest. In North Africa, the picture was different. Winter there carried more variation, shaped by regional climates and the agricultural calendars tied to them. Correspondence from bishops in Carthage and Hippo suggests that some communities adopted December 25th more slowly, often alongside pre-existing local observances that had their own seasonal focus. Here, the festival's growth seems to have depended more on educational networks. Catechetical schools, where new converts studied scripture and debated doctrine, became places where the symbolic significance of the birth narrative was taught alongside its historical framing. When these new Christians returned to their towns, they carried with them not only a date, but a taught understanding of why it mattered. It is likely that this educational infrastructure played a crucial role in normalizing December 25th throughout the region. As the festival grew in scope, its meaning also adapted to the lived reality of different Christian regions. In the western provinces of the empire, winter had a harsher presence than in Rome or Alexandria. Long nights confined people indoors, and agricultural stillness slowed the tempo of life. This seasonal pause created a natural setting for communal gatherings, and evidence from homilies in Gaul and northern Italy shows that bishops often framed the new midwinter celebration around themes of social solidarity. One sermon preserved in a 5th century manuscript from Turin speaks directly to a congregation anxious about famine, cold, and uncertainty, urging them to see the winter birth as a reminder that endurance creates its own renewal. It is a detail that rarely appears in theological debates, but it reveals how the date's power came not only from ecclesiastical authority, but from its ability to meet communities where they already lived in their yearly rhythms of hardship and rest. In North Africa, the picture was different. Winter there carried more variation, shaped by regional climates and the agricultural calendars tied to them. Correspondence from bishops in Carthage and Hippo suggests that some communities adopted December 25th more slowly, often alongside pre-existing local observances that had their own seasonal focus. Here, the festival's growth seems to have depended more on educational networks, catechetical schools where new converts studied scripture and debated doctrine, became places where the symbolic significance of the birth narrative was taught alongside its historical framing. When these new Christians returned to their towns, they carried with them not only a date, but a taught understanding of why it mattered. It is likely that this educational infrastructure played a crucial role in normalizing December 25th throughout the region, Picture a moment when the deepest winter night had no accompanying doctrine, no fixed calendar, and no story bound to a single birthplace. Imagine a world where the longest darkness was met not with theology, but with instinct, where people gathered simply because the cold demanded it, and the sky offered one shared signal. The sun had reached its farthest point and would now begin its slow return. It is in this quieter world that the oldest midwinter gatherings emerged, shaped not by any one culture, but by the elemental pressures of survival. And if Christmas feels familiar across so many regions, even those untouched by early Christianity, it may be because the festival inherited echoes of far older responses to winter, responses tied to hunger, hope, warmth, and the fragile return of light. We do not know for certain how much of Rome's winter life remained intact after the 4th century of the Common Era, but surviving texts and inscriptions allow us to trace at least the silhouette of older festivals. The late Roman Saturnalia, often simplified in modern imagination, was a more complex ritual season stretching across several days, marked by structured gift-giving, role inversions, and public feasts that emerge from the agricultural calendar rather than religious doctrine. Administrative documents and letters from the late imperial period reveal that markets, guilds, and private households synchronized their winter gatherings around these communal days, creating a rhythm of social warmth at a time when daylight was at its weakest. Archaeological finds from household shrines in the Bay of Naples region show miniature figurines, greenery, and lamps arranged together in midwinter contexts, hinting at the way fires and evergreen branches served as small domestic anchors against the darkness. Far to the north, entirely independent traditions reveal similar instincts. Northern European midwinter customs, preserved partially through medieval manuscripts and partially through archaeology, show that communities treated the solstice as a threshold moment. Excavations in southern Scandinavia have uncovered winter feasting sites, with animal bones, charred timber, and remnants of drinking vessels clustered around central hearths. Later, textual sources from the early medieval period refer to Jule, a midwinter season marked by communal meals and rituals of remembrance. Linguists note that the word's earliest meanings likely revolved around cyclical turning points, not deities. What emerges is a picture of communities who used fire, food, and evergreen plants to signal resilience in the face of the long polar night. It is not that these customs fed directly into Christian practice. Rather, they reveal the enduring human response to winter's pressures. Moving eastward, Iranian Yalda traditions provide another window into ancient solstice thought. The word Yalda itself, appearing in Syriac Christian texts before entering Persian usage, referred to birth. By late antiquity, Iranian communities gathered on the longest night to honour the arrival of light, drawing from Zoroastrian cosmology, in which cosmic order struggled continually against darkness. Later, Persian poetry, especially in the works of Hafez, preserves symbolic associations between night, brightness, and rebirth that likely draw on older ritual structures. Scholars who trace these traditions through linguistic and textual layers argue that Yalda reflects an archetypal human response to the winter solstice, rather than a direct line of influence to Christianity. Yet the parallels are instructive. Warmth, storytelling, shared food, and the conviction that a turning point in the sky mirrored a turning point in human life. Even farther south, Egyptian evidence contributes another layer to this shared pattern. Temple inscriptions from Philae, as well as Greco-Roman period commentaries on Egyptian religion, describe the weak sun of winter as a fragile childlike force needing renewal. Some early texts, including interpretations of the rise of Sirius and the solar cycles, frame the sun's seasonal changes as a repeating sequence of depletion and rebirth. Although these rituals centered on local deities and seasonal flooding rather than solstice astronomy, they nonetheless show how winter's thinning light inspired narrative frameworks long before the rise of Christianity. Egyptian imagery of the infant sun, often placed in a lotus or emerging between protective forms, reflects a symbolic language that resonates with the broader Mediterranean world's fascination with returning brightness. Hellenistic interpretations add yet another layer to this picture. Philosophers writing between the 3rd and 1st centuries before the Common Era developed increasingly abstract ways of describing cosmic turning points. Texts from Stoic and Middle Platonic thinkers refer to the solstice as a moment of cosmic realignment, a pivot between decline and ascent. These interpretations were not attached to ritual celebrations so much as they were to intellectual frameworks for understanding the universe, but they helped shape the cultural environment of late antiquity. By the time Christianity was spreading across the Mediterranean, these philosophical ideas provided a vocabulary that made it easy to speak of the birth of light as both a celestial phenomenon and a metaphor for renewal. When we gather these threads together, what emerges is not a single ancestral festival, but a constellation of seasonal responses. Feasting, fires, evergreen imagery and communal gatherings appear in archaeological layers and textual traditions from regions far distant from one another. These practices didn't converge because cultures borrowed from a single source. Rather, they echo each other because winter created parallel pressures on human life. Midwinter demanded warmth, food reserves, and emotional solidarity. Fires symbolized endurance when daylight was scarce. Evergreens offered visual proof that something lived through the dark season. Shared meals provided community at a time when isolation carried real danger. Across the ancient world, the solstice became a moment for acknowledging vulnerability and invoking resilience. This is why Christmas feels familiar even in places whose oldest layers predate Christian theology. The festival did not erase earlier practices. Instead, it arrived in a landscape already shaped by winter's psychological and practical demands. People were already accustomed to marking the turning of the year with light, food, community, and symbolic gestures. When Christianity formalized a midwinter celebration, it entered a world where such gestures felt not foreign, but intuitively recognizable. Some early Christian writers acknowledged these parallels with caution, noting that shared practices did not imply shared beliefs. And modern scholars emphasize that continuity does not necessarily mean direct inheritance. Yet the patterns remain. Fires, greenery, communal gatherings, and turning point narratives belong to the long human experience of winter as much as they do to any particular religious system. It is possible, though not certain, that these parallels helped ease Christianity's spread of December 25th. The date carried symbolic weight, because the season already carried symbolic weight. Communities did not need to be instructed that winter's turning point mattered. They felt it in their bodies, in their food stores, in the way their animals behaved, and in the way the sun hovered low on the horizon. The solstice offered a shared emotional grammar that Christianity could speak into, reinterpret, and eventually reshape. And so Christmas became a festival that resonates in places where Christian theology is neither dominant nor historically foundational. Its imagery of light returning, of warmth in the cold, of renewal emerging from the darkest moment, rests on instincts older than any one text or tradition. The echoes of Saturnalia, of Yalda, of northern feasting halls, of Egyptian temple rites, and of Hellenistic philosophy are not evidence of a single lineage, but of a shared human response to the rhythms of the earth. Christianity absorbed these echoes not by design, but by entering a world where humans had already learned to meet winter with symbols of life. If we look closely at how these older festivals operated on the ground, another pattern emerges. Winter did not just inspire hope through light. It pressed communities to renegotiate social bonds. Feasting, for example, was rarely just about celebration. Archaeologists examining waste deposits at Iron Age settlements in northern Britain note that midwinter feasts often relied on animals slaughtered specifically at the coldest time of year, when fodder grew scarce and herds needed thinning. The resulting gatherings were as much about ecological necessity as ritual. Yet the communal sharing of meat transformed scarcity into solidarity, creating a kind of seasonal generosity that shaped cultural memory long after its original economic logic faded. Early Christian communities, entering regions where such feasts were still vital, often layered their own celebrations onto these existing moments of exchange. We cannot confirm direct influence, but the alignment of social rhythms made the adoption of a winter festival feel more natural than forced. In the Eastern Mediterranean, papyri from Greco-Roman Egypt reveal another dimension of midwinter life: the administrative calendar itself. Tax documents and village records show that many rural communities synchronized their year not by religious feasts, but by agricultural cycles and planetary markers. Some contracts refer to the turn of the sun as a convenient shorthand for midwinter, suggesting that the solstice served as a widely understood chronological anchor, even in non-ritual contexts. When Christianity later established a fixed feast during this period, it entered a calendrical environment where people already experienced this season as a hinge in both nature and administration. Farther north and west, Celtic-speaking communities of the late Iron Age left material traces that suggest a nuanced engagement with winter's symbolism. Excavations at ritual enclosures in Ireland reveal deposits of charred hazelnuts, animal bones, and intentionally broken ceramics dating to midwinter horizons. These deposits appear to mark moments of communal offering rather than feasting alone. Medieval Irish texts, though much later, preserve memory of winter gatherings associated with sovereignty rights and renewal of tribal bonds. Scholars caution against projecting these sources too far into prehistory, yet the consistency of winter as a time for communal reaffirmation is striking. The ritual language of renewal, embedded in narrative cycles like the Ectre tales, helps us understand why later Christian celebrations could feel at home in regions with long-standing symbolic associations tied to the solstice. In the Levant, another layer of evidence appears in the form of seasonal pilgrimages. Inscriptions from Nabatean and early Arab contexts reference rituals linked to the turning of the year, often involving lamps, torches, or offerings made near natural high places. Though these practices were not tied to the solstice with precision, their placement in the darkest part of the seasonal cycle indicates that light symbolism carried emotional weight in a landscape where longer nights affected travel, trade, and pastoral life. These traditions add further texture to the broader environment into which Christianity eventually expanded, a world in which the concept of light returning after darkness carried meaning across languages and landscapes, even without shared cosmologies. Meanwhile, in Anatolia, relief carvings from late Hittite and Phrygian sites depict seasonal cycles through imagery of deities holding budding branches or standing beside torches. Some scholars interpret these as representations of winter rites tied to agricultural scheduling. Others propose that the imagery reflects a symbolic negotiation between death and renewal embedded in the regional imagination. Regardless of the precise interpretation, it is clear that the season between late autumn and early spring held layers of significance far deeper than any single festival could express. Christianity's winter feast, when placed in this mosaic, stands less as a transplant and more as a reinterpretation. The echoes of pre-Christian winter traditions can even be traced through linguistic patterns. In several Indo-European languages, words associated with brightness, dawn, or renewal cluster around roots that originally referred to cycles or turning points. These linguistic structures are not direct evidence of ritual, but they show how deeply the idea of seasonal change shaped thought. When early Christian writers described the birth of Christ as the arrival of light in darkness, they were using a vocabulary already resonant in many of the regions they addressed. It is not certain that this resonance influenced conversion or doctrinal development, but the familiarity of the imagery would have softened the conceptual leap from older seasonal customs to a new theological narrative. Yet these parallels never imply a simple continuity. This was not a world in which Christianity swallowed older practices whole, or in which every symbol merged naturally into its new context. Instead, Christianity encountered a landscape filled with subtle seasonal habits, ritual gestures, and shared understandings of winter's emotional weight. Some aligned naturally with the new festival, others remained independent. What mattered is that the human experience of winter had already shaped the emotional and symbolic terrain. When Christianity offered a story of birth, renewal, and light at the year's turning point, it was speaking into a long-established dialogue between people and the sky. But Christianity reshaped these echoes through its own internal meaning. Imagine a moment when the earliest readers of Christian writings realized that the story they were holding did not need to happen all at once. Picture a time in the late antique world when parchment moved slowly from hand to hand, when communities read by lamplight, and when the idea of birth began to stretch beyond a single night in Bethlehem. There are passages in the early Christian tradition, especially in the writings found outside the familiar canon, that do not describe spiritual awakening as a sudden event. Instead, they picture it as something gradual, unfolding like the faint brightening of the eastern sky before the sun appears. Even in their most symbolic lines, there is a carefulness, a sense that insight arrives in increments, not flashes. And it is in this quiet territory, where interpretation and experience meet, that the earliest hints of a slow inner dawn take shape. We do not know for certain how widespread these ideas were, but the surviving manuscripts suggest a remarkable pattern. A number of Gnostic and mystical texts treat rebirth as a process requiring practice, attention, and patience. This was not the birth of a child in a stable, and not even the symbolic rebirth recognized in liturgical readings. It was something quieter. Some early Christian writers believed that spiritual awakening resembled the transition from darkness to dawn, a shift that is almost imperceptible until one notices that everything has changed. In these traditions, illumination does not strike like lightning. It gathers. The light inside a person, they argued, grows the same way daylight grows after the winter solstice, returning so slowly that the mind must be trained to notice it. Valentinian theology, for example, which flourished in the 2nd century of the Common Era, is among the clearest expressions of this idea. The Valentinians spoke of spiritual growth as a lifelong unfolding, a movement from ignorance toward understanding that paralleled the cosmic order. Surviving fragments from their teachers refer to the human soul as something that matures, not through one decisive moment, but through a series of recognitions. A minority of scholars have suggested that these patterns mirror the seasonal rhythm familiar to Mediterranean life. The difference between the shortest day and the day that follows is real, but barely measurable. In the same way, a person might undergo transformation without immediately perceiving how the change began. Elsewhere, early homilies preserved in Syriac and Greek use the language of dawn to describe the growth of understanding. They speak of insight as something that dawns in the heart, a phrase that reappears in several regions separated by distance but united by shared metaphors. These writings do not refer to Bethlehem or winter directly, but the imagery they use is unmistakably aligned with the experience of watching the sky lighten after a long night. The homilists seemed less concerned with the historical circumstances of Jesus' birth than with the possibility that each person could experience a similar emergence of clarity. It is not certain that these authors were consciously employing seasonal symbolism, but the linguistic parallels when read across multiple texts are striking. The corpus of Coptic Christian literature, especially the materials preserved in Upper Egyptian monastic communities, introduces another dimension. These texts frequently describe enlightenment as a rising light within the mind or the heart. They do not depict this movement as dramatic. Instead, the language suggests a patient accumulation of insight, often framed within the discipline of ascetic life. One finds metaphors of lamps being trimmed, of rooms being slowly illuminated, and of inner chambers being cleared for light to enter. The emphasis is not on sudden revelation, but on the cultivation of perception. These manuscripts were copied over centuries, and despite significant theological differences between their authors, the imagery of slow inward light remains consistent. A winter evening in a medieval village where the snow has already swallowed the fields, and the breath of every passer-by rises like pale smoke in the cold. In one home, a family gathers around a small carved manger figure, treating it with solemn reverence, speaking of Bethlehem and shepherds, and the night when time itself was believed to have softened. Just down the road, other villagers are lighting fires, singing old songs about returning warmth, and carrying evergreen branches into their homes to remind themselves that the world would survive the cold. One festival, two stories, unfolding in the same streets. This was not unusual in the centuries that followed the rise of Christianity. For a long stretch of the Middle Ages, the season now called Christmas held two currents that moved side by side, neither cancelling the other. There was the historical commemoration anchored in scriptural narrative, and the quieter, older layer of meaning that understood winter as a time when the light within a person needed tending, encouraged, or coaxed back into strength. Both layers survived because they answered different human needs. One gave shape to communal memory and the story of divine incarnation. The other offered guidance through the psychological darkness of the year. For historians, the first sign of these parallel traditions appears in medieval homilies that emphasize spiritual rebirth as much as liturgical observance. In sermons of the early medieval period, particularly those from the 7th to the 9th centuries of the Common Era, preachers spoke of Christ's birth as an inner dawn, urging listeners to cultivate gentleness, humility, and a renewed clarity of mind. These texts did not replace the historical nativity. Rather, they presented the external event as a mirror of an inner transformation. When a monk in the Carolingian world wrote that "the light rises within the faithful as surely as the sun rises in winter's depth," he was participating in a long lineage of reflections that understood sacred time as a metaphor for the slow turning of the human heart. It is not entirely clear how widespread these ideas were outside monastic communities, but the surviving manuscripts show that the concept of spiritual rebirth was not confined to a fringe. It was part of the intellectual atmosphere of Christian Europe. Meanwhile, liturgical commentaries from the same period approach the imagery of the season with a different emphasis. They speak of the nativity in relation to darkness not only as metaphor but as theological contrast. To them, the arrival of a child at the coldest and darkest point of the year expressed the notion that divine presence enters precisely where human capacity cannot. In the medieval imagination, the solstice became the stage upon which salvation unfolded. It offered a celestial structure to the narrative of incarnation. The liturgy echoed this association. Candlelight during vigil masses, readings about dawn breaking upon those who sat in darkness, and feast day hymns that likened the infant Christ to the rising sun. None of these elements depended on an exact astronomical correlation, yet they drew upon the emotional resonance of the season. As daylight grew, worshippers could see a reflection of theological renewal in the world around them. Outside the churches and cloisters, however, folk traditions unfolded with their own rhythm. In many parts of Europe, midwinter was a season of communal feasting, visiting, and ritual practices designed to reinforce social bonds during the hardest months of the year. Remnants of older customs persisted, carrying evergreen branches into homes, lighting fires to banish the longest night, and performing songs that invoked warmth, fertility, or protection. These activities did not always align neatly with the theological focus of the liturgical calendar, yet they coexisted, rarely treated as contradictory. The documents that survive from the high and late medieval periods reveal a blend of practices in which Christian and older seasonal customs layered upon one another rather than replacing one another. A villager might attend a nativity mass and later take part in a communal feast whose origins predated Christianity by centuries. The divergence did not fracture the meaning of the season. Instead, it made the festival more adaptable, more able to carry different kinds of hopes. This duality existed not only in Europe but across regions shaped by both Eastern and Western Christian traditions. In the Christian East, Orthodox homilies frequently emphasized the cosmic dimensions of the Incarnation, the union of divine and human nature, while also describing the feast as a renewal of the inner person. Terms like illumination, purification, and awakening appear regularly in writings from Cappadocian and Syriac authors. These were not abstract metaphors detached from ritual. They offered guidance on how to live through a sacred season, reminding believers that the child represented not only historical birth, but the possibility of clarity emerging from confusion. Meanwhile, in the Christian West, theologians like Augustine and later Bernard of Clairvaux wrote of the Nativity as an event unfolding in three layers: the historical birth in Bethlehem, the spiritual birth in the heart, and the final arrival in the eschatological future. This idea provided a conceptual bridge between outward and inward meaning. The Nativity was both past and present, both factual and experiential. The endurance of the festival owes much to these parallel threads. On one hand, the historical narrative anchored the date in communal memory, giving societies a shared story around which to gather. On the other, the symbolic dimension, renewal, vulnerability, the return of light, offered a psychological language that could be understood regardless of doctrinal detail. A winter celebration that speaks only to history satisfies the mind, but not always the emotions. One that speaks only to inner renewal risks losing its communal anchor. Christmas remained compelling because it moved along both paths. A person in the 12th century could celebrate the birth of Christ as a factual moment in sacred history, and also feel that the season illuminated their own struggle toward clarity. The outer and inner layers did not compete. They harmonized through repetition. This complexity becomes clearer when we examine how medieval communities wrote about their own participation in the festival. Chronicles and diaries mention liturgies, processions, and public gatherings, yet they also describe moments of introspection. One text from 12th century England portrays a monk sitting alone after the midnight mass, reflecting quietly on the rising light as a metaphor for the work of conscience. In another account from the Byzantine world, a writer speaks of carrying light into the chambers of the heart, echoing themes found in much older monastic traditions. These accounts show that ordinary participants absorbed the season's symbolism in ways that went beyond official theology. The festival functioned on multiple registers simultaneously. Later centuries continued this dual thread even as Christian practices diversified. The Renaissance revived interest in the classical world and its concept of cosmic cycles. The Reformation questioned certain liturgical traditions but did not erase the midwinter celebration entirely. Early modern writers reinterpreted the nativity through personal devotion and domestic ritual. Even in these shifting contexts, the motif of light returning to the world persisted. Across all these periods, the two stories, one outward, one inward, remained intertwined. The realization that emerges from this long view is simple, yet surprisingly resilient. Christmas lasted because it was flexible enough to speak to the conditions of the world outside and deep enough to address the landscape within. It anchored communities through shared ritual and also provided individuals with a language for renewal. The historical and the metaphorical, the public and the personal, the external and the internal, these were not contradictions but companions, which leads to the question beneath them all. Imagine then how this doubleness appeared not just in elite writings or monastic reflections, but in the everyday rhythm of medieval life. Archaeologists studying seasonal household deposits have found that midwinter gatherings often left behind two distinct kinds of material signatures. In some regions of northern Europe, remnants of communal feasts remain alongside objects associated with small domestic rituals. Wax drippings from family candles, fragments of ceramic lamps, carved wooden figures polished from frequent handling. These traces suggest that the season was not solely a public affair anchored in churches and civic spaces. It was also a time when families gathered in quiet corners of their homes, arranging light in places where darkness lingered longest. One cannot know precisely what these private rituals meant to their participants, but their persistence hints that the inward-facing meaning of the season continued in tandem with formal liturgy. In southern regions, where winter's severity was gentler, manuscripts from late medieval Spain and Italy reveal another layer, personal meditations written in the margins of prayer books. In some of these, the nativity scene becomes a metaphor for ethical aspiration. A 15th century writer reflects on the humility of the newborn child as an invitation to cultivate patience. Another compares the slow brightening of the morning sky to the gradual clearing of resentment. These notes were never intended for public audiences. They show individuals working through their own interior seasons, using the nativity as a focal point for quiet moral inventory. The story served as a narrative mirror in which people could trace the outline of their hopes and failures during the darkest weeks of the year. Meanwhile, illuminated manuscripts crafted for communal use often portrayed the nativity with deliberate contrasts that highlight the two layers of meaning. Some depict Christ's birth nestled within a stable, but surrounded by expansive cosmic imagery. A rising sun behind the structure, or a star rendered with exaggerated rays that spill into the margins. These artistic choices did not rewrite the theology. They simply made visible a symbolic connection that many medieval viewers would have understood instinctively. Art historians note that such images often pair the infant with a source of light that seems to emanate from outside the scene, reinforcing the dual framing of the story, historically situated yet cosmically resonant. By the later Middle Ages, this dual understanding shaped social rituals as well. Guild processions, for example, combined theological dramas with scenes of domestic charity. In some towns, performers reenacted the Nativity as a narrative of divine humility, while other participants carried lanterns or candles meant to bless the streets during the longest nights. Here again, social life folded together both the communal story and its deeper emotional register. Each procession asked its participants to move through darkness toward a shared place of illumination, a public echo of the inner journey described in monastic writings. This interplay between the outer and inner facets of the festival also affected how medieval communities understood time itself. Calendrical texts from the 13th and 14th centuries frame the weeks around the Nativity as both historical anniversaries and opportunities for inner resetting. One English manuscript describes the season as a hinge of days, a moment when past and present turn together. The phrase may sound poetic, but it reflects a widespread sense that midwinter offered a threshold between endings and beginnings, where communal memory and personal renewal could momentarily align. Even agricultural societies, whose annual rhythms were shaped more by ploughing and harvest than by theological reflection, found meaning in this confluence. Winter was the season when work slowed, when days shortened enough that people spent more time indoors, and when hardship could sharpen self-reflection. The Nativity gave rural communities a vocabulary with which to interpret this pause. The child born in a humble setting did not merely represent divine incarnation. The newborn also carried a reminder that fragility and resilience coexist. Farmers who saw their fields sleeping under frost could resonate with a story that understood new life as something that begins invisibly, long before it becomes visible. Cross-cultural contact in medieval trade networks added yet another dimension. Merchants travelling between the Eastern Mediterranean and Europe recorded in their notebooks that winter celebrations varied widely from port to port, yet they often commented on shared themes: light against darkness, renewal, communal meals, and the presence of children in ceremonial roles. These observations reveal that even when theological differences were significant, the symbolic vocabulary of midwinter held a recognizable shape. Christmas, in other words, became one expression of a broader human response to the coldest weeks of the year, interpreted through a Christian lens but resonant beyond it. In all these layers, liturgical, domestic, artistic, social and economic, the season's meaning rested in its capacity to speak to two spheres at once. It named a historical moment that communities could remember together, anchoring them in a shared lineage, and it provided a metaphorical language for individuals navigating the intimate terrain of loss, hope, fatigue, or longing. The two stories grew alongside each other, strengthening rather than weakening the festival's appeal, which leads to the question beneath them all. A world lit mostly by flame, where winter feels heavier than it does now, and the longest night is not a poetic phrase, but a physical weight. Picture a community waiting through the weeks when the sun barely lifts above the horizon, watching the sky for any sign that daylight might stretch just a little longer. Now imagine how powerful a story must be if it can carry that feeling into an age of electric light, crowded cities, and midnight screens. Why does the image of a child born in darkness still settle into our winters as if it has always belonged there? Why do we still pause, consciously or not, when the year reaches its coldest turning? We do not know for certain, but the evidence suggests that much of our modern response to this season is shaped by the same psychological patterns that affected ancient communities. The solstice, with its stark contrast between darkness and the first returning light, offers a structure that cultures have responded to for thousands of years. In recent decades, scholars of religion, anthropology, and literature have traced how this structure continues to appear in contemporary retellings of the Nativity, even among communities that do not treat the story as literal history. Many modern interpreters read the birth narrative as a symbol rather than a chronology, describing it as a tale of hope emerging within difficult circumstances, a pattern recognizable far beyond Christian tradition. They suggest that this image resonates because it reflects an emotional reality still familiar to anyone who has lived through seasons of uncertainty. What is striking is how consistently seasonal metaphors continue to appear in contemporary culture. In literary studies, researchers note the persistence of winter as crisis and dawn as renewal motifs across global storytelling, from East Asian poetry to modern European novels. Psychologists studying seasonal affective cycles remark on the enduring association between midwinter and reflection, a period when individuals often report re-evaluating their lives or seeking some form of renewal. Even in secular societies where religious meanings have faded, midwinter remains a time marked by rituals of gathering, feasting, illumination, and symbolic beginnings. These patterns align with a cross-cultural record going back thousands of years, suggesting that the human response to the darkest part of the year has a deep and stable foundation. Anthropologists working across northern and equatorial regions note that midwinter festivals have not disappeared but diversified. In parts of Scandinavia, the late December period continues to host light festivals with origins older than Christianity, reframed in modern civic terms. In Japan, the winter solstice is marked by practices centered on warmth and renewal, such as yuzu baths, emphasizing purification and resilience rather than theological themes. In sections of the Andes, the June solstice in the southern hemisphere remains an anchor point for celebrations tied to agricultural cycles and ancestral memory. These examples show that even when traditions lose their explicit religious meanings, the seasonal framework continues to guide human behavior. The solstice functions as a reminder of cyclical processes larger than any one story, and so it persists. This endurance helps explain why renewal narratives continue to appeal across different cultural contexts. Scholars who analyze global mythology observe that stories of vulnerability leading to strength often cluster around winter markers. These narratives do not always involve children or divine figures. Sometimes they are agricultural metaphors, sometimes they are tales of human communities surviving hardship. But the basic pattern remains. The darkest point is not the end, but the beginning of the return. The nativity, with its image of infancy placed in midwinter, taps directly into this psychological structure. It positions renewal at the threshold between darkness and returning light, a placement that countless cultures have recognized in different forms long before the narrative took shape. We can also observe how the solstice acts as an emotional anchor even in highly technological societies. Urban planners studying light usage note a measurable increase in communal illumination during December in the Northern Hemisphere, from decorative lights to public installations, which often appear in cities with little or no Christian heritage. Sociologists examining end-of-year rituals find that gatherings, gift-giving, and communal meals rise dramatically during the weeks around the solstice, even in populations where traditional religious practice is declining. These patterns indicate that the human response to seasonal turning points remains remarkably consistent across time. The solstice marks a psychological shift, an awareness that even the coldest darkness contains within it the first sign of return. This continuity may be why the story of a child born in the dark still resonates today. When people describe why the image moves them, they often speak of vulnerability, hope, or the sense that something quietly begins when everything appears still. These responses reflect the core meaning of the solstice itself. In many ways, the narrative gained its lasting power not because it was imposed on the season, but because it aligned so closely with a pattern the season already carried. The symbolic child mirrors the returning light. The silence of the night mirrors the waiting world. The promise of renewal mirrors a cycle older than recorded history. For countless generations, the solstice has been not only an astronomical event, but a human one, shaping emotion, ritual, and imagination. Even in a world where most people no longer track the sun's position across the horizon, the seasonal rhythm still reaches us. The long nights invite reflection. The first lengthening of day carries a subtle relief. Modern life may have diminished the physical stakes of winter, but the psychological landscape remains. We still recognize the turning point, even if we no longer measure it with stone markers or temple alignments, and so the stories that echo this turning continue to hold meaning, long after their historical contexts have changed. In the end, the persistence of these narratives suggests that the solstice is not just an astronomical boundary, but a human one. It marks a shift in attention, in emotion, in the way communities imagine their futures. The child in the story endures because it is not only a figure from history, but a symbol of beginnings, which humans have sought at this time of year for thousands of winters. The story remains because the experience remains. The meaning endures because the cycle endures. Beneath every winter celebration lies an older truth. We still wait for the returning light, just as countless generations did before us. There is also a quieter thread running through modern scholarship. The idea that midwinter becomes meaningful, not because people are consciously thinking about solstices, but because the season still shapes behaviour in subtle ways. Historians studying early modern Europe note that the rural calendar structured emotional life long after industrial work rhythms began to dominate. Winter created pauses in agricultural labour, chances for storytelling, communal gatherings, shared meals, and what some folklorists describe as ritualised rest. When communities later adopted Christian celebrations, these older rhythms provided a ready-made cultural space for a festival centred on new beginnings. The timing felt natural because the human body and the human community were already attuned to quiet, to waiting, and to the slow accumulation of light. Even contemporary studies in chronobiology add an unexpected layer to this understanding. Researchers working on circannual rhythms find that even artificial lighting does not completely override the body's sensitivity to seasonal daylight shifts. Melatonin cycles change subtly in midwinter for populations in northern latitudes, and sleep researchers observe a gentle increase in reflection-oriented dreaming. These findings are not theological claims, but they help explain why stories tied to darkness and renewal still resonate on an emotional level. The body has its own way of noticing the long night, even if the mind is occupied with holiday schedules or urban routines. In cultural anthropology, scholars tracing midwinter rituals across the globe observe an intriguing pattern. Communities tend to place their most introspective celebrations during the period when days begin to lengthen. These festivals may centre on ancestors, on purification, or on the transition from one year to the next, but they often share a sense of threshold. This is visible in Korean Seolal, in South Asian winter harvest observances, and in Peruvian celebrations near the June solstice. Even though these practices differ widely in form and history, they evoke a similar cadence of reflection followed by reorientation. They embody the moment when time feels paused, as if waiting for a new cycle to begin. Modern psychology offers a parallel perspective. Studies of seasonal emotions suggest that people often undertake personal evaluations during midwinter, marking the end of one period and imagining the next. Therapists note that individuals describe this season as a time when the inner world becomes more noticeable, whether through heightened introspection or the quiet desire for fresh beginnings. These patterns do not depend on any particular cultural tradition, which may be why the solstice motif, darkness giving way to light, still feels intuitively meaningful, even for those who never consciously observe the astronomical event. All of this helps explain why midwinter narratives retain their emotional force. The image of a child born in the dark is not simply a symbol inherited from antiquity. It reflects deep, recurring patterns in how humans experience time, landscape, and hope. It speaks to the instinct that life turns, that cycles renew themselves, and that returning light is not just a metaphor but a phenomenon felt in the body and in the shared memory of communities. The story has continued not because people preserved it carefully, but because it fits the seasons so closely that each new generation recognizes some part of themselves within it. Imagine sitting at the edge of a long night, not in prehistory, not in an ancient city, but now in your own century, with electric light at your fingertips and calendars that track the sun so precisely that no one needs to lift their eyes to the horizon anymore, and yet the solstice still arrives, indifferent to technology, unchanged by our habits, carrying the same quiet moment of turning that humans have watched for tens of thousands of years. It is a strange thing that a species capable of mapping galaxies and editing genomes still feels the weight of midwinter as if we were huddled around an ancient fire. But the evidence suggests that our relationship with darkness and returning light runs deeper than belief or culture. It is physiological, cognitive, emotional, the oldest inheritance we never stopped carrying. For most of human history, the longest night was not an abstraction, it was a test. Light meant warmth, visibility, safety, the ability to hunt, move, and survive. Darkness was when predators approached, when cold intensified, when mistakes became fatal. Long before any mythology, this simple ecological pressure shaped the nervous system we still use today. Even in modern experiments, humans exposed to prolonged darkness experience shifts in mood, sleep patterns, and attention. The brain treats darkness as uncertainty and uncertainty as threat. So when early people noticed the sun pausing at its lowest point and then returning, it was not just astronomy. It was relief. It was a promise encoded in daylight itself. Across the millennia we have studied tonight, returning light became many things: a marker of time, a scientific anchor, a story, a child, a hero, a metaphor for consciousness, a date on a calendar. But beneath every transformation was the same core recognition that renewal is possible, that decline is not permanent, that the world, even when it looks like it is fading, still carries the structure for return. This was never sentimental optimism. It was observational truth. After the coldest point came the first small lengthening of day, so subtle the earliest watchers probably doubted it until they measured it again and again. But the increase held, and that patience, that willingness to trust a faint change, shaped human psychology as deeply as any tool or idea. Today the solstice is mostly symbolic, but symbols persist when they answer something we still feel. In surveys across different cultures, people consistently describe winter as a period when time feels heavier and the mind turns inward. Modern societies are lit by electricity, but our biology still registers the shorter daylight as a kind of slowing. Some cognitive scientists describe it as a seasonal narrowing, a natural tendency to conserve energy, to reflect, to draw inward. And so it is no surprise that cultures everywhere built winter stories about introspection, transformation, and the small beginnings of hope. When you strip away the specific names, doctrines, and rituals, you find the same underlying structure repeated across eras. Light disappears, something fragile is born, light grows again. This cycle resonated not because people believed the sun had emotions, but because the pattern mirrored the emotional landscape of winter itself. Humans are animals that remember being vulnerable. We evolved in conditions where the line between survival and loss was thin. So when early societies imagined the returning sun as a child, or a spark, or a quiet hero, They were not projecting fantasy. They were describing the feeling of midwinter, the experience of standing at the hinge of the year and noticing that something small and bright had begun. And in a way, we still do the same. Many people experience the end of the calendar year as a time of reflection, assessment, and tentative planning. Not because the date has cosmic meaning, but because the solstice subtly reorganizes how we think. Psychologists have observed that periods of seasonal low light often encourage what they call evaluative thinking, a longer view of the self accompanied by a natural desire for renewal. This is not mystical. It is ecological memory acting through modern minds. The same mechanism that once helped early humans decide when to prepare for migration or scarcity now nudges us to take stock of our lives, our priorities, our relationships. We are not as separate from deep time as we like to imagine. What returning light means today is therefore not a single story or belief, but a continuity of experience. You do not have to follow a religion to feel the shift. You do not need mythology to sense the clarity that sometimes appears in the quiet days after midwinter. The solstice's significance does not depend on doctrine. It depends on perception. And perception is shaped by evolution. The longest night sets the stage for noticing change, and in noticing change we recognize possibility. Perhaps this is why so many modern traditions, even secular ones, circle around themes of renewal at the end of the year. We clean homes, close projects, reach out to people we have neglected, make promises to ourselves, or simply allow some part of life to settle so another part can begin. These gestures are not inventions of modern culture. They are faint echoes of an older orientation toward the turning of the year. The details differ, but the underlying impulse is stable. When the world reaches its darkest point, humans re-evaluate direction. There is a small irony here. For all the technological mastery of the 21st century, we can no more change the solstice than our ancestors could. Daylight still shrinks and expands with the same cadence. The planet still tilts with the same slow precision. And so midwinter remains a fixed point, a shared experience that cuts across language, geography, and belief. It is rare for modern humans to share anything universally, but the solstice offers one of the last remaining events that every person on Earth experiences in some form, whether consciously or not. It is one of the few things about our world that has remained constant through climate shifts, cultural revolutions, migrations, and the rise and fall of civilizations. In that sense, the returning light is more than an astronomical event. It is a reminder of continuity. Not continuity of culture or traditional doctrine, but continuity of attention. The act of noticing the sun's return is the same act that shaped the earliest calendars, the first stories, the first temples aligned to the horizon. Modern people may observe it differently, or not at all, but the capacity to feel meaning in this turning remains inside us. And perhaps the most important part of that meaning is not cosmic, but personal. The winter solstice marks the point at which the world begins to open again, not with sudden brilliance, but with subtle increments. It is the smallest kind of hope, the kind that does not announce itself or demand to be believed. It simply accumulates, a few more seconds of light each day, until one morning you look outside and realize the pattern has become unmistakable. That is the kind of hope humans trust most, the kind that grows quietly, in ways almost too small to measure. So when we look at the long history of solstice meaning, the ancient alignments, the early myths, the symbolic children, the philosophical interpretations, the festivals, the traditions, what we are really seeing is a conversation humans have been having with the world for thousands of years. A conversation about how to live through darkness, about how to recognize beginnings, about how to understand ourselves when everything seems paused. In that sense, returning light has never been just about the sky. It has always been about us. And in the end, the reason the solstice still moves people, even in an age of abundance and artificial light, may be simple. We still live in cycles. We still face nights that feel too long. We still search for signs that things can change. And the solstice offers what it has always offered. Not certainty, but a direction. Not brightness, but a beginning. A reminder that even in the most ancient darkness, something has always started to return.